so real. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
Teaching Training Applications, Virtual World Dioramas, and Student Portfolio Galleries. Our speaker is Kay McLennan. Kay is a professor of practice at the Tulane University School of Professional Advancement. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for her speaker bio, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you, Lear. It's my pleasure to participate in the OSCC 2023 event, and good morning to all of the early risers. Oh dear, I somehow, let's see, click screen to play media. That's not what I want. I somehow ended up with, okay, here we go. I'm not sure why I,
Yeah, just try next.
There we go.
There
we go. Sorry. So today I hope to demonstrate two different applications, teaching applications, the use of dioramas in teaching portfolio materials, including the key features and construction tips that I can share about this. And also, as sort of a derivative of dioramas, the use of student and faculty galleries for portfolio displays. But before we get started, I want to call your attention to a survey that is online. And this is my attempt to hopefully showcase your builds at the Educator Emporium on Wrights Plaza in the OS Grid. Also, if you haven't been there, to stop by. The Emporium is going to be completely updated in the coming months. And so even if you've stopped by in the past, please do so again. I'm also skipping ahead to give you the code for a Mentimeter presentation that will have some audience participation slides. Again, this is a view of the Educator Emporium, and unfortunately, I recently realized that most of the showcase items on the roof are out of date. But throughout yesterday and in the lead up to the conference this weekend, I've come to realize there's plenty of brand new content that can be featured on the roof. So more to come about that. But turning now to the use of dioramas in teaching portfolios. Let me skip ahead here. As other faculty members, my colleagues can attest, we're required to periodically update our teaching portfolios. And the last time, 2 years ago, I was required to update my portfolio. I wanted to add DEI, a diversity, equity, and inclusion statement to my teaching philosophy. And I sort of sat and stared at a blank piece of paper. I had several examples, but it wasn't until I started building little dioramas in OpenSim and my OpenSim grid at the time that it all sort of came together. I just went through different developments, the type of anti-diversity that I experienced in my growing up and in my professional career. Sort of all created these rather distinct segments of even when I first started to read, there were separate and unequal job listings. I remember in junior high school having to fight to wear pants to school because our assistant principal thought it wasn't ladylike. Also in college, I heard from several quarters that rigorous academic courses of study were for men only. Of course, I didn't take heed. In the workplace, women take jobs away from men. And then finally, the segment that I highlighted is higher education as a change maker. The 3D displays all come or were set up with frames, a frame of the scene or a relevant scene, and then provide note card giver scripts for note cards with a description of the scene, the type of discrimination it represents, and how this particular discrimination or topic area informs and continues to inform my teaching. Also, each of the galleries includes a mailbox to receive student responses. So not only, again, did this turn out to be pivotal in terms of enabling me and helping me to overcome this challenging task of writing this segment of my teaching philosophy. But I was able to then use screen capture images and even a video tour of my gallery in my teaching portfolio. And then it was a hop, skip, and a jump to imagining that maybe the use of dioramas could be of keen interest for other student writing projects. I don't teach composition, So I fear I have no way to kind of test out this idea, but perhaps other K through 12 or college instructors and may have an opportunity to test out whether their creation of different types of sets or dioramas may motivate student composition. So again, after creating my own, it was easy to duplicate at least the gallery images, the frames with the note givers, and a mailbox for each of the student galleries. I stacked them up. And the features that I employed, I always pre-create avatars in OpenSim. And so it was easy to then, preload pre-created avatars with content. So if I linked all of the frames and the mailbox together, I could then just set it up in, a given student's gallery. I kept all the frames linked except, the images and the note card giver prim so that students would easily be able to, edit their gallery. Unfortunately, I had a number of students that were quite interested over the past few semesters, but then in the end, I didn't get any takers. I believe that students are pretty time pressed, especially my students that are possibly even working parents. So I fear I haven't tested actually the student use. I'm not sure whether the learning curve is too steep. Again, in the past, pre-created avatars and pre-installed content has been easy for students to use. Still, unfortunately, the pandemic had both pros and cons for us in the sense that it mainstreamed the use of webinars and Zoom, which has also been a bonus for virtual worlds to be able to teach students how to use virtual worlds using a webinar is brilliant. But yet, I think that we've been tarnished by the Zoom fatigue that was experienced and prevalent during the pandemic. So moving next, I thought it would be fun to get your views on some of these items, and then I'm hoping for some comments and feedback. If you have a second browser window open, or perhaps you can use your mobile device to go to menti.com and then enter the code. And the code is 9220 7691. And I have, just for illustration, I put a screen with a media on a prim on the stage today, but it's not, I'm not logged in. So unfortunately, it is not going to, as far as I know, display let me go ahead. It's not going to display, I believe, the choices. So the first question is, what is your experience with simulations? And you can collect more than one. By the way, Mentimeter.com includes both free and subscription choices. Please wait for the presenter to show the next slide. So we've got almost equal 7 and 8 Second Life, OpenSim, some a few less single-use simulations, and even one less virtual reality headset. So it looks like we're all in basically the same boat here. And as part of your OpenSim or Second Life use, how much do you use custom build simulations in virtual world platforms? And the choices here are never, rarely, occasionally, frequently, or always. And I'm delighted and pleased to see that so far, frequently and always are leading the pack here at 38% each. We're down frequently 50% as it comes in. Next time, I apologize, I will log into my media on a prem and test to see how that is working out. I was thinking that the lag would not facilitate using it, but it would really be help for you to see the results. The third question, let me see if I've got. If an in-world building option became possible in VR platforms, how do you see yourself creating custom simulations in VR platforms? That is, with the typical expectation that most of the VR platforms don't allow in-world building tools. If that became available, would that change your view? And it looks like frequently sort of the same participation rate. So it seems like the audience feels, as I do, that in-world building tools are going to be essential for the growth of VR platforms. For question number 4, and again, yes, it looks like it's concentrated there. What do you believe to be the top factor or factors limiting the use of virtual world simulations? And this should be multiple answers possible. And the choices include equipment costs, mobile device trends or lack of mobile device trends. We're still waiting. Use difficulty for students, use difficulty for faculty, VR headset competition, and carryover Zoom fatigue. And so far, it looks like equipment cost and use difficulty for students are our top contenders. Use difficulty for faculty too. Mobile device trend is more significant at 18% than I would have imagined. So all of that is fascinating. All right, I just got the 5-minute warning. So we'll quickly go to the final question, which is the top factor you believe to be limiting the use of virtual reality headset simulations, and the same equipment cost, no in-world building tools, use difficulty for students, use difficulty for faculty. And let me quickly go ahead. Equipment cost is number 1, followed by no in-world building tools. I can see that everybody in this group feels as I do about it. And use difficulty is still significant. Much less significant is carryover Zoom fatigue. So that might be my answer alone. Let's see where we are. All right. At this juncture, I want to open it up for comments or questions. And Lear, I'm not sure if you're still in pocket, but is there anything I've missed in the way of questions or comments so far?
So far, no. The comments have been confirmatory to what you were saying. Like Franz had some comments, Rhiannon, myself. And then I also linked an example. One of my students, I had made the same statement that there were a lack of VR design tools. So he created a video for me for part of his final project showing a build of his that integrated video and VR designs. And he's in the VR world assembling it on his video. So I just linked that in the audience as well.
Oh, fabulous.
Thought you might find that fun.
Thank you. Yes.
That's what I love about students. You know, you just give them a challenge and bam. Yeah.
Agreed. Well, I think we're in early days with the VR headsets, and I was fascinated by the talk yesterday about headsets, and we'll see where that goes too. So let's see. Anything else? Let's see here. Ada does comment, headsets so far trigger nausea and headaches, especially in women. And I have experienced that myself, especially in VR applications that don't have stops on movement. If you can jerk yourself around in the headset, I have gotten sick, and it's not something I can easily get over. You know, it takes me a couple hours. I've also got gouges in the paint in the wall behind my desk from certain applications. And then even found myself, like 6 feet away from my desk once when I was in an application. I thought, boy, it's a good thing there's no stairs here.
Because of some of the head tracking, the focus, and the convergence problems, almost everyone at some point will have some discomfort. So please realize it's not just women or head sizes. And there's been a lot of studies about it. I started studying it in 1995, Kay. So, while it may be getting better, it's still not there yet. So
sounds good. And Lisa says she's inspired and comforted by building an OS. So I feel the same. Ada says research says one reason is the distance between our eyes, different than men. That's interesting. I see I've just got, I'm into my 60-second warning. We'll see who gets the last word here. Frank's getting the last word, also has to do with frame rate. All right, Lear and everyone, again, thank you for coming, and please consider showcasing your simulations in the Educator Emporium, and the form to fill that out is on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay, for an informative and interesting presentation. You know, Kay has a booth in the OSCC Expo Zone 3, booth 22nd, in the very center. And then, of course, the Educator Emporium is at OS Grid at Wright Plaza. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which begins at 7:30 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Cultivate, Collaborate, Celebrate, and Innovate. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and our crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again, Kay, and to you, the audience.
real. So real. Every known chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Cultivate, Collaborate, Celebrate, and Innovate, Echo Voice Updates and OS Fest Postmortem. Our panel is Frank Ruloff and Lisa Laxton, who is also Shalene Ayers, and Michael Dixon, who is Mike Chase. Frank Ruloff is a senior systems engineer at TELUS Netherlands, retired with expertise in areas of training and simulation. Lisa is the research and development visionary and CEO of the Open Simulator Community Focused Foundation, the Infinite Metaverse Alliance, IMA. Michael provides development support for the Utopia SkyGrid, operating since 2018, and he is the leading Open Simulator NGC project. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send your tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, thanks for having us here again, and congratulations to the team on another great OSCC. We have time for Q&A after the slide presentation, so let's get into it. IMA's focus is driven by 4 actions: cultivate, collaborate, celebrate, and innovate. We engage community at meetings and events. We support teamwork and foster alliances where we can. We celebrate the people behind the avatars around the hypergrid, and we strive to innovate where gaps exist. The Project DreamGate is a custom installer based on Firestorm for Open Simulator. It has some changes in it for specific use cases. Project SceneGate is a different viewer designed for Open Simulator only. Now, we're seeking volunteers for 2024 because we want to continue the work on that. We need to update the basic 1.x code base and also continue the work of using Godot as a render engine rather than the stock Linden Labs render engine. Now, Project Selene primarily involves providing scripts to the hypergrid community with collaborative Creative Commons efforts. On the stage here, one of those projects, the IMA Partial Visitor Board, is available to copy. This is not your grandmother's visitor board. So be sure you take that home, take a look at it, play with the menus. There are all sorts of options, and you can see what that does. Project EOS involves anything we do on the server side for OpenSim or supporting the OSNGC server-side efforts. An update is planned for OS Fest 2024. We ran an older version of OSNGC at OS Fest that is pretty much on par with stock OpenSim at the time. Now, Project Echo involves Echo Voice development as an updated voice solution for the hypergrid, and we have an exciting server-side milestone that was achieved by the summer of 2023. So, can you bring us up to speed on the progress of that, Frank?
Yes, of course. Welcome, everybody. Nice to be here. As we presented last year, we are busy trying to create Echo Voice. Last year we saw that we built it around something that was done by VCOM in the past. which has a lot of downsides with respect to old servers and so on. But in this case, I had a student working on it from February to March to start up work on the server side of Echo Voice. So what I like to see is what I like to present here is the roadmap. Where are we? What are part of the roadmap are we developing? Some remarks on the design and architecture of what we have been developing, and design notes accordingly, and the next steps in development. Next slide, please. So the roadmap, as you can see, is we create a version of EcoSim. We want to create an architectural EcoSim that fits to a lot of different needs, both industry, government, personal use. And the roadmap is now in a number of stages. And the first stage that we want to achieve is public voice of IP in OpenSim as the first step. Next slide, please. So in the roadmap, you can see what part of that server side we have been developing this year. That is first the bridge, and we call it a bridge, between OpenSim and the Murmur application, the voice of IP that we are going to use, as well as the region module that we can implement in OpenSim to control it. This part of Echo Voice will supply the static information that is necessary to set up channels, to identify which users there are, and connect them to channels on parcels, regions, and so on. Next step, please. The next slide, please. So what we did, because it's work of an intern, which is working on university, we did a full software engineering approach. So we did a requirements analysis to find what type of what kind of requirements we would have on the package in a total. We wanted to be in these requirements to say it should be open source and be able to integrate it with different other open source packages. We want to have it active developed and supported. We looked at security aspects, we looked at aspects like latency and jitter in the voice itself. Self-hosting was an important requirement because companies do not want to use voice over IP servers. It's certainly not the companies I'm being part of, which are supplied by third parties, except themselves. And of course, one aspect is latency in the whole chain of things. So this is a set of requirements that we have brought up. Next slide, please. The first thing that we did was we did an extensive analysis of what kind of, given our requirements, what kind of open source packages we could use as the basis of the voice of IP. We rated them and we came to the conclusion that the Mumble package fits the best to the requirements that we wanted to have for our voice of IP system, so for Echo Voice. You see here that you see the table inside supplies which requirement is actually being covered. That's the green one. Which is not covered is the red one, and which is partly covered, that are the yellow ones. And you see that Mumble has the most green and only yellows with respect to the other parts. So we selected Mumble as the basis for the voice of IP server in our Echo voice system. Next slide, please. Here you see a very high level approach of the design. On the left side, we see that we have a client, which is the viewer. We have Murmur and we have OpenSim. Now, one of the things that we have investigated is how can you best approach this? Because we have OpenSimulator, which is evolving, but the evolving is dependent on the size of the core dev and the people that are associated in doing the development of the Open Simulator core. We have Murmur, which is a different development team, a different set of developers, and we have the clients, which also is a different set of developers. So we decided, because we wanted to keep as flexible as possible with respect to how to use Echo Voice in the future, to build two bridges between the Open Simulator and Murmur, as well as between the client and Mumble itself. And in this case, we can keep track of the changes that are in one side of the development team. We are not dependent on the development teams of these packages to implement those changes. We can do that ourselves and control it ourselves. This was one important aspect in the overall design. Next slide, please. So the components, as I told before, that we developed is a region module and a bridge server. The bridge server side you see in the picture. This is a more elaborate picture than the previous one. The region module is quite simple, because it only extracts information that is needed by the bridge to communicate with the Murmur part. So you see a number of different functions within the bridge server that will connect the Open Simulator part and the Murmur part. Next slide, please. So what about the implementation that we have done so far? We have created a region module, which is 1700 lines of code, and it provides user information, region and grid information to support the channel definition within the Murmur interface. We have the bridge server, which is about 1200 lines of code, which provide self-compiling OSSL part. One of the things that is in our requirements is that we want to be able to run the voice over IP server, so Murmur, as an OpenSim on different servers, and not everything on one system. It can be done on one system, but we want, for flexibility and scalability, to be able to run that on different servers. So that's the reason that we have an HTTP interface. In the region module itself, the processing unit then parses the HTTP requests that come from both sides, and we implemented a way to set the channel hierarchy between mapping it between regions, parcels, and between the channel hierarchy of Murmur itself. And then there is another module in the bridge that keeps track of which users are there and when those users are moving from one area to another, so which means that channels or channel priorities needs to be changed. This part is not yet implemented. All the other parts that you see are implemented and tested. Next slide, please. So the next step that we want to do and want to follow up is to finish the server bridge, which means to implement the user move module and see whether the whole server bridge will work as we have planned. Then test the whole configuration with an OpenSim and Murmur and server bridge on the different servers using a Mumble client. And then if that is finished, we start with the developing of the client bridge between the viewer and the Murmur itself. Next slide, please. That was my presentation. Thank you. If you have any questions, then we have a Q&A session later on that we can help.
Thank you. So we're so grateful for the contributions from you and the Dallas interns that have worked with us over the years. We hosted Open SimFest for a second year, and I'd like to share some highlights from each year and a comparative postmortem. When we were asked to host Open SimFest, We sought out prior hosts and attendees, and we learned a new host was needed after there was none in 2021. There was almost no data available from private hosts or prior hosts. There was no architecture available from prior hosts. Attendees found it difficult to find things at prior festivals. Attendees said there were not enough music events. The cost of hosting is a large dedicated grid. That's a barrier. And there was no documentation or policies from the prior events. There were many changes in OpenSim since 2020. Many in the community did not even know that prior festivals had happened. And non-music events like exhibits and sales were not widely promoted. So based on what we learned, we set 10 goals. Renew the OpenSim Fest tradition, gather feedback from prior fests, build a performant grid architecture, improve user navigation options, improve the music event experience, innovate sponsorship funding, create reusable roles, documents, and policies, test groups and NGC curated version of OpenSim, and investigate promotion methods, improve the participant engagement. The feedback during OpenSimFest 2022 event was mostly positive. The volunteer participation was great. Sponsor participation covered the hard cost. Excess funds were distributed as stipends for the performers, so we zeroed everything out. We gained some insights in 2022 that drove some changes in 2023. Merchants wanted to be together for the shopping traffic. Participants complained about excessive heights of exhibits. The sponsor builds in event regions were a bit too heavy for high attendance. The multi-stage event format was popular. Most participants didn't want to use groups for a variety of reasons. Most attendees were not familiar with the viewer navigation tools in getting around. We needed more greeters, traffic, and balance. Participants found it hard to fit into 64 by 64 meter parcels. This is unique to OpenSim. We're a bit spoiled with the amount of space that we have available. Some events were happening at the same time as other hypergrid events, always a schedule conflict issue. Creators and merchants were concerned about copybot malls, and we'll talk about that later in the session. Most want better quality avatars. The changes we made for OpenSimFest 2023 include dedicated merchant and themed exhibit regions, the enforcement of height and land impact restrictions on a per region basis, dedicated sponsor region for non-rhodium sponsors, a dance area, we reduced that to move the stages inward. A unique parcel rental system was implemented because of problems with groups. In-world teleport system because of problems with media on a prem and a HUD were implemented. We balanced the schedule set with 98 music event hours and 94 non-music event hours. We increased the small parcel space size, then filled or removed any empty parcels. We changed the dates to avoid an OS grid birthday conflict that we had in 2022. We implemented evidence-based terms of service grid bands to address the IP concerns and to be compliant with U.S. copyright law. So we also added some new things based on feedback and suggestions from 2022. Volunteer efforts were delegated. Scheduled tours were made available. Event tables were added for promotion. OpenSimWorld was heavily used to promote events. Satellite events were added to promote hypergrid participation. There were a couple of satellite events, Utopia SkyGrid, and also over on Kitely. New participants page was added to the website to highlight all of the exhibits and stores and sponsor exhibits that we had during the festival. The feedback from OS Fest 2023 events was mostly positive. The volunteer participation was good. We didn't have a large enough team, but it was good. The sponsors did not cover all the hard costs, which may just be a reflection of the economy, where we had almost the same number of sponsors, but the contributions from each sponsor were smaller. Performers did receive tips, but they did not get a stipend because there was no money left over. We actually had a shortfall. Most of our goals were met thanks to the team and the sponsors, and we are seeking volunteers for Open SimFest 2024. So let's see some postmortem stats. This chart provides us with a view into attendance. The only data we had from prior hosts was that they had 600 attendees in 2020. For comparison, we use halves instead of days since the links were different. We saw record attendance in 2022 with 800 avatars, unique IPs. There was a 50% increase in 2023. During the first half, we hit 500. So it was popular. We were on track. Then the second half, OS Grid had a competing event, which was their annual fundraiser that we did not know was going to happen. So that was a 50% decrease during the second half over 2022. But overall, in 2023, we saw increased attendance over 2020. So our primary takeaway is we need better coordination with the grids hosting major events and a new set of dates for 2024. There were 4 types of participants in both 2022 and 2023. The sponsors, exhibitors, merchants, and performers. As you can see from this chart, the distribution of types is consistent in both years. The primary takeaway here is we need a bigger active team of volunteers to help coordinate and encourage greater participation. We did see an increase in cost from 2022 to 2023. OVH is the selected provider of dedicated hardware that we use. The ASCAP music venue license costs have increased since OSFest 2023. ASCAP ensures the music creators who are members of ASCAP are compensated when performers are playing their music. Wix was selected by a prior host and used for both 2022 and 2023 for consistency. Projecting costs for 2024, we expect the overall cost to increase even if we decrease the amount of time the grid is up before the event is actually opened. So the primary takeaway here is we need to increase our sponsorship efforts because the costs are increasing. This chart provides a view into various measures that we did. We reduced the number of music events and scheduled a near equivalent number of non-music events. We saw a reduction in visitors during the second half, most likely due to a conflicting OS Grid event. We had a significant decrease in sponsorship funding. The result is a loss of performer stipends and increased out-of-pocket costs for Laxton Consulting. My company is the primary sponsor of OSFest, also providing admin, build, support, and marketing labor that is not included in the festival costs that we put on the website for sponsorship. The OSFest website remains live and ad space is available for anyone who would like to become an Indium sponsor to help with the shortfall. For techies in the audience, this is an overview of the architecture for OSFest. There are a number of differences between Seth's architecture design and a typical bare metal robust grid configuration. Every aspect is in its own Docker container. The architecture includes both open source and proprietary software designed for OSFest. Now, Mike later on can answer questions that are technical regarding the OSNGC software and the use of Docker. Now, a topic of controversy during OS Fest 2023 relates to the OSNGC Trusted Grid initiative that we support. In my view, a trusted grid is one where merchants and creators trust the grid owners to do all they can to protect their IP. Now, most people don't know they have or are wearing stolen content. At OS Fest, we do what we can to privately educate when we have reports of stolen content before removal. Now, I applaud grid owners who educate people and Kayakers' effort to create a merchant solution for the future. But grid owners still need to address existing issues to comply with the OSCC law and retain safe harbor from being named in a lawsuit. Many grids have stolen content and don't know it, but a few, when told, turn a blind eye, fearing a loss of residence. A trusted grid will remove stolen content when made aware and not turn a blind eye. Now, we also want to support the amazing work seen at OS Fest for new mesh avatar bodies and heads, so people do not feel the need to wear copy-botted avatars and clothing. So Mike can answer questions about the Trusted Grid initiative since he is the person who spearheaded that. Now here we have links to volunteer or learn more about the projects. That's the Discord server invite for OS Fest, the YouTube channel, the Echo Voice blog, which will get updated as we go, and of course the wiki for OSNGC software. Any further comments, Frank or Mike or Dear, before we open for questions and answers?
Well, the only thing that I would ask the audience is we do need people that support us with developing Echo Voice. I don't have any interns anymore at the moment, so I will proceed, but it would be nice if a group of people would help me to finalize the server side and the viewer bridge side in the future.
Okay, Mike, did you have any comments you wanted to make?
Just real quick, I just wanted to mention there's a Discord service as well for the NGC project. I'm happy to forward a link if anyone is interested in that. There's a number of other grids that run NGC, including my own Utopia SkyGrid. So the grid software is available to be used, and we welcome people that want to participate. Our focus is the Trusted Grid, which is about protecting intellectual property and also having a curated and secure version of OpenSim to build on.
Great, great. So I want to thank the panel for their insight and the audience for joining us, and of course, Abacon's team OSCC. Mike might want to explain a bit more about what NGC is, and we'll talk about that during the Q&A. Thanks to the nonprofit Legal Information Institute for their resources, which is the source of the slide on intellectual property. That is a nonprofit arm of Cornell Law University, or the law school there. I want to give a shout out to our HG Fireside Chat attendees, OS Fest volunteers and sponsors, and various IMA contributors and testers. Credit goes to Seth for the Echo Voice design concept, and Frank and his intern at Dallas for the milestone. Kudos to the OpenSim devs and to Mike for leading the OSNGC project, which is a curated version of OpenSim, and for supporting us at OpenSim Fest. You can reach the panel members via email. They are on the screen. I'll put them also in chat here. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Lisa. We did have a few questions. Let's see, one of them refers to OpenSim Fest. How many human hours were involved in planning it prior to the event?
Actually, it's about 2,000 hours total if you include all the volunteers during the event as well. It's a lot of time.
And how long did OpenSim Fest last?
It lasted 2 weeks,
Great.
both years. I think one last year was 17 days and this year was 16 days.
Great. Then we had another question on how do you detect copy-botted content at OpenSimFest?
Well, it's not about detecting it. Based on what the law says, there are 4 areas of safe harbor that have to be met. One of them is if you have a report of alleged stolen content, you must remove it. So when people report it is when it gets removed. If we happen to see it and we are aware of it, we maybe we know the creator or it's been an issue that was brought up in a prior year, then we have knowledge. And if we have knowledge of it, we must remove it. It doesn't mean that it's actually stolen. It means it's alleged to be stolen. Actual stolen proof, that happens in the court system. But the grid owner, in order to retain safe harbor from being named in a lawsuit for what they call contributory infringement, must remove the alleged stolen content when it is reported. The other aspects of the safe harbor also, let me go back to that slide, so maybe this would be helpful. It also means you must follow a policy for terminating or banning users who are repeat infringers, and that's where the grid bans come in. We did not ban individual users, but we knew that grid owners of the banned grids actually owned copybot content in their malls, and they were aware of it. The third one is something that's a broad term, according to Cornell, must accommodate and not interfere with standard technological measures. Now for OpenSim, that's pretty easy. It's God mode. So you do not want to give God powers to people who are not administrators, because if you do, then you're interfering with those technological measures that are designed to protect IP rights. So that was also a factor in deciding which grids that would not be allowed to have residents attend. We offered local accounts for individual avatars if they wanted to do that, and told people they can come in with their accounts from other grids. That's not a problem.
Okay, so the banning wasn't for individuals or for malls, it was for grids as well? Were there certain grids that were
Yes.
not able to attend?
Yes, there were 10 grids who we had evidence that we made aware of during 2022 that forced us, in order to be compliant with law, to do those bans in 2023. Of those grids, only one grid had residents attending in 2022. And that was the exact number, was 59 potential avatars were impacted. But when we looked at the 2023 data, we saw we had visitors from exactly 59 new grids. So that tells us right off the bat that people just simply came in from different grids. So nobody was really locked out of participating in OpenSimFest as a result of that, and we were compliant with U.S. law.
Great. And then we had a question about Echo Voice. On your slide, it's the colorful one that says Voice over IP System Analysis, where you show the requirements, active support, that kind of thing, and you're showing the different forms of voice. There's been some interest on the core dev team from Clifford from Alternate Metaverse about the current state of that. And I know that Frank asked for a volunteer, so this question's coming from outside the conference. So what is the current state? You said the system development is mature, but now you're working on the client, is that it?
Yeah, well, you have two sides of the development. That's the client side, and that is the server side. So we worked on the interface between OpenSim and Murmur on the server side. We finalized that. There's some functions that have to be done. One is to move avatars around, which means that they cross boundaries between parcels, regions, and so on, which means that the priorities and channels will change in Murmur. That part has to be tested and implemented, but all the other things to set up the whole audio channels and hierarchy of channels between OpenSim and Murmur, that has been implemented and tested. So when we also implement this last part of the moving avatars into the server bridge, so the bridge between OpenSim and Murmur, then that part of the system is ready, and then we can focus on the client bridge, which is the interface between the viewer and Murmur. And that needs to be developed. So we need people to do that.
Thank you. There's a follow-on question. What kind of skills would you like to see in your volunteers for this project?
Well, we need people that are familiar with software, of course, and programming in C#, because the programming language that we chosen is C# at the moment. We can do it in other languages as well, but we chose C# for that. And if we talk about the client bridge, then we need people that are a little bit familiar with audio and audio interaction between the servers and clients.
Now, isn't the client language, I believe, C++? Is that correct? For the Mumble client? Yeah.
C++ or C#. It doesn't really matter. We have to redesign it completely, so we can choose that.
Okay, great. I know there's been several people who have been interested in it, but they just weren't sure how they could get involved. Will there be any training offered?
Yeah, well, if people want to involve, we have to create a team. And of course, part of that work will be that we discuss the current concepts, what we want to achieve, and we go to the requirements. One of the things that are particular interest of me, at least, is that we follow a software engineering process, which means there is requirements, there are design documents, there will be documents, user manuals, and so on, that is part of the development of the Echo Voice system, which enables other groups later on, for the part that will be open source, to do their own adjustment if they want to. So we want to follow a software engineering process. As I said, skills is C# or C++. As programming language, some familiarity with audio and how to do programming around audio streams is a plus. And yes, of course, yeah, and of course we want to. If we get a team together, they need to get worked in, and we will make sure. Also, that they can.
Yeah, let's not forget that on that same team, when we're talking about documentation, we need good technical writers. You know, you don't necessarily have to be a coder, but you need to be someone who can understand the code and write the technical documentation.
Yeah, of course.
Well, thank you. So far, I haven't had any other questions, but I see Rocket Raccoon has he has a question. Will it be available as an open source project for hypergrid regions or grids like the Open Simulator itself?
Yes, that's the intention. At least part of the functionality, and I explained that yesterday as well, up to the level of the functionality is now available from VCOM. We will make it open source and everybody can use it. We, for our own interest or EMA's interest, we can add functionality which makes it better to integrate it with government or industrial parts, and those will be maybe proprietary.
Yeah, and Mike, could you talk a little bit more about NGC so people that missed out on it last year get a little more knowledge?
Sure.
So I have a history in working with the simulator software that goes back to InWorlds. I was on part of the team that worked with Tranquility and the InWorlds technical folks developing what eventually became Halcyon. But we did a lot of work in the physics area and a number of other things. I actually implemented the mesh implementation into Halcyon that was used in InWorlds and so on. So I've been using and developing an open simulator for quite a while. And I run our own grid, which is Utopia Sky Grid. And I have a strong interest in protecting intellectual property and building a ecosystem where people can sell product if they want to, and try and make it as secure as possible. And I'm certainly aware of the challenges in doing that with a viewer that is open sourced and so on. There are things that are difficult to fully ensure, but I feel strongly that we can take steps in the direction to provide tools to grid runners, people that are running the grid software, and users and the people that create the products, so they all have tools to basically try and secure their environment. So NGC was essentially created initially out of the software I was running on my Utopia Sky Grid, which was based on OpenSim Core, and its focus is in addition to the features that OpenSim traditionally provides, trying to improve the overall security of the platform, making sure that there are things for tools for all of the interested people, all of the users of the environment. We're also interested in tracking a little bit more closely, I think, some of the work that's been done in Second Life. I actually just released, for instance, the link set data feature that's in Second Life into our grid software, into NGC. I do want to say it's not a competition with Core. I have conversations with Ubit, and we share technical thoughts about things. I very much value those conversations, and I think that they need to continue. I'd like them to. But I also think that we have a different set of goals, and hopefully we can improve Open Simulator in some directions that are beneficial for some of the audience. Not everybody has to use it, but we'll put it out there for people that do need that kind of a environment and are interested in the trusted grid and in IP protection. And also we're doing some things with .NET Core, which Ubit is also doing in Core, to improve and update the architecture of the overall platform. So I'm sorry, that was a little rambly, but hopefully that gives some background into what we're doing.
Yes, and I would add to that if we want to use a platform in a non-public environment, even if in a public environment, these things like security, IP become very important, because companies can, if they want to use it, have to be sure that they comply, that it complies to the rules from today. And I have seen in my work, at least, that OpenSim was rejected because the companies did not trust that there was enough security in the programs to be able to run it on their environment.
Well, and not only that, this sort of touches back to things we've talked about in the past, and I know that we talked about yesterday, and it's about funding. When you think about funding of open source projects for those projects to thrive, if you don't make it attractive to the people that have the money to give you the funding, then you're never going to meet in the middle, right?
Yeah, strongly agree.
So this is really important to take a look at what we can do to make the platform more attractive to people who have funding to get everything going forward in a quicker way. Because when you don't have funding, development might continue, but it's really slow because everybody has bills to pay. And moving more towards HTTPS, at least for the user login, the code is in robust, we're being told. So we'll have to take a look at what we need to do to use that code and what viewer changes we can make to SceneGate to support that.
Yeah, so I agree with you, Lisa, that making it attractive to industry and other facilities would maybe provide the money stream that is necessary to upgrade and extend the open simulator to
Right.
To a bigger audience and also being used much. If it gets a critical mass, which is for all the products that you see from open source arising, it has to get a critical mass. After that, the critical mass will fund itself because there's so much involvement of other industries that use it and so on, that then the funding will automatically be available. But you have to get to that point to make it attractive to companies or other sources that are able to fund it, and then you can proceed and you get the people and the money to quickly go forward.
Yeah, and I would comment with regard to how that relates to the Trusted Grid initiative. In order to attract merchants who already have a lot of experience in creating and offer their products and services into the OpenSim community, if we don't pay attention to the protection of IP rights, they're not going to be interested in participating in the community and in bringing those quality items in, or other people, even our existing members of the community, many of them will not share the things they create because they're concerned about theft. And when we talk about copybotting, or we talking about people abusing God mode to change permissions on things, the bottom line is that is theft.
And Lisa, Frank is fielding a question from Reb Rain about maybe a proof of work using SL Voice may help in this development. And Frank's asking, what do you mean, Web, with that comment? A working prototype.
Of what? Of SL Voice? I have no idea.
Which is Vivox, but
yeah, so that is already working. So he probably means a working Echo Voice prototype. Yes.
No. Well, and that goes back to what we talked about on the progress of Echo Voice. The next step, once the moving of avatars is done, the work on the client side begins. That work will involve the use of the SL Voice in the prototype.
We have about a minute and a half, and Cheryl adds, we need new 20-year-old developers who can code for 64-bit software technology like Matrix Third Room or Unreal Engine or State Engine and such. Right. But will it happen?
Right. The developers of today need to start passing the torch to the developers of tomorrow. We need to inspire them. We need to recruit them. But that's full circle. We need to make the platform attractive to them.
Yeah. Just say, being a developer of today and still having things to offer and give, I enjoy mentoring. It's one of the things we did with our project, is to set it up such that we use a normal merge request mechanism for contributions. So when we did the link set data, for instance, it was originally a contribution by another user into Core, and Core decided not to implement it, and I approached them and we collaborated together to get the code cleaned up and into our code base. So I think there's opportunities to teach and mentor developers through contributions into our software, and I'm happy to do that. I really enjoy teaching like that. So
Thank you, Mike. And Lisa adds that they'll be in booth 4, Expo Zone 3 at the break. And thanks, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 8:30 a.m. in this keynote region, and it is entitled Survival Game, SEL and Science Teaching in the OS Metaverse. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on this presentation and others, and the Hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to Lisa, Frank, and Mike, and to the audience.
New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world, where we're truly free.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8:30 to 9 a.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Survival Game, SEL and Science Teaching in the Metaverse. Our speaker is Ori Shapira Zane. Ori is a high-tech entrepreneur with over 30 years of experience in educational technologies and 14 years of research and development in virtual worlds. Please check out the website at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the session, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, send your tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, everybody. And imagine for a second a game, a real 3D game, that when you open it, the teenager do not believe that you really give them time in class to meet the world and walk around with an avatar in the 3D world. Dream for a moment and hear the shout of joy and excitement as the students, and sometimes the teachers, connect to the lesson and their avatar. Try to imagine a lesson where a student meet other players and communicate with them through body language, text, or voice. Now you can stop imagining. This is the learning routine of thousands of students and thousands of teachers who teach and learn in Eureka World, a 3D. Hello, everybody. My name is Ori Shapira, and I am the CEO and co-founder of the Eureka Metaverse based on Open Simulator. Our main challenge is to make the education system relevant again, and we are doing it very intensively in the last 10 years through the Metaverse and especially through based on the Open Simulator platform. We created Eureka World, and let's speak a little bit about the numbers of Eureka World before we go to the cell education. So far, we had 35,000 students who actually learned based on the Eureka World. Our program is running in over 150 schools in Israel. We already trained 330 different teachers to work in the system. And we work with 3 different municipalities it's already 4 colleges and 5 NGOs, Ministry of Education, and we are running 10 different educational programs in different areas in Israel. Our platform combine all the 3D environment, include, of course, basic VR, but more than that, the 3D printing environment, robotic Arduino controller, videos, and of course the 3D game, the Metaverse. And okay, we are focusing in creating an environment that allows teachers to work in a Metaverse environment. This is our main issue, and this is why I'm spending the first few minutes of my meeting, of my lecture, about this environment. So we give to the teachers statistical information, management system to manage and manipulate the students' work. We are allowing them bulk registration so they can register the class immediately. They can update their content in the class through a web interface. They can manage the groups of class through the web and upload different objects directly from the web and not from the Open Simulator. So this is a little bit the background about Eureka World in the last in the last 10 years. And last year we took a part in a challenge, in the Cell Challenge in Israel. It was a competition that was established by the Ministry of Education and some other startup organizations that was aimed to leverage the social and emotional learning in class. Our target was to teach 7th grade students science. I don't know how much of you are coming from the education area, but probably the 7th grade is the most difficult grade in school. Most of the teachers believe that it's better to vanish this year from school and teaching them science in school with developing social and emotional skills is quite a challenge. And we did it all the last year with other 8 companies, and I'm going to show you the product came out of this very nice year of working and developing program. So we took, of course, the metaverse as a part of the idea of working inside the environment, and we took a challenge to combine 3 different layers of learning technologies in one product, and I will explain it in the coming few slides. So what we developed is basically an adventure game, in which the students should build a new civilization under the water. The background story was funny enough last year. It was that a dangerous virus attacked the Earth and they need to run under the water in order to survive. Okay, the reason that we want them to go under the water is to make them work in an unknown environment, not regular environment like a regular city, so they can take all the solution from home. Okay, so this was the basic idea. The first issue that was very important to me was to put the problem-based learning or project-based learning idea in the base of the product. I really believe in children creating content so they can make their learning the best way while they're creating their own content. So the main issue, the first one, was to create a curriculum for science for 7th grade, but still a curriculum that's based on project-based learning. So we built this environment, quite a gaming environment. The students was logged in and got their first mission. Their first mission was, as I mentioned, we told them that a dangerous virus attacked Earth, and in order to rescue themselves, they must to understand how to survive under the water, and they have like 1 hour to collect whatever they need and go under the water, really in a gaming format. Okay, and they go to the building and they needed to collect the right stuff so they can survive under the water. There was a lot of objects inside this environment. Okay, some of them relevant and most of them are not relevant to survive. As a group, they needed to understand what is will help them to survive under the water. As you can see in the HUD, they was restricted to 5 items to take with them under the water. And this was the first time that were they need to work as a group. They need to decide as a group. They need to decide as a group what item they are going to take under the water and really make a discussion about it. And it was really interesting to see the way the different groups and different classes got their decisions. And then they need to suit themselves as underwater clothes and go undersea to the new environment. As you can see here, they found a new environment. It was like a shelter from the Second World War that was left under the water, and they need to start to build their own new life underwater. Okay, and you can see here they get inside the room and need to start to understand how they can live around. So this was the first level of the learning of how I'm solving problems. And this stage, they need to solve problem like how I'm going to get oxygen, first of all. This was the first assignment. And we really didn't give them any build-up solution. They needed to create it in the open simulator environment, the solution for oxygen. It can be either boiling it can be taking some air from the outward, but to make sure no virus get inside, or electrolyze the water and get the oxygen out of the hydrogen, and so on, and they build their own solution. And then they need to, of course, deal with sweet water. How can I get sweet water, and how can I get power, electricity? And in each stage, they're learning actually science knowledge to how to solve these issues. All the game, or the learning, depends how you look at it, was developed as a game, which means what they really saw, it's the level of different resources they had in the environment. So they had the level of the CO2, which of course was getting up and up as long as they're living inside the closed place. The level of oxygen, which is going down, and they need to bring more oxygen, for example, to plant more green plants. Okay, the level of sweet water, the level of food, and the level of energy. We didn't tell them anything of what is really the assignment. We told them this is the level of resources that you have, and if it drop below a certain line, the game is stopped, and you need to recalculate your way in the game. By the way, it's a game for 24 weeks. It's almost a fully academic year in the high schools in Israel. Okay, and of course we give them some libraries of information inside the game so they can search materials and learn about different problems. The second layer of this program was the social emotional learning, and this was basically the heart of the problem beside the science. Each student filled a form each lesson with 5 questions. Those 5 questions was teaching him, this 5 questions was indicating what is his level or what is his stage of emotional and learning, and social learning stage. Each week it was a little bit different questions, but those questions allowed us to build a social emotional vector for each student. And after 5 weeks, we have quite a nice graph of each student you can see below the different parameter for the graph. Okay, and we had a very nice graph for each student. What are his best and worst skills for regarding the social and emotional skills. Okay, we took those graphs and combined it to a class and group graphs. Okay, what we are really was interesting in it, what is the social picture, or what is the social situation in the different groups and in the different class. Less about the individual, how strange it sound at the beginning. So we made a aggregative calculation.
What we are was interesting in what is the social picture of situation. So
I will take this question. It's a good question. Thank you. And then we made a recommendation. I know it's in Hebrew, but we made a recommendation for the teacher, actually how to make, what kind of activity he should make in order to improve the social, emotional level.
take this question. It's a good question.
That we generate each week for different groups. So the teacher can start each lesson or each 2 lessons with a quick activity that improve the social level and emotional skills in its group. Okay. And the third or the last part of this program was to make the teacher very significant in the learning process. I believe, and I'm really fighting on it for the last decade, that we don't need to get to the point that we send the children to learn inside the or in front of the computer and do whatever they want, and we as teachers let them do whatever they want, and we can go to sleep. I really believe that the teacher should be very involved inside this process. So it was very important to me inside this program to make the teacher really significant and really mentoring the children. And what it came up with is the teacher as a game master. Those of you who are familiar with the Dragon and Dungeons game. What we build here is a very nice tool. Again, it's in Hebrew, but you can understand the functionality of it, which allowed the children to present a solution for the teacher. For example, I'm going to build a big area of green plants in order to improve my oxygen level. And the teacher actually sit with the children and decide what this solution is going to do. It's going to reduce the cycle of CO2, which is great. It's going to increase the level of oxygen, which is also great. But it's going to cost me quite a lot of sweet water, which is an issue, but again, it depends on the solutions. It might supply me food. It depends what kind of plants.
Why, thank you, Tur. Did you see we had a couple of questions, and I know you noticed the one from Oliver where he was asking about mobile phone use. Do you think that that's going to be critical for the future?
I think it will be critical. I think it's already critical to have a mobile phone. Although I believe that we are in the learning process, we are in a leaning forward situation, which means that we need to focus and work with both hands, but still mobile phone are the way that we are learning a lot of it from it. And for certain engagement with the metaverse, we need a phone interface for sure. And this is something I'm really looking for and trying to promote by myself. And there was another one.
Thank you. Well, the other one was Lisa asking for a link to participate and play this game. And while you're providing that for her, I want to thank you for a fantastic presentation. We're looking forward to your next session coming up as well. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. After our 30-minute break, you won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 9:30 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled An Immersive World for Advanced Speaking in English. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on this presentation and others, and to check out the Hypergrid resources and the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again, Ori, and thank you to our audience.
Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, the melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse playing with emotion. Bits and bytes beating a magical potion. The surfing the waves of the future sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, our melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, our melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, our melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. Bits and lights creating a magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, our melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. Bits and lights creating a magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse playing with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse playing with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speeding a magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world, where we're truly free. Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speeding a magic potion. We're surfing the
We're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, An Immersive World for Advanced Speaking in English. Our speakers are Elaine Hodder and Jeremy Finkelstein. Jeremy has been a computer developer and researcher for 40 years. Dr. Hodder is a senior lecturer at the Talpiot College in Holland. She is known for her innovative approach to teaching, which focuses on creating inclusive and diverse learning environments. Jeremy has been developing virtual world environments for education since 2006. He specializes in creating interactive environments designed to assist and further the educational process with fun and immersive content. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during this session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Okay. Elaine.
Hello. Hi. So here we are again, and today we'd like to present another MOOC course. So yesterday we explained, for those who aren't familiar, it's a massive open online course. We were given funding from the Ministry of Education in Israel and the advanced for the universities in Israel to make a course in advanced spoken English. The reason being that now, unlike before, I don't know, I'm sure many of you from different countries in the world are not, where people have to learn English. Whereas in the past, the exams were basically based on reading comprehension. Today, they cover all the 4 skills. And we were asked, because of this change in the universities and the colleges, to make a course that will cover the advanced level in spoken English. In other words, when you finish it, you're exempted from English. Okay, can we move the slide? So the first question we asked is, what's the best way to learn a language? That was the slide before. And I think we all know that the best way to learn is to go to that country and to become immersed. But in virtual reality, we can become immersed almost as much as if we were actually there. And I think that's the big advantage. And we're not the first people to develop this type of thing. There've been lots of projects before, but this is a complete course. And I don't think anyone's done it as extensively as we have in this course. And so, so if you agree with me that immersive learning is the best, yes, the best way to learn. So if you want to learn Hebrew, you can all come along to us. And the thing is, when people get to a higher level in English, there are different problems that are different to the lower levels. And I won't go into this because I'm also a linguist, the types of problems that people have. But I will say, and we'll come back to this later, a lot of it is related to confidence. And I'm sure many of you try to learn Spanish, but if you're not confident to speak whenever you can, you don't get the time to practice. And so we wanted to make a world where you'd have lots of time to practice as if you were in the real world, because time on practice is what improves your English. But just speaking in English won't improve your English. You have to be all the time given expressions, words, particular expressions to integrate in what you say in order to improve your level. So let's go on. I want to show you what we've done instead of just talking. Next one. So the course has 10 units. Each unit deals with a different language function, for example, arguing, asking for information, and each one takes place in a different place, and we'll show that to you in a second. And it's also part of a larger course where we use AI to learn the vocabulary at the beginning, and then later on they come to the virtual world to practice. So you can see we've got all different places where where the units take part, and each one allowing for different vocabulary and language use. Now, in the end, the students give 1 minute, 1 minute speeches, and sorry, the telephone's going here. They need at the end to give a 1 minute speech, and like a TED speech. So, and when we help them plan towards that. Yes. Oh, not all the time other people are going to be online for them. So we made sure we had a lot of individual work, a lot of gamification. You'll see soon we have ATM machines to get extra points, and a lot of things you do by yourself. And in the future, and we made this before AI, and obviously we're going to put AI into this, so you've got more people to talk to. And so we have exercises with a robot. We have pair work. We have group work. And this is connects with what Ori just said in the presentation before, the importance of a teacher. We do have a teacher at certain times there. So in each unit, in order to be graded, we'll show you that in a second, you need to speak with a teacher who gives you a grade for whatever you're doing on that level. It could be for a debate, it could be an elevator speech, and you have to go into a real elevator to give the speech with the teacher, and it's a lot of fun. Anyway, so let's watch a short video explaining this.
Okay, so if there are people that can't click on the video on the screen, then the link is in the chat below. If you click on the link in the chat.
Let us know when it finishes.
If you can type in the chat when you've finished.
In accordance with the European CEFR levels. This will hopefully attest to you completing the B2 level in English, which is the required level for many international companies and institutions of higher education. This certificate is already recognized by most leading high-tech companies, levels, as well as international organizations.
Do you want to explain this one?
No, go ahead.
So the students have multiple portals in which to track their own progress. And as Elaine said from the beginning, this is a MOOC course. So there's actually like, if you don't know what a MOOC is, it's kind of like a Moodle, so that the students can go in and do exercises on the website. And then they go into the virtual world and perform exercises there too. So on our website, they can track their virtual world tasks and all sorts of other tasks. And they can also be tracking how they're doing on the MOOC site as well.
And of course, all this information is open to the teachers, so the teachers get to see what the students have done, and It's interesting, here you get the grade and the explanation of each assignment. So some of the grades you get are just for doing something. Other times, you can make mistakes, so you lose points. And the teacher gives a real grade to how you do on the assignment at the end of each unit. Okay, let's go on.
So we have another video here, get ready. Click on the link in the chat and you'll be able to see it. It's just a short video.
So do you see you've got all these words underneath that we can use? Okay, actually, this is one of my favorite pictures. I mean, it's amazing. I've loved it for years. I think it's beautiful because the colours are very lively. So do you see you've got all these words underneath that we can use? Okay, actually, this is one of my favourite. It's impressionist. One of my favourite pictures, and you can't see it's amazing. I've loved it for years. I think it's beautiful because
I'm going to stand up and have a look at the paintings whilst you talk, so I can work out which one you're talking about.
Okay, actually, this is one of my favourite. It's impressionist. One of my favourite pictures, and you can't see it's amazing. I've loved it for years. I think it's beautiful because
I'm going to stand up and have a look at the paintings whilst you talk, so I can work out which one you're talking about.
Okay, actually, this is one of my favourite. It's impressionist. One of my favourite pictures, and you can't see it's amazing. I've loved it for years. I think it's beautiful because
I'm going to stand up and have a look at the paintings whilst you talk.
Watching it, that the words are there all the time to use, and that's the way we try to improve the vocabulary.
So that each user gets on their screen in a HUD words that they need to try and use in order to describe the painting. And they can go around and have a look at different paintings and describe them using those words.
The big difference between a lower level of speaker and a higher level is what we call formulaic sequences. And those are different expressions that we use. Instead of just giving the basic information, we add, like, I haven't thought of it that way. Oh, that's interesting. Those are the little expressions that are so important to raise the level of English, and also people to understand what is acceptable in different circumstances. And so that we work a lot on that, and also listening to different accents. We have people from all over the world. I mean, often if you're not used to hearing someone from Asia speaking, then it's really very difficult to understand. So we have to attune our ears to all different types of accents. Sorry, I thought everybody had finished.
I think most people have. So let's move on to the next slide.
Yeah.
So the advantages.
Yes, and I think the biggest advantage of this program is that so many people are not confident about speaking and they do not speak. Whereas in this course, when we asked them, they said, it's the first time I've spoken. Why? Because it's not me that's speaking, it's the avatar. And the fact that they don't think it's themselves, it's the avatar, that one step away allows something that we really hadn't considered before, a tremendous advantage of using virtual worlds. So that's really good. And obviously they enjoyed doing it. There was so much gamification. There were so many games for them, and there were competitions, and there was a social aspect. They got to meet so many different people. We had all different colleges, so they got to meet people from other colleges, from different cultures, Arabs, Jews, working together. And the teacher present was said to be really important for all of them, for the fun of meeting a teacher in a different environment, but learning in a fun way and getting feedback on a one-to-one basis. Okay, next one. We're almost out of time.
Okay, so there's just one last short video. We promise it's the last one.
Video is really fun. It's the very final unit, And you can see there are words on the side, and both the speakers get these words. They get a situation. I think people who make the virtual world, you'll love this. They don't know what situation it is. Each time a different situation comes, it could be in a prison, it could be in a bank. This one, I think, is a medical one that you see. And a list of words comes up, an arbitrary list of words. And the speakers between them have to try and use these words, and the audience vote on how well they use the words.
They kind of tell a story together, or have a conversation together using those words, and it can often turn out very funny to listen to.
And this is the final lesson.
Hi there.
Hello, Doctor.
How can I help you?
It's my leg.
It's your leg. What's the matter with your leg?
It really hurts. I mean, you can't apply. If anyone's applying pressure to it, it feels like it feels like an electric shock.
Yes, these are comments from the students. We have done research on this, and there's an exam at the beginning and the end. The students have improved tremendously, more than they should have for this short amount of time. They've managed to go up a whole level in English, which is like, wow. Obviously, the more time they spent, the more they improved their English, and they got a certificate to say they've reached the B2 level, which is what they need for any job in any international company. So
I think the amount of time they spend in world speaking and being immersed in that world, that's what sets this course apart, is that because it's a virtual environment and people can meet there and be immersed in it, they really improve very, very quickly.
Right. So any questions from anybody? We've got like 2 minutes left. We do have a booth where you can go to. As some of you might know, it's our festival of Hanukkah. So Jeremy's made donuts for you, but they're magic donuts when you don't put on any weight. So you're welcome to have as many as you want.
Kayaker has a question. When will you do this for Spanish?
Actually, we can do it for any language. It's someone who just has to come with us and put up the money, and we can do it easily. We are probably doing one in Hebrew in the near future. And I mean, the world's the limit once you've got the basis. But each language has its own problems and the own problems for learners. We know Arabic speakers find the P and the B interchangeable, so we have to make sure we have lots of exercise for that. And then depending on who it is, it would change, yes.
Right. So our booth is booth 17 on
Yeah.
Expo 3.
Right, important, exactly, how the voice is important for education, right? Okay, so we've got 1 minute to wrap up. Jeremy, should we wrap?
Let's wrap. We're on the last slide anyway.
Yes.
So if you go to this website, you can see we have 2 different courses, one for multiculturalism, a different course that we did, also in the virtual world, and also there's a portal to this course as well, and you can take a closer look at what the course is all about.
Now the course is on edX International, so anybody can take it for a fee. And obviously we have to take a fee because we have to pay for all this AI stuff we're using on the virtual world and the teachers. It comes with teachers, so that's why. But it's much, much less money than any course you'd normally take. It really is a bargain. So, but it's also if you have students in colleges that are interested, I mean, the more the merrier, basically.
That was very, very cool. And everybody, if you get a chance, stop over on Expo 3. They're at booth number 17. It sounds like it's a great thing to experience yourself firsthand. Well, I just want to say thank you to Elaine and Jeremy for an informative and interesting presentation today. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 10 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Learn Coding with Eureka, LSL Blocks for Open Simulator. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths, which are located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers.
Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, our melody profound. In the Metaverse, the sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse playing with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing on New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, our melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse playing with emotion. Bits and lights beating magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free.
Live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Learning Code with Eureka LSL Blocks for Open Simulator. And our speaker is Ori Shapira, also known as Turzane. Ori is a high-tech entrepreneur with over 30 years of experience in educational technologies and 14 years of research and development of virtual worlds. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send your tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag of #OSCC23. Welcome everyone, and let's begin the session.
Oh, just a second. Hello, everyone. Again, I'm Ori Shapira, and I'm the CEO and founder of Eureka World. Eureka World is focusing on make education system relevant to the students. And one of the, just before that, those who was not with us in the last session, okay, we are actually doing education in the open simulator in a large scale. We We already have more than 35 students, over 150 schools that actually work weekly or daily with our system, and we already trained above 330 teachers to work with Eureka World as a teaching. This is less important. One of the main things that was missing for us was actually a quick tool to programming and to teach children how to program in Open Simulator. This is one of the most issues, I believe, to make Open Simulator actually a useful tool for educators to work with. And the tool that we are familiar with was not sufficient. Either Scriptastic or other tools, because we really want them to learn how to program. So what we start to develop a few months ago, and it's still under construction, it's a modern block environment to create SLS, sorry, LSL.
And Ori, I think you're moving a little bit around. You might be making it hard for the audio to come through. If you can kind of try to face towards the mic the whole time, it might make a better presentation for the audio.
Okay, thank you for the remark. So this block environment is also for LSL and of course OSSL environment, and allow the children actually building a very quick programming and to learn the basic of programming using a block is the best way, I believe, to learn how to program. And one of the important things in this environment is that you can see on the left, on the right, you can see the block diagram of the code, but on the left, you can see also the actual code that is built during the process, and that way we can actually teach the children or the students how to build the textual code. At this point, we are neglecting the state part of the language. I know a lot of us really like the state part, but since it's not a regular way of programming, we are skipping it at that point. Maybe we'll do it in the future. You can see here the way it works exactly like the modern block environment works, like Scratch App Inventor and other environments. And you can see here a quick code that I made that just teaching the students how to work with if-else environment on one hand, and creating a lightning lamp inside the world. You can see here. Sorry, going back. You see here the block code that I created for this environment. It's a variable and click event, and you can see on the left side the LSL code that was generated. And then you can see it in Word. This is the object. I copy paste the code into the content, and I will just a second. It's more okay, and you can see the light works. And here you can actually go to the URL and see the environment. Hopefully it works. Okay. Short presentation. This is basically the idea that I want to talk to everybody, because from my point of view, if we want to make Open Simulator a real tool in current education systems. The coding is a very important part of it, and a good, straightforward programming tool that allow us to combine the blocks method in the programming, but in a common way, straightforward way, and simple way is essential. And it took me less than 10 minutes to present it, and I'm really open to questions and ideas about it, if there are
That's
any.
cool. I'm playing around with it a little bit on the website. I noticed that you can like stack them. They kind of, so you can change your order out and everything too.
Yeah, and it's really now in the production level. We'll be adding a new commands every day. I believe that until the end of February next year, we have the full OSL language combined into the system.
And the people in the audience, if you haven't tried it already, click on the link that was put in local chat. It's blocks.eurekaworld.co.il. And for those on YouTube, you know, play around with it. It's kind of neat to see how it all works firsthand.
Yes, you are more than welcome, and it's open source. You can actually take your students or yourself into this environment and generate your own scripts. This is the idea. It's not for subscription or anything. About the SketchUp, it's not related to that, but it's coming from the same idea of blocks programming. I believe it's sitting on the same system because the main system below that, it's the Blockly.
That's very cool. I've used some other things for coding, like Code Academy and things like that. And it's always nice when they have things that help you learn the structure and be able to understand not just how to write one single bit of code, but how to understand how it's pieced together. So that's really cool.
I saw a question here about the IDF training that I made. It's more for search and rescue. It's emergency respondent training, and we actually build a city which include disasters and allow teams to work with avatars to solve and train in this environment.
And let us know if any of you in our audience has questions for Ori. We have a few minutes left before we wrap up. So if you have anything you'd like to learn about with it, please ask away. And is there a place that we can see some of this on one of the Expo regions as well?
Yes, I have in Expo Region 5, I have our own booth for both, for the blocks and for the cell education. And in the speaker environment, I'm booth number 15 in the speakers arena.
Very cool. Let's see, is there anything on the YouTube channel? AI Scotch says the block programming is huge. Thanks. How far are you going with it? How many functions, events, etc., are you going for?
And now that we have the infrastructure in place, as I mentioned, I really hope that until the end of February, in 3 months from now, we will have like 80% of the LSL and OSSL language implemented. We really want it to be a strong tool for programming the Open Simulator.
And Franz Charming is also asking, does it support all LSL, OSL functions or only a subset of them?
And no, it will support all the OSSL or most of the OSSL functions. I will not guarantee for everything, but as far as we know, it should contain all of them.
Okay, and AI Scotch is also mentioning on the YouTube channel that 80% itself is huge. So sounds like you're doing some great stuff there.
Thank you. As I mentioned, at the moment, we are not implementing the state methodology. This is something that we are not feeling it's needed for children to learn how to program it.
Okay. Because they'd probably just try to do everything in state instead of doing it
instead
right
of
away.
if and logic.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So we
Okay.
prefer them to do it logically correctly than do it by state.
Yeah, it's always best to learn things the right way up front.
Yes, exactly. This is the idea.
Okay, so do you have anything else you wanted to add, or do we have any more questions?
It's just open for you guys, and as long as more people will use it, more people will ask for whatever they need in this environment, we will continue to improve it. And I think it can be a really breakthrough for using this environment in the education or for any developer, but I'm looking on the education part.
Okay.
Okay, so if any question more, I will be happy, and if not.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. Just that state is optional always, is what AI Scotch is saying. So I think that's about it. Are there any other questions from the audience? Just ask one more time. And are there any restrictions on this when it comes to using it with website type things? Can it interact with things online, especially when you're doing things for education and logging things?
There is no limitation. I don't see why you have any limitation for that. We are still missing the saving part. It will come up next week, and then you actually can save your block project locally and reuse it. But other than that, there is no limitation for the online.
Okay. All right. Well, I
Okay,
think then
thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. We do appreciate your coming out and sharing this with us, the great work you're doing. Thank you, Ori, for your information and an interesting presentation today. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 10:30 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Game Development in OpenSim, Leveling and Animated Storytelling with Everything as an NPC. Also, we encourage you to visit our OSCC 23 Poster Expo, which is in the OSCC Expo 3 region, to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources, which are in the OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Again, thank you again to our speaker, Ori, and to our audience.
New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, our melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world, where we're truly free. New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, our melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing away. New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse playing with emotion. Bits and lights creating a magical potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes,
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Game Development in OpenSim, Game Development Leveling Up Animated Storytelling with Everything as an NPC. We have some special instructions for you, so please look at the chat as well as listen to these instructions. Before we get started, I want to share a few tips on viewer settings that will help you to see what is happening on the stage. The settings OSCC prepares you for when you sit in the audience using the optimal settings for a presentation. However, this project has a larger scene, a larger scope, and more avatars, so you'll need to change a few things to give us a better shot at success and to give you a better shot at enjoying this. Even if we don't pull this off, it should be a fun ride. After all, it is possible. Stay in your seats to avoid roving NPCs, some of which will be invisible. Shaban has slides for you visual learners. First, please take a look at the settings, the quick settings button. It's in the lower right corner of your display at the bottom of your viewer. Check that lower right button called quick settings. Click to open and find the max avatar slider and set that to at least 22. You have to have it higher if your computer can handle it, but we have a lot of avatars here, and setting it wide open to see everyone could make things really lag for you. So adjust it for your comfort. Also, while you are there, turn off the name tags. That would be in preferences on the general setting. We'll have NPCs all over the place, and the name tags will create too much visual clutter for you. You can close that menu when you're done making those changes. This next change you won't be able to make until each scene starts. Just follow along now as I explain, because it will save you a lot of trouble trying to follow the characters with your camera as the story progresses. We've created a narrator NPC that will be invisible, but positioned on stage in a place where most of the action in the scene will happen, and she will move as the center of the action moves. Again, Siobhan has slides. Now, if you go up to the COM menu, the communications menu, on your menu bar at the top of your viewer, the second button from the left, open that. Click People, and then in the list, find the narrator NPC. Then right-click and zoom in on her. You won't see her, but you will see through her eyes and as she moves about. Menu, the communications menu, on your menu bar at the top of your viewer, the second button from the left, open that. You'll need to zoom in on her again when the next scene starts. You don't need to stay zoomed in on her. In fact, in the second and third scenes, there will be things happening in the audience that you might want to see. You can just scroll out and then back again and now and then in this environment with so many avatars. And if your cameras scroll back too far, well, the things happening on stage will appear to move in slow motion, as if the characters are stuck in lag. When you scroll in the action, it'll be seen at normal speed, so make sure you scroll back and forth, check that view from the avatar's position, and have a great production. Over to our cast now.
Hello, this is Nara Malone. This project grew out of our continuing research into ways to tell stories in Open Simulator. In the 11 years we've been doing this, most of our efforts have centered around NPCs. This year we decided to level up with a full visual one-act play. And so, given this setting and the season, we thought we'd share our retelling of the Holly King and Oak King, a visual representation of creating a world like we do in OpenSim, with the same decisions needed for environment, length of day, colors, textures, and location. This tale illustrates the king's struggles to make those same sorts of decisions at the beginning of a much bigger simulation some of us call real life. We've entitled it the Yule Tale because it used to be told over the Yule log at the end of the year. We will give the characters voices, so let's get started by introducing you to the characters and their voices. Siobhan?
So, I will be speaking for the Holly King, but first let's introduce the Oak King, which will be spoken by Mal Burns.
Hello, everybody. I am the Oak King.
And as I said, I will be the Holly King.
Dorina Bree will voice the goddess Rhiannon.
Hello. Thanks for coming to see us today.
And Shannon Albright is our lovely narrator. Say hey, Shannon.
Hi, everyone. Happy holidays.
And now we present the Yule Tale. Everything you will see here, animate and inanimate, is an NPC.
Now, let's scroll back in time through decades and centuries, millennia, to the Celtic kingdom were known then and remembered now as the Holly King and the Oak King. The twins shared their space about as harmoniously as most brothers share things. That is to say, their definition of harmony involved more conflict than the return of the Jedi. The only thing they agreed upon was their love of Rhiannon.
The trees should drop their leaves in winter and sleep as the animals do.
No fit shelter for the birds and wild things.
Stop! You're fighting over tree leaves. Maybe some of the trees could drop their leaves and some should not.
A fine answer.
Right you are, Rhiannon. Makes perfect sense.
Fly, beastie!
Of course the holly trees should keep their leaves and berries year-round.
Hey, and the oaks as well.
Dreaded reptiles.
No, the oak leaves are too thin and weak. They can't shed the snow. The branches will snap under the weight.
Are you saying oaks are weak?
Bother it all! Holly, use some sense instead of arguing with everything he says.
Are you gonna turn him back into a man then?
No.
Please, sweet goddess, I'm sure he's learned his lesson.
Well then, as the spell was done, you must give him a kiss to change him back.
You mean, like, blow him a kiss?
You may try that. I don't see why the two of you have to make this so complicated. It makes more sense for the needled and glossy leaf trees to provide the shelter in the winter. The rest, like the oaks, can drop their leaves and seeds, providing food to be stored through the winter sleep.
All that means is to choose the length of the seasons.
Spring and summer are the fairest and most useful, and so we should follow the same pattern as we do for waking and sleeping.
It's absurd. Fall and winter are the fairest and most practical.
What's practical about freezing your ass off?
It is the time of crafting, telling tales, writing books, and making art. These things all need the darkness, the solitude to germinate, as a seed does in the dark and damp soil.
But the spring and summer provide the crops and the livestock to keep you alive through the lean months. Surely there'll be no creating without food.
For the love of all, stop your bickering. Split the year in quarters and give each season its equal share. If either of you say another word, you'll both be turned into tadpole men. Hop off and fly already, you blasted beast.
And a relative peace settled over the land. With the coming of spring, everything was fine until the arrival of summer, when the days grew longer and hotter, and the early lessons learned evaporated in the heat, and the brothers returned to their old habits. And with the coming of spring, everything was fine.
Vines grow back as fast as I can cut them. This bloody heat. How's a man to think? How's he to put story to page, write when thoughts melt faster than they form?
Ach, brother, now why did you have to go and scare off Maylie?
You've nothing better to do than laze about the garden wooing pretty lasses.
You're such an arse.
Only an idiot resorts to calling names when he has nothing reasonable to say. You want to spar?
You seem to need it.
Will you act right?
Think you can make me?
No doubt. Ah, enough of this.
Quitting already?
Well, if you're gonna act crazy. Oh! Shut your gob. Oh! Flipped! Watch out! No, no, brother! Stay with me. Someone help! I've killed my brother, Rhiannon. He is gone from us. No, no.
Even the trees weep at your passing, sweet king.
Summer gave way to fall, and fall to winter. The darkness and the cold deepened with each passing day, but the Holly King could take no joy in it. But the Holly King The Holly King's and the cold deepened with each passing day, but the Holly King could take no joy in it. The snows came and drifted across the doors of the keep, and the people kept to their cottages, the animals to their burrows. Only the hungry wolves roamed the forest.
The world is empty. My brother's gone, and there's no way to right this wrong beyond joining him in the next life. I don't deserve such an escape. I deserve all the suffering my brother's death has brought.
The animals to their burrows. Only the hungry wolves roam the forest.
What is that light? How can this be?
What's this? It is the night of the Yule, and there are no bonfires, no celebrations to mark the turning of the seasons.
Is it you? You live?
With thanks to Rhiannon.
And?
Oh, and thanks to you, brother. I could not leave you. I am summer, and I couldn't become your winter. I couldn't leave you frozen in your grief. I felt your misery, and I know you've been feeling mine.
Let us join in the celebration of Yule.
And the brothers lived in peace, mostly, for the remainder of their days. The length of the days and the timing of the seasons in the centuries that followed, no one argued over. At least, not until someone invented daylight. And the brothers lived in peace, mostly, for the remainder of their days. The length of the days and the timing of the season.
Well, thank you for a wonderful, wonderful session. I'd like to introduce our performers for them to take a bow. Our performers include Dorina Bree, Shannon Albright, and the inspiration for this event, Nara Malone, Nara Nook, and Mal Burns as the Oak King. If you'd each take a bow. And we are going to have a panel next. So our panelists are going to get set up and talk about this amazing production and their work on game development in OpenSim, leveling up animated storytelling with everything as an NPC. Dorina has been a part of Nara's Nook since 2014. This was her first experience in 3D story building. Mal is the host of In-World Review, a weekly news and discussion program which has been running for over 10 years. Nara is an award-winning author, poet, and game writer. And Shannon Albright is a romance author, a graphic artist, and a content creator. Please check out the website for more speaker bios at conference.opensimulator.org and for the full schedule of events. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the panel.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm going to start it because I can't see anybody else starting it. Okay. I'm going to act as host now. I'm going to give up the voice of the oak. I keep calling him an oak tree, but oak king is the one I meant. This is a panel we're going to start a little bit. Discussing how it was all put together. From my point of view, I was just sitting there reading the script. Several times, actually, we've rehearsed it. Excuse the noise outside, too. An engine is revving. Right, well, we didn't crash and burn, so I don't need to ask why. There's an in-joke there, which only the people on stage will understand.
We didn't crash and burn because we're awesome at
We
this.
are. We finally got it sorted, and even the snow came down on time, I think.
Did.
I thought I saw some
And
floating
it
leaves
actually
earlier on.
stopped.
Yeah.
Yes, it stopped when it needed to.
Okay, I've got a few talking points here, but it's a bit. I'm going to go for the straight one. I think I've asked this before on another panel, but why choose NPCs and not Animesh? And I guess this is for Nara, really. I guess.
Well, we did talk about this before. For in particular, the thing that we just did, and you probably would not have noticed, but there were a total of 45 NPCs in this. And an NPC has a quarter of the impact of a regular avatar, and Animesh has the same impact as a regular avatar. So, so when you think about it, if you're going to do a production that large with that many things changing, you want to do it with your lowest impact tool. And another thing about NPCs is we can really simply make fast things happen. Like when you saw the goddess Rhiannon turn the Oak King into a frogman, um, that happened in like 100th of a second. And we do that with just an appearance change. And so to change that with Animesh or something like that would have been, much harder scripting wise, and it would have been not quite as fast. You wouldn't have had that instant change. So those are
Well,
just a couple of the reasons.
all right. Well, I'm privileged, of course, in terms of going through rehearsals with you, to actually see a screen share from you, which obviously the audience here can't see, where you actually sort of reveal the various objects and scripts you've got hanging around. And I, we can't display it, but oh, thanks. You opened it. You've opened a Holly King, Oak King card here, for example, and it's full of different. It starts off with, well, I guess is a time like 9.01, whatever, and then spawning, and
So
then a location, and you say it's very easy, but I look at this and think I couldn't do that. You basically create a separate script from what we're doing when we're talking for actual actions of the NPCs, don't you? So a script was telling the goddess or whatever to pick my body up and take it away. We were talking as if we ourselves were doing it, but how much was because you did a lot more rehearsal than I did, which was just voice. How much of a task was this? The synchronization between the script where the actors or we're doing our voices, and the other script where your actors are all NPCs and doing their
it's
action.
actually it's actually one script. All of the voices and the actions happen all in the same script. And if you look up on the stage, I have these little things that looks like eyes and a nose and a mouth I'm setting up there. Each one of those is just a little box containing just what I'm showing you now, this story script. And you could put it all in one object and run it all, but we needed to split it up so that if something went wrong, we could stop and restart easily. And it also made it a lot easier to edit different sections of the scene and not have to go through the whole story every time we wanted to make a little change.
Right.
What
So
was remarkable about it is that this script, this is Siobhan Muir, by the way.
Yeah,
This script,
I should just point out to the audience in world, they can't see what we're talking about. We can only see it on our screen share. So we're basically
yeah.
looking at the written script that makes the
right.
object. Yeah.
Right. So what's great about the script though is it was remarkably easy to understand and follow. So even if you didn't have 30 years in OpenSim or in years and years of coding, it's something that even someone who is not as good at coding as I am as compared to Nara, I could build this script as well. And all she said was, okay, we need to move it here and we need to add seconds here and we need to add this action. And it was surprisingly easy to build.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
and when we did the immersive edge thing, it was all artists and authors telling stories, and this script was made, custom made by some of OpenSim's best scripters. to give us the tools to do it, where we didn't have to know how to code. We could just put down the number of the NPC that we wanted to be able to move and how long we wanted to wait until that action happened and what the action was. And there's like I don't know, maybe 12, 15 different actions we can choose from.
It's
And it's
fascinating.
really easy to put together.
I must admit, looking at it, which the audience can't see, of course, sort of, I can see how it would be easy to deconstruct that and actually, work your way with new things. But there's an example here, for example, for the Oak King. Who was that? And it's got some numbers and it says Oak King writing chair. Now, when I was reading the script, I had no idea what this was. You can't read the script and watch the scene at the same time unless you're in it. I think the magic is that action was taking place while I was just reading a script, and at the time I couldn't see what was happening. I was just taking my cue at the exact time, so to speak, and you of course were controlling what was happened. Now, do the rest of you you also specialize in a bit of a different area? Does one of you specialize in the story, another in the props, another in the script, or in whatever? Have you got
Yeah.
your little niche?
Yes, exactly. So maybe Shannon can tell you. Shannon helped me to do the character designs. We like picked out images. You remember that, Shannon?
Yeah, I do. Oh, I do.
Yeah.
We
And
went
then
from
we opened the Fuse app and we built them together in the Fuse app and then handed them off to Dorina, who's our mesh specialist.
yeah.
And Dorina, you want to tell us what you did with that?
I cleaned them up quite a bit as far as just the geometry of them to make to lower them enough to be able to bring them in here um, easily. And
Yeah, and she
I
rigged
rigged
them
them. I
all.
gave them the bones that they needed to be able to move, and then brought them in and started.
And whenever we need a custom animation, we say, Dorina, make us an animation.
Oh yeah.
So that's her skill. And Siobhan is the one who keeps us all in line. She made the lovely presentation board here. She also did a lot of the scripting for some of the stories, like she did all of the props that stayed up on the stage the whole time. She did that. And we all took turns with the scripting. It's like we said, that scripting part of it is something anybody could do. And we just each took a box and went through the parts that we needed for that part of the story. And for the screenplay itself, I wrote that at the beginning of the year. And then Siobhan went through me with it and edited it with me. And then all of us, as we were practicing, made changes to it to kind of suit everybody's style.
Right, I've got a quote for you here actually, where it's sort of you introduced this, not on text here anyway. The Yule Tale is an ancient story that you've changed up a bit to suit a modern audience and speak to issues of our time that are dividing families and friends. For example, a mild example, daylight savings time, for example, where which we all hate, but we can't agree which end of the day to put the hour to solve the problem. And the argument with the brothers obviously evidence this. And but then you talk about when you're making the project itself, you say we lived a hero's journey in the making of this project, and Chauvelin says it was like a fish out of water adventure for her, which is a famous prose bit in literature. So you want to comment on those?
Siobhan,
A
you want
water
to take
idea
that?
is a trope. It's a very famous trope in literature, and what it usually means is someone taken from usually our world and then thrown into something that they don't know anything about. Which for me, when I first started working with Nara and Nara's Nook, she said, "Oh, we're just going to do this with NPCs," and I'm like, "I don't even know what an NPC is." I was a fish out of water. So doing this was kind of like, "Oh, okay, so we could just make the script work," and
Hey,
it was a learning thing for me.
hey, Nara, did you see the question? It's an awesome question that I think that you would like to see you answer.
What's
Right,
the
this is
question, Shannon?
actually maybe Leah can help us. I know she's still on with us. In terms of audience questions that are coming in, I have to twist my neck to see them. So
Okay, well, the
maybe Leah can keep an eye on them. Yeah.
the question
Absolutely.
is,
Here, I'll take a look. Yes.
thank you.
I
also put
found
it
the
in the chat.
question actually. Do you want me to just answer it?
Sure.
Well,
Okay.
is this the question from Franz Charming? Nara, is this a system that you
Yes.
will open source and or can can educators hire you to create a play for them?
Yes, they can. And yes, it's open source. We put all of the tools that we use to make this presentation in our booth in Expo 3. So you can just go there and grab those boxes. And there's even a couple of little demo items. You'll see the Oak King and the Holly King sitting there. And Siobhan made just a little sample disc of the goddess Rhiannon. If you click that disc, you'll see her come up and res the little flying dragon and such. So, yes, and Franz is right. The script that we're talking about is not your typical OpenSim script. It was written by Fred Backhausen, Anya, and I can't say her last name, but I can spell it Caoimhe, I
Kiva.
think.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Kiva.
And
Yep.
Anya's no longer with us, but she wrote a lot of this. Neothar Cortex wrote part of it. I think some of it came from Wizardry and Steamworks, and some from Jessie Campbell, who she is no longer with us either. So, but all of this was written open source and contributed to us to promote our like hypergrid storytelling projects and to do storytelling in OpenSim. And it's there for anyone to use. And we are all, we love what we do here and we're happy to help people if they're trying to do this.
Okay, I've got another question. Unless Leah's got any more from the audience. Have you got any more from the audience yet? Okay. My other question is to the team there basically. If we had a wish list of what features we'd like to see added to OpenSea in relation, of course, to projects like this, not generally as well, if you want. Would it be what would it be basically? The Open Metaverse Initiative, WebGL implementation, implementing features like open source game engines like Godot. I don't think that's how you pronounce it. Are there any things you would put to a wish list, technically, that would help the team doing this sort of thing?
I think WebGL, if we could some way make, because we've already done our own experiments, just Siobhan and Darina and I have done experiments with taking things from other platforms and bringing them into OpenSim in WebGL. But what we would really love to be able to do is take things from OpenSim and put them in WebGL to bring, because it's such a learning curve, but WebGL is not. So if you could put like a WebGL story or a WebGL region that people can go into and interact with and encourage them to then look deeper into OpenSim and come in here and see what all's going on in here, I think it would be just such a powerful tool to bring more and different kinds of creators into OpenSim.
That's great. Thank you. Mal, there's a question for you for our panel. The question is the use of AI an option for future storytelling and game development in virtual worlds?
Well, I saw that. I mean, the answer is, obviously yes. AI has a future in just about everything. There are separate issues as to what we should and shouldn't do with it. I mean, if I was alive 120 years ago and somebody was having a referendum on whether domestic motor cars should be allowed, I rather think we'd have voted against it if we could have seen the future. And I wonder if AI is something like that. If we don't tame it at this point in time, we may have, and that 100 years' time, we may not even recognize the planet we're on, and it may have nothing to do with the environment and everything to do with AI's being the primary life form. So, you know, we got to watch what we're doing. But I think as an aid to storytelling, I'm sure Nara will agree with me. I'll hand it to her, but I would say it inevitably will be in terms of the the actual storytelling and the writing. You know,
We
Nara?
all have
in
very
particular,
different perspectives.
yeah, did you see
I can
she's
speak
also
to
talking
that
about
question
AI-driven
about the
NPCs?
AI
Yeah.
NPC. I've already done that. I've already brought. I did not use, like, I don't use the open AI stuff, and I don't use any of the commercial AIs. I used an open source small large language model, and I connected my NPCs, because when I first came to OpenSim, the first thing I did was take an NPC and connect it to AMOR, which is an older version of AI. And so then I took a small language model that's open source. You don't have to pay anybody for it, because, you know, as authors and artists, we all have issues with the fact that a lot of our work has wound up in these engines without any compensation to us.
Without our
So
consent.
yeah, so
There are something. It's I've been avoiding the AI things like browser plugins and stuff like the Play, but I recently on the Mac downloaded a couple, which run completely locally, and you actually have to work at getting them online to actually check their database and stuff. But
yeah,
they learn from you, and they only learn from you, so you can.
right.
They learn from the data
And it's
set.
something
Yeah,
you control.
exactly. So, you know, I can use that kind of AI to do something for me, and it would do it. It would give me an answer or produce something, but it's all locally. It never contacts the. It
Yeah.
doesn't even work across the network
Yeah,
properly.
they run on your own computer, and that's
Yeah.
what I used. And so it's not something like I can put out there for everybody to play with, but you can find that stuff if you look at local llama in Reddit. There's always somebody posting there about the newest open source language models. They will point you to places on GitHub where you can get the open source language models, and those models are not harvesting your data and feeding it back to these big giant corporations who just came through and scraped all the creators' work and are trying to make billions off of it. So, you know, I
ChatGPT did that
like,
too.
yeah, I like giving the NPCs voices, but I don't want to give them a chat GPT voice.
Quite. Just make them more into robots, which they're half they are.
What is left for
I
humans to do, according to WebRain? What is left? We make the art that AI is based on. So saying AI is better than humans is ridiculous, because they used our data to become what they are. So they can't make better art than us. We are still always the original source.
Yeah. I mean, they get once they're trained enough, they can do an awful lot. But you've got to remember the training was done somewhere. And I think we're discussing this later, actually. But you know,
Lisa's
this.
right. ChatGPT is
Right,
OpenAI.
ChatGPT is OpenAI, but OpenAI is not open source.
Right.
They're different.
So
Yeah,
that,
well,
you
actually,
know, they never changed their name,
you probably read
but
all
they're
the
not open source.
You probably read all the fuss about their CEO recently, and I mean, a lot came from the fact that they actually have two
Yeah,
divisions. They have a commercial division, and the board of that division is interested in exploiting the technology and obviously making money. The other division is the do good division, and I think there was a bit of a conflict between those two divisions as AI is becoming so big, you know.
A
And
lot
that,
of people like to say AI is a tool too, but
yeah,
it would be a tool if it hadn't scraped the data unethically.
yeah,
And right now, there's no way to use it ethically. So until there are restrictions and that protect the artists, it's not just a tool; it's actually harming people. But that's
and
a
you need to
political discussion that I don't want to get into. So
yeah,
let's
you
talk
need
about something else.
We
Yeah.
need to train it in ethics, don't we?
Let's not
Yes,
go there.
exactly.
yeah.
Right. Well, yeah. Oh, hang on. Yeah, Leah. Were there any more coming in? I thought I had asked the last one. Hero's Journey. Oh yeah, actually, I was going to comment on something I've seen already. In my many visits to you, Nara, in various things, of course, I'm very familiar with the idea that you've got say a wall, right? And I go and move up to the wall, and the wall dissolves and becomes the interface of a WebGL world, and can walk literally. I've done this with you. Walk from OpenSim into that wall and thus into a web world. And it's fascinating. What I haven't seen is where I can walk into the web world a few yards, and then turn around and actually see a scene behind me that mimics where I've just come from. But that's more of an artistic sort of thing. But I love playing with that idea of interop even in very simple forms. So I can see you.
Right. Yeah, we had a region of books where they were all run WebGL worlds, and you touch the book, and then you can play the WebGL game that we created there. So that's in the what do we call that region? The Storybook Islands. Was that it,
Yeah.
Siobhan? Do you remember?
Yeah, that was the Storybook Islands.
Yeah, the
Yep.
Storybook Islands.
VRML, that's interesting. That's going back away. That's Tony Parisi, isn't it? Yeah, VRML, I think. Yeah, years ago, 30 years ago, if not, like, it might even have been 80. Well, I don't know. That is all technology, but it's a shame, really. It was never really pursued because
Yeah, I'm hoping
VR.
that they will take something like Godot and integrate it with OpenSim in a way that we can use WebGL here to, interface with the web instead of all of it being in world.
We were talking I was talking to somebody yesterday. There was an example that the Metaverse Interop people did. They were here last year. Um, and they're actually able to go into a WebXR world, and they're able to, which appears on a tab in a web browser, but it looks like a world, not too complex, of course, but basically it. And then you explore that world, but you come across a teleporter, like a hypergate, and you go through that hypergate into a completely different web world. And it raises the spectre of, would you open a tab and go and search for hypergates and hypergate to other web worlds? Or would you simply open a separate tab for each of those web worlds? Because it's doing both at once, if you see what I mean. Except if you take the teleport from the tab you're in, you're obviously stays in the same tab. Whereas, if you do it via the browser, you open up separate tabs and switch between them. And it's intriguing, which one will we choose? I don't know.
Is that what the Open Metaverse Initiative is doing? They're trying to integrate OpenSim with
It's actually,
things
yeah,
so
it's
we
actually
can hypergrid.
well, they're looking at Interop.
Go ahead.
OMI, I'm talking about, and we interviewed them here last year. The names that I always say Open Metaverse Initiative, but it's not. It's Open Metaverse Interop. In other words,
Okay.
um, it, their concern is interoperability. So they're doing a lot of things about file types that can exist in different places at the same time. In other words, they're compatible
It's
with different
really
platforms
exciting.
and
Yeah.
moving from one WebXR instance into another seamlessly because we complain that sort of various worlds have nothing in common and we can't go from one to another. But if you consider the common layer in WebXR is the web. So in fact, the web is behaving, or JavaScript and everything else that runs on it is behaving like the platform. And so different web worlds actually share the same platform in a
So
simplistic
you
way.
would think you could just make a portal to move between web worlds, right?
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, I love the way we can walk into your gates here. Unfortunately, we can't walk back. Because we can, of course, we press the escape button, which closes the gates of the world we've walked into. But I mean, you can't just turn back around and walk back where you came from. But in the future, who knows? All this may be possible. So one of my last questions, I'm just looking, oh yeah, we've got about 5 minutes left. The crucial question, what next for the Nuke team?
Um, we're going to be spending the next year. I promise Yvonne, we're going to be spending the next year finishing up a big project we're doing in Unity called the Storyteller's Castle. And we've been working on that for a couple years now. And our focus this year is going to be wrapping that project. And another one, Dorina and I were doing for Games for Empathy. Uh, we've been working on that project for a couple of years, and we're going to wrap that one too. So we've got a busy year ahead of us, and we probably will not be doing another project for OpenSim next year because this one took us all year. We started working on this in January, and so we just won't have time to do it. But we'll be back to watch everybody else and what they come up with.
Yeah, big news, but that's the we become the voyeur or something. Yeah, that's good. You mentioned Unity. I mean, do any of your projects involve actually building in Unity, which of course is principally Mesh, and then bringing that into OpenSim, or are you thinking much more of building things in
Yeah,
Unity?
we do that quite a bit. In fact, some of the things that we used here in today's project were built in Unity and brought into to OpenSim.
Right.
As the avatars were built in an application called Fuse and brought into OpenSim, but we can use them in both Unity and OpenSim. So we're
Exactly.
trying to find ways to merge our two loves, Unity and OpenSim.
Yeah, and of course, not to put a finer point on it, if you author in Unity, it's missing the real time sharing authoring that we have here, which I think is the key to OpenSim.
Yeah, there's no community for that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
we really
I
like this community.
I read a prim, I hand it to a sculptor who mangles it, then they hand it to an artist who does the textures and stuff, and then somebody else gets it to do the lighting on it, and all that can be done in real time in OpenSim and in Second Life for that matter. No other platform, the whole new wave that have come along, has that facility, that one facility of co-creating in real time. You can meet in real time, you can travel, you can walk around a mesh village that's already created in real time, but you can't actually have a team create in real time, except in OpenSim and possibly Second Life, of course.
Right. That's why I like to create here because we can all, the four of us can get together and come in and build things here. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, right. Sunspace, I believe, is also Unity. I need to look
so
into
yeah,
that. I know I've went into their beta before. Go ahead,
sure.
Mel.
They have they have a second version called Break Room, which what they've done now is they've focused Break Room on the enterprise, and all their consumer people are focused on Science Base, and you can get from Break Room to Science Base, but not the other way around. But their versions are the same thing. But interesting, Adam Fisby, who many of you know, he's one of the founders of OpenSim here, but he, of course, a principal person who runs Science Base now. They have recently changed everything. Regular users now get a lot more land, a lot more storage, and I mean a lot, like going up from 500K to 5,000 gigabytes or so. Not quite that much, but they've really given the public free users a lot more value for their non-money, I guess you could say. But they've laid down the law for enterprise users that the enterprise users can't play around for free anymore. They've got to go to Brave Room. But it's a very good point. Sun mentioned this, but in fact, most of the tools in Science Base, there's a whole subset of Unity tools that you can use, and it'd be lovely to have that in OpenSim. But because Science Base is built on Unity anyway, it's easy to make a toolbox, of things you can do that is a subset of Unity, and that's really not really quite the same as a team mangling in real time. I'm afraid, I can't really just put down a bit and give it to somebody else in real time to use it. All the major stuff in Science Base is done offline in Unity, the way you've been talking about, Nara, I think. Anyway, I've got a feeling we're getting. Yes, I know there's going to be a thing coming up in a minute saying 1 minute left. Oh, well, it's 2 minutes actually, but never mind.
Very
Our
close.
Our clocks aren't quite synced yet. So, any last thoughts? Is there anything either of you wanted to say here that I missed in my prompts and everything?
That's all I've got. You got anything, Siobhan?
That look for our projects coming in Unity. It'll be pretty exciting.
Sure. Anywhere particularly people can go on the web or whatever to find links to Unity, by the way, to connect with you in that way?
We're active on MeWe and where else, Siobhan? Blue Sky,
Blue Sky, MeWe, Mastodon,
Facebook, Mastodon.
yeah. And you can find our website is narasnook.com.
That's it, yeah. So you'll find everything there you might need for, because obviously there's no Unity station, so to
Oh
speak.
yeah, and our YouTube channel next
Oh,
to Making
absolutely.
Tales.
Yeah, let me
We
get you
put
back to
some
that.
tutorials and stuff we've been working on up there. So
Right. Okay. So the central thing is Noah's Newcom, actually, yeah, because there's things there to virtually everything you're doing, aren't there? So
Yeah.
you'll find the links. And Blue Sky, that is. Oh, I'm gonna have to look you up there.
It's the Twitter
hey,
replacement.
Siobhan's got invites, Mal.
No,
Siobhan's got
I'm in
invites,
there.
so I'll get her to
I'm,
send you one. Oh, you
no,
are?
I'm
Okay,
already
we'll
in
have to
there,
find
but
each other.
I'm already in there, but I don't know how many people there. No, Hamlet's all sent me an invite yonks ago at the very beginning, and but I don't know too many people there. And even people like Hamlet don't use it very much. So
Yeah, me either. I think Siobhan is my only friend there so far. I've been so busy with this project, I haven't really been on social media much.
Mastodon is a very good replacement, and I actually use IFTT to relay from Mastodon to my old Twitter accounts, which of course are now called something else. But what the hell? Okay, we
Well,
better
thank
close.
you.
Over to you, Leah, for the closing. Whatever you do.
That's it. Thank you, panelists, for an informative and wonderful presentation. We loved it. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 12:30 in this keynote region, and it is entitled In Conversation, Mal Burns Talks with Tish Shute, after an hour for our meal break. We'll also have a little shopping trip over the meal break for anyone who wants to go shopping with us or to see Kelso Uxley's region with his Christmas market and go skiing. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC regions. Thank you again to our panel and to you, the audience.
Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, our melody profound. In the Metaverse, the sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, our melody profound. In the Metaverse, the sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world, where we're truly free. Band is here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, a magic potion. The surfing waves of the future sea. In this pixelated world, where we're truly free. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the future sea. In this pixelated world, where we're truly free. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speeding magic potion. The surfing waves of the future sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speeding magic potion. The surfing waves of the future sea. In this Your boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the future sea. In this pixelated world, where we're truly free. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hints and echoes, our melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. Bits and lights beating a magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation in conversation. Mal Burns talks with Tish Shute. Our speakers are Mal Burns and Tish Shute. Mal has used virtual environments for nearly a decade or more and is concerned about user interfaces in general and has a wealth of media and design experience behind him. Tish works at the intersection of design, research, technology, and market to develop innovative products leveraging AI and spatial computing for entertainment, games, AVs, robotics, intelligence, augmentation, and augmented ecosystems. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of this session, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments, send your tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the panel.
Well, thank you, Leah. And I would say just before we start that if you have any questions, you can direct them at Leah and she'll forward them to us as we go along, although she'll be looking at general chat as well. So, you can click on her and get a window up so you can message her. Right. Okay, well, it's very good to be here. Third time this weekend, of course. And originally, I was going to do a future panel here. I taking some people from OpenSim's earlier days and to today and looking at the future. But at the end, we'd have been here for days trying to do that. So I was in touch with old friend here, really, Tish Shute, and thought, well, she is ideal. And she, for example, co-founded the AWE conference, AWE, with Ori Umbar, isn't it? I forgot,
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And even this summer, I've got film from her doing various panels and things there. And I interviewed her about 12 years ago on the program I had then, which I hope to revise someday, called Crossworlds. But all of that, it was set the stage for me, as it were. And I've been chatting meeting with Tish or yesterday, I think, catching up, and there really is so much to catch up on. So what I'd like to do first is go back to the early days, but not for long, and then move into the new exciting times we live in now, really. So Tish, I'll go basically, let's put it in your worlds. I know you started in film and then you moved into technology, and you were one of the first. You and I, for example, used to teleport out of Second Life and into OpenSim courtesy of IBM. Now, how many people can say they did that? Tell us more about what you remember of those days.
Yes. And just, I mean, what was interesting is I got into film actually through technology. That was my ticket in. I was basically early in the days of computer animation. So I probably wouldn't have been able to get into film if I didn't take the technology path. But that was very, very, very fundamental in a way, because at the time I got into film, it was about layering, motion control photography. So you could layer effects on the top of, on real worlds, have spaceships flying and have time warps and things like this. And so it meant that the start of my career was really looking at the future, like what would the world look like? Because that was usually our clients would say, well, we're working, the film is set in 2050, and how would this look in 2050, right? And so it's like augmented reality on film, layering effects so they blend seamlessly with real world scenes. That does actually explain a bit about, partly why I haven't been as active in virtual worlds lately. And what I was very, very involved with Second Life and early sim in the open sim in the early days. I'm still excited by open sim, by the way. I'm very excited to see how it's grown. Fabulous. But just so, the little piece there is that my dream has always been that we should have that famous spectrum of AR to VR where you can, go to slide to complete immersion in a virtual world, but you can also slide the other way where the real world is more present and you're presenting an augmented view. I have always believed that should be seamless. And just again, I think just to frame this, that was what I was looking at first in Second Life. We would and also, this is another huge thing, I believe the superpower of spatial communications is that it connects us more closely with the real world, right? That actually, now, this is why when we get to questions, I'm so interested in this communities learning, because obviously over the last decade, virtual worlds have not broken this vision of the seamless spectrum between AR and VR has not been something that has been possible to be realized. And actually, I think virtual worlds found their niche and some of their biggest successes in their isolation from the real world, right? But this was the whole debate, wasn't it, Mel, in Second Life? You remember in Second Life, I was always upset that the messaging in and out was choked because it had to be to sort of make the experience good for the in-worlders. And, it's just, this is my fundamental interest, is really having computing, which virtual worlds and augmented reality are like a serious part of, not, and this again, we can have questions on this, not diminish our amazing bandwidth as human beings engaged in this incredible, real world. That's my real interest, because I have not spent, I'm very interested to hear from some of the community, some of the things that they think about the future of, people think about the future of VR, because when you listen to me, Mal knows this, don't you? And you could talk perhaps about some, you saw this too, because you were involved with the IBMers and doing the Wimbledon thing and Second Life. But that isn't the way things have developed, as far as I know. Although Mal told me people are, you told me there is an open simulator that is really working on a simulation use case. Because that was always very prime to me. But is there much sort of
Open Simulator is a sort of distant cousin of Linden Labs engine.
Right.
it doesn't use Havoc and that stuff, but we share a viewer, so there's a lot of similarities. But we got things like non-playing characters and scripting abilities that Second Life doesn't have because it's so huge. It has to limit what it can do in its walls garden.
Yes.
Things would explode. But the thing I did mention to you, I think, because I can't remember when you were last here, whether it existed, but I know I know you remember Krista Lopez or Lopes. I think I always get it wrong.
Yeah.
She invented the hypergrid. In fact, I saw it demonstrated, oddly enough, in Second Life at the talk.
Interesting.
Built a sort of schematic with 3D layers showing how the hypergrid worked. And at this time, there was a top layer, a bottom layer, and a middle layer. And you couldn't go from one point to the other without getting through the middle. Yeah, that was sorted after a few years. But it means that although all the grids are using OpenSim as base software, you know, they're all separate. Some can be like Second Life, some can be far, far removed from that model. But when they want to be, they can all be connected, as most people here know, by the hypergrid. It makes jumping to a grid and another location on that grid as easy as a simple teleport in Second Life. Second Life just takes you to locations on Second Life, but here we can go to location and state which grid we want to go to. So we've already got a sense of interop, and I always view this platform as a template for a metaverse, but it's very particular. You can't plug other things into it.
And that, you see, that's the interesting thing. You see, I actually agree. I mean, okay, I maybe frame my difficulty with the term metaverse is that, and I mean, I say this with great, I mean, I'm very attached to this spatial computing community and VR community and AR community. It's been my whole career. And I'm equally, you know, I definitely are pretty unhappy with the damage I've seen to this community in the last hype cycle around the term metaverse, right? And I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, because essentially, I mean, and I think this is something for this community we now, you know, now to obviously move past its ridiculous situation in a way. But I mean, to be honest, trying to sort of muster a sort of what you call it, a revolution in tech around a dystopian term like the metaverse. I mean, where would that go? It's like, that's what I never have understood about this whole recent hype cycle is, and I think this is the real question, because some of the success about of virtual worlds has been in this sort of dystopian idea, because the real world's so awful that a virtual world would be a better place to be all the time. That's the metaverse paradigm. That is Snow Crash. That is Ready Player One, right?
But I don't always know that's true, you know, because one thing that annoys me is, you know, you go to visit a sim or something, not more in Second Life than Open Sim, you know, so you suddenly find you're going to get, I forget what the phrase is, like killed or something. It's damage is enabled, and people are role-playing zombies, and they're role-playing dystopias.
Yeah,
it's not, you know, even more so than the platform maybe is, if you see what I mean.
And this, I think, is the real challenge for this community, I think, because remember, we are in, I mean, this is the problem. After experiencing that crazy hype cycle with Metaverse and Meta and all of this stuff, right? People like feel sort of everything's hype. So now, I mean, but there are real transformations in tech. They happen rarely, but when they happen, everything changes. And we are, I mean, this is not a hype cycle about AI. This is something seriously new that a lot of us have been waiting for a long time. And the way I like to describe what's happening with generative AI, and you can experiment yourself with the prompts and see if I'm, even prompt engineering level, you can understand this if you're clever. But these are essentially, we have a universal solvent, universal translator between all kinds of symbolic systems, not just between humans and machines, as we see with these, you know, text-driven interactions with generative AI, but probably some of you have seen Google's vision of Gemini. But it goes even further than that. And, you know, it's not just a new UI, and this has always been a challenge for AR and VR when it's been presenting itself to the world, is UIs are not where big disruptions happen. It's much more happens at a much more fundamental level. This I put in the bag of the internet, PCs, now generative AI. So, I mean, everyone in tech, and that's why I want to encourage the AR and VR communities, everyone to think about what this transformation we go through means for the future of AR, VR, because, yes, you can just sort of, no tech disappears, like radio doesn't disappear with TV.
I'm rather curious that one of the words you mentioned describing AI a minute ago was solvent.
I know. I just realized
like
that might be
glue. No, like a glue. And now I was thinking, well, yeah, do you think, that AI could be the solution to the disparity between platforms at the moment? Could it write code that is a glue?
Well,
that allows our worlds to come together, for example, rather than
glue, and it's interesting. So interesting you picked up on the word, because I didn't want to say glue because it's more profound than that. That's why I use solvent. But solvent sounds so. Why use solvent? Is it dissolves the barriers of communication between humans and machines using different symbolic languages, nature, animals who use different languages. It dissolves that. It's not really, it's way more profound than the bridge, you see. And I think that was the problem with that's why the metaverse thinking of which really focused around interoperability between a virtual world paradigm, which has been done here, actually.
It did as a descriptive concept. In fact, that's where it was pulled from. And, in Second Life days, when we used that word, we weren't talking about the Snow Crash version. We were talking about our own version, and we thought Linden House was the center of the universe. We didn't see the wall back then.
Yes.
So then we escaped, But it's, as you said, it's a bit like the web. Web 1 was about information and sharing and stuff like that, and, opening up the world and democratizing information, basically. But Web 2 came along, and it became, eventually, it became what we call social networking, although I prefer to use the expression anti-social networking, because it locks you in and takes you away from socializing half the time. And now, of course, we've got AI on this front too, but I think there's a danger that, as you mentioned with Meta, for example, you've got companies like Facebook, or Meta as they're called now, you've got Google, and of course you've got Musk. And, everything from YouTube that used to be free now wants to be paid, unless you watch the television version where the adverts aren't like television, they just interrupt what you're listening to. People listening to this broadcast on Google, unless they've got Google Plus or whatever it's called, they may get an advert that cuts into this talk. It doesn't just delay the talk, it cuts into it. And it seems to me that it's almost a monopolization thing, but all the big companies are taking over that vision. And you and I know, agree on the people-centric side of this. We don't really want to see these big companies gradually, slowly taking over. It's, look at the fuss with OpenAI, and then Microsoft getting involved, and then two separate boards. One was commercial, one was.
Well, I'm glad you brought some of these really big problems up early, because before I get too rah about the future and AI and what I think it's important to mention. There's a few elephants in the room with AI. And one of the huge elephants my whole AI simulation project in a minute is geared to make our planet healthier and better, right? And yet using AI, which is at the minute, because of, the way we are building these fundamental technologies, is essentially extreme. This is one of the most power-consuming technologies that you could possibly imagine. And guess what's happening right now? Everyone, almost every big company right now is training a model for themselves. And that's where the huge power consumption, so we have a big problem then. Now, I've got lots of things I could talk about that. I spent a lot, one of the reasons I've really been working at a sort of a level of tech that is, only done by big companies, that is looking at new approaches to the actual, powering of this tech. And there is an answer. Photonics is the answer, but gosh, that really is in a rarefied world of a few players like Apple, and so that's one elephant, right? And then the other elephant that Mal alluded to is this business structure that most of our technology is developed under, where I used to say, didn't I used to say this back in the day? We've literally only got 5 computers. We used, the PC was supposed to bring us all in, and essentially it boiled down to 5 computers in the cloud from 5 companies, or 6 or 3 or 4, however many. They're very few. And then the business model for all of us, it's like, basically has been advertising, and we've seen all the problems of this. Interesting. I mean, I just would say one little nice thing for virtual worlds in that their isolation, their social isolation from the internet, actually, I think, help virtual worlds not become part of all the bad things.
Oh, yeah.
In years. It's actually.
I mean, Linda now will make a big thing about telling us how they're very successful and make a lot of money, but they are barely a pinprick on the world map,
Yeah,
and OpenSim has probably got a larger land area, but in terms of occupation, it's even small. It's even smaller, and there is kind of, as you say, a safety in that. Unless you're nervous about jumping in. If you know what it is and what you're doing and can absorb that, I'm escaping from all that. I'm exploring things I want to explore without the hassle of politics and religion and all the wars that go with it.
And this is why there is a what you call it? They call it a fork in the road now for virtual worlds, because it's up to people who love whatever it is you love most about this to get involved with this transformation. It's not that hard, honestly. They've consumerized everything and this is where we have to give thanks to Facebook, Jan LeCun, and Llama, and all the open source work they've done. And if you go to Hugging Face, you've got tools, but this fork in the road, you have to, you can't just say this is another hype cycle. It would be like the metaverse in 2 years, because yes, always the way people behave around tech is hype cycle, and there's all problems with that. But PCs weren't a hype cycle, the internet wasn't a hype cycle, and nor is this change in how models are interacting with everything now. And I mean, it's extremely interesting how this happened, again, for that idea of the universal solvent, or is it a universal glue? It's more like a universal language between humans and machines, machines and machines. And so it's really, for people in virtual worlds, the big thing that's happened, obviously I'm jumping up and down now, because finally the technologies I really wanted to be in place when I was in Second Life and early OpenSim. I mean, can you imagine it now? Like, basically a few shots from your phone and you can create an interactive spatial scene, which you can also interact, with in language if you're using a LERF. And you can also now, with a GAN, generative adversarial network, you can also make this, you don't even have to worry about getting 3 good poses. I mean, this means that thing that, Mal knows, I used to go on and on about this, really. This is why I started with Ori, did Augmented World Expo, is I really believe that, that we can use simulation. I spent a lot of time working with Will Wright, and that's why I got really inspired, that simulation can be a tool for everyone to understand their world better. And, obviously, even though it's a very simple simulation that we have here, certainly people in virtual worlds and augmented reality are in the forefront of where simulation can go.
I think also people often mistake. I mean, I love the word simulation, of course,
Yeah.
because we're talking about simulations we're living in or performing in or meeting in or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
even creating in. But there's a lot more to simulation than that. I mean, Philip Rosedale, for example, he will try and simulate anything, but it's the mathematics and things of it that, you know, he wants
Yeah.
to make sure he knows how universal basic income will work without defaults. So he makes a simulation. It's not a virtual world, but it's a similar sort of thing. And our friend Ian Hughes, who originally was hoping to join us here, but can't make it.
Yeah, good.
He's registered, yeah. He just recently finished a presentation which was really extending that. He said, you know, well, he abused the word the metaverse, of course, but he said the metaverse and
Yeah,
AI.
but you brought up a
together.
good point, Mal. When
Yeah.
Ian and people in IBM and people in Second Life used the term metaverse, it was actually important because it was a term used to fight the kind of walled garden approach, right?
Yeah.
And it was, you know how all these terms, like there's a lot of terms like that start off as very negative and then communities reappropriate that. But it's always it's always a difficult thing. There's many other terms that, that it can go wrong. And I think it didn't go badly wrong until this recent hype cycle. And then it went badly wrong because it became the metaverse at first.
Do you remember also back in the day, there was a scale thing. It was, what's his name? I've got another Burns, not Will. Will Burns, isn't it? That's his name. He wrote a book actually where he had the layers, and you had he started, the bottom level was metadata, right? And then it moved up to meta worlds, then the metaverse, and so on and so forth. But he described what he saw the metaverse as being, as basically the fundamental layer was just metadata. Very simple. That's where everything was a meta something, but metadata.
Exactly. So it was a really, and I think what was interesting is once it was used by Facebook, in the way they used it, and then to promote the VR glasses and the legless avatar experience, that's where it went right back to its dystopian thing. Because after you spent a day in the first early headsets, you felt very dystopian, and it just
orientated as well.
yeah. But this is what the fork in the road's all about. Is that really I do think anyone in tech, unless you want to say, okay, even when television became a thing, radio is still important. I want to stay with radio. Even when the PCs became a thing, mainframes didn't go away. Even when the internet, became a thing, there was still, islands that didn't, try to keep themselves separate, right?
Oh, yeah.
But this, that's definitely, I mean, I say this, with a little sort of, just caution, because it is interesting how the charm of the VR has become its separation to some degree. It's the one place you can go where, I don't know, VR chat was super successful. Why? You can make yourself into a sofa and meet people who sit on you. I mean, it's just these kind of things actually are some of the magic. You could use, this is why I think people have to think about this fork. Because of the new technologies, this sort of universal solvent of the transformers and generative AI, now virtual worlds really can realize my dream that I've had nearly 15 years now. And this easy integration with the real world and really having a true slider between AR and VR, that's all going to happen because the major obstacles are now, all the major things are in place. Now, that's something, obviously, of course, I'm all in on that, doing my,
I think the technology is going to happen now. I've always made the I've going to my visiting Stonehenge kind of analogy, but the idea is you've got a phone, so you can go somewhere, you can enjoy the real world. You can then use your phone to produce an augmented layer. and then that layer can seamlessly move into a simulation layer, which is, it shows us what people would be like at Stonehenge living 2,000 years ago or something. So
And you're exactly right.
you get the gradual,
is going to be unbelievable.
You get the gradual transition from the real to the historic, recreation. It's not fantasy. It's just it's the data we have, which of course is more and more all the while. But we come to the hardware thing. I mean, you've actually mentioned VR a lot. I don't tend to use the word VR these days because it reeks of what I call helmet land. And a lot of the leading again, have given up on helmets because
I think the good thing about Second Life and OpenSim is they never got tied to that, did they? Yeah, I agree. Helmet Land was escaped in both of these paradigms by quite a clever UI. That's why that's very interesting. It's no coincidence that Second Life and OpenSim use this same viewer. But I do think you cannot, if you look at it, because in early. One of the things that have really kept OpenSim and Second Life as important communities through all the ups and downs and changes in tech is because the tools for creation were accessible to a larger group of people than actually they were even online, like building things with prims that, it was still hard and people became expert craftspeople and some people just bought them. But this shift of how you will generate content, is massive. As we speak, you saw NVIDIA announce they're putting NeRF's neural radiance fields on a chip. The realism that people will expect and in most, in virtual environments. It's not really, you're right, Helmet Land, but this is truly, OpenSim it's not real. I'd like it to be more of a simulator and have more simulation experiments, but it really is a virtual environment.
Well, that is one question that was coming up with, we had a panel discussion on the viewer and things yesterday. And, I'm quite curious because we talk about plugins. What can you do to modify it so that the Linden one and ours going to separate and things like that? But it does occur to me that in the same way you can bring media on a prim into Second Life, or you can import something from Unity as a mesh static thing. There must be a whole lot of things that AI will allow us to produce that can also be imported into OpenSim to enhance it. And I think there may be a change coming now because we don't know actually what the future is. All we have is our kind of feelings.
And voice and chat-driven creation, text-driven creation, absolutely are going to be. If nothing else happens, that's got to be for even to keep your yourself, your value. You're going to have to do. That's the minimum. But I do think it's this decision about where you want to play on this spectrum that now this sort of real connection to the real between real and virtual worlds and augmented and virtual reality has been enabled. It's fair enough, I think, to say, well, we want to use generative AI in, our virtual world, actually in a way that keeps our separation from the real world, but you could still use the generative AI. But these are real. This is real. There's a big change happening.
Yesterday we had Lone Wolf talking, and also Ian Hughes in his presentation touched on this sort of already we can use AIs to terraform our virtual world. You don't have to go and get a region or a 5x5 Sims region. I spent years with the one I've got in here playing around in it because I was manipulating things from the sky and it was such a big area. But now I could actually prompt an AI to produce the entire terrain, valleys, hills, rivers, just as you can describe things you want in a painting and it artificially creates that. It can also do the same thing with terrains. It's already learned what a valley is and what a river is. The simplicity there is. I think these things will be able to slot into OpenSim. So, but we don't know quite where it would go. But before we get to first questions, I'd like to move forward because you're doing a lot, and I know particularly something that really interested me. I've forgotten them again. What's the company called Orbital? One of your guests at Orbital.
Oh, yes, you can see what I've been doing in the last year. It's really quite,
I'd like
it's
to
quite
hear about
interesting.
the new project. I like the idea of using AI to generate solutions to the real world problems of the marine ecology and
Well,
stuff like that.
you know, that it's really, you know, my dream of using simulations to really address real problems playfully. That's what I would say. I'm not, you know, obviously scientific level, huge simulations are run all the time, but they're run from the sort of top of the pyramid of society. I think this is, you know, the absolute fundamental tools of simulation for me is prediction, so that you can have a chance to see how things will turn out without wrecking your world or wrecking things. And I feel, and the other thing that actually has you know, stirred me, you know, to sort of focus on a project that is really more about bottom-up simulation in the spirit of OpenSim. This is a bottom-up simulation. This is not about, you know, one company deciding to sort of rule this simulation world. It's a negotiation between lots of people and lots of companies. And I think in that sense, as a community, it's really quite exemplary in how we should work together, because, you know, one of the huge problems now, particularly for people, I think, with XR startups, say, is the complete, you know, the way that XR got sort of collapsed into this idea of, you know, Helmut Land and Meta's idea of the metaverse. And, you know, the problem is now, what we always were really pushing back against in virtual worlds is that one company or one, you know, that one ring to rule them all, right? And unfortunately, right, that's been one of the hardest things to really unwrap and change. And again, a bit like the whole metaverse hype cycle, one of the best attempts at this was to reinvent economies outside advertising. Unfortunately, a bit like the metaverse, we had this whole sort of thing, we've had this whole thing with NFTs, where because of its implementation under a lot of fiefdoms, right, it actually essentially hasn't produced an idea of a new economy. In fact, you know, it's been useful to, you know, in some circumstances, but by and large that hasn't worked out because, again, I won't use the term metaverse, but if I'll use more like an example, this wonderful OpenSim community, which is very diverse and has lots of different companies, different individuals, right? What would be so empowering would be to be part of a larger economy, you know, economies at scale.
I had wondered about that because, as you know, Philip Rosedale's one of his projects is Fair Share,
right,
which is like a virtual simulation of universal benefit, universal basic income, and you know, and he actually says that that's the inspiration for the Linden dollar. Oddly enough, because you get a stipend. Of course, the problem there is you have to be a paying user of Second Life in the first place to qualify for the stipend. You can't just go in and get a stipend, so there's money to spend.
Right.
But you know, he even asked me, so who would I talk to in OpenSim to get that working here? A few of us commented, sort of, you have to understand there is no centralized body here. We are totally decentralized, and most of the devs are volunteers as well. So there's no, you can't just walk in here and say, how do I plug in the Fair Share system? And also, of course, the actual commercial grids that are part of the hypergrid will probably then moan, you know, well, we don't want this. Can't you spend their money with us, you know, via PayPal or something, you know? But you're right, you know, the world is facing a system where we have to have a new kind of economy, where distribution globally is fair.
It's actually in the real world too, which is quite interesting. It's not just, and you know, I'm not, you know, I do think one thing, it's a bit like the bad experience we all had with the latest hype on the metaverse, the bad experience a lot of people had because some people had a very bad experience with the new approaches to economies and blockchain and NFTs and all the rest of it. But that doesn't, we've learned a lot. I do think, that these, I did actually see the Linux Foundation. I mentioned this, they're still using the term metaverse, which I don't think is a good idea.
No,
But, there are groups trying to work on a truly, open economy driven by NFTs and blockchain and, and crypto and all that. It's people, it could, these things mature. And just because it's been rather awful and people use the paradigm basically to scam people, or
Yeah,
even if they weren't scamming, it wasn't everyone who scammed.
I don't have much faith in the digital currencies in that sense, because
they've certainly not performed well for our society.
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, something that starts as an idea just gets integrated to, with the banking system and everything else that's already there. It doesn't really provide an alternative. It's just an electronic coin, as it were, instead of
I do agree that now, just like I think virtual worlds are going through a rethinking, all of that is going to be rethought. And this is why I would just say, unless you've got a very specific plan to not be part of the generative AI thing, it's really important to dig in, because wow, I don't know forget about the virtual worlds. We could do a hands up. Is there anyone here who hasn't noticed how generative AI has changed the whole work scene?
Yeah, I'm going to shortly ask Leah about any questions, but we can do this thing where you can answer questions we put to you with just a Y for yes and an N for no. So should we try that experiment?
Yeah. Forget the virtual worlds for the minute. Has anyone not noticed? Because the future's always unevenly distributed, so it's not about. If you haven't noticed, that's not a problem. But has anyone not noticed how generative AI, it's going to change every single idea we have about work? It's already changed everything I do, by the way. It was impossible for it not to, but I would be an unusual example because obviously the future's unevenly distributed and I've been going after the future. But anyway, what are people's thoughts on that?
Right.
Oh. You could do a yes, no. just a simple thing. Yeah.
Okay, that's sort of
interesting. If it's too hard, don't worry.
I can't see the audience at the moment, so maybe they've all deserted it. We've driven them up.
Maybe we've driven them out. I do see a few of them.
About a future they don't like or something.
Yeah.
Leah, have there been any questions you've been picking up on? We've got about 10 minutes.
Well, we had some, but your timing was good. You were kind of talking about those topics as the questions came in. Lisa had one that I pasted it in earlier.
I don't see.
Here it is. It was the words community of users doesn't seem to apply to Helmet World users, does it? And you just happened to start talking about communities and helmet people.
That's funny. That's funny.
And then I asked the question, AI may prevent us from having another hype. Oh no, James out loud said that. He was teasing. I asked, if we think of the metaverse as the connected 3D web, in other words, like a family of technologies that different than our current web or our streaming video web. Have you followed Will Wright's work in using, and he was using non-fungible tokens and characterizing, I guess, voxel avatars or unique avatars for that game system that he then wants to be able to take them to other worlds, other games.
Just an update on that, because I did
work
with Will for 4 years.
Yeah, that's what we'd like to hear a little about. Yeah.
Well, okay. As far as I know, they've actually abandoned that NFT paradigm and partnered with Numenta, an AI company. So that's exactly where that went. And I think that's sort of exactly what I'm saying here, is that, it's not that whole move to new economies from blockchain NFTs was intrinsically bad. Right. It was more the way it turned out just wasn't useful. So they've actually, as far as I know, I can't speak for them, but they've actually moved away from that. I saw one tweet saying that, and they have now partnered with a large AI. It's one particular approach company, Numenta. You can Google all this, but so just to go back to your question, you know, because Will and I would say Will and I now really do. I mean, we still believe in a lot of the same things. I think I'm just much more heavily doubled down on the idea that the real beauty of this technology comes when it helps us understand and communicate with the real world better. I want to talk to the animals. I want to hear what the glaciers have to say to me in their language. I want to be part of that world a lot. And I think that's why I'm saying there's this spectrum, and people, you know, if you go fully into the sort of game world, right, you're going to have less of that. If, you know, and if you're, I've always, you know, ever since my experience actually working with Will for 4 years, is I always want to make the world more playable. You know, that's my mantra. And
like that wonderful phrase, gamification. Remember that?
Oh God, yes, that's another thing of, like, you see, everything has a kind of dark and a light. The dark side of making the world more playable is gamification. We need new economies. Blockchains and NFTs definitely, you know, were kind of a spark. But the way it turned out with these kind of, you know, basically lots of little fiefdoms with their own currencies that they could, you know, escalate and you know, with the value of things, with using, you know, all kinds of hype and nefarious.
I think a lot of the phrase interop can be interpreted there. You know, you talk about fiefdoms, which is fine because I see exactly where you're going. But, you know, let's go back into ancient history before we have modern economies. Everything comes from exchange and barter. And the fiefdoms would obviously have to exchange things with their neighbors. You know, the grain producer would give grain to the person who provides the meat or whatever, you know, they did. And, you know, it's only when banking came into it and money became a commodity in itself that things really started to go wrong. So, I mean, I'm very keen that the simulations could do this. But before we go, I'd like to know a little bit specific more from you about the marine thing and orbital, the sort of bringing that simulation technology to things like, you know, saving the planet from the decay of coral reefs and things like that. How, obviously one can run a simulation to see what's going to go wrong if we don't fix things. But how do you see this system helping us actually fix things?
Yes. Well, I think take the coral reef, right? Now, one thing, we do have a lot of amazing science beginning, you know, bringing together all these technologies, and there is huge giant simulations of interactive coral reefs based on real data. So obviously that's that level. But again, you know, this is partly from my experience with Will and my love of the Sims and my love of these playable paradigms, right? I think orbital is about how we can have. So, I mean, I don't know if people ever looked into the Sims, but essentially everything is it can be an agent in the Sim. Poop can be an agent. Your house is an agent, right?
Yeah.
And that paradigm in a game, obviously you tune that. I mean, all of that is done with old school AI. And actually you tune it for emergent behavior, because in a game, all the kind of really rather risque and crazy things are actually quite exciting. But I see that model being, you know, where, you know, you can have a fish as it would be an agent, you know, upwelling of cold water could be actually modeled as an agent. A global, you know, much more global ecosystem could be modeled as a number of agents. But the interaction of these agents is just as accessible by ordinary people as The Sims was. But it's not being tuned so people can have fun burning up each other's houses, or, you know, all the fun stuff that you can do in a crazy game.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but so that you can really connect in a new way with I mean, this is really where I got very inspired by, is he a British or Canadian designer, Bruce Mao, and his paradigm that we need life-centered design. And that it really, what it means is instead of putting business on the top of it and nature underneath, you put nature on top and design from that premise down. And I mean, I was so inspired. I honestly, I'm committed to what I call life-centered AI. And as I mentioned, there's some big elephants that I'm not tackling at that level. But this paradigm puts nature first. And the only way to put nature first is use these amazing, this thing we're calling the universal glue, the universal solvent, these transformers, these large neural nets, to really understand each other. Let's understand the fish.
Exactly. We have 2 minutes left, so I'm going to ask.
Oh, really? Did we tear through this?
Yeah, time flies, 50 minutes. But a key question really for the end here is, I mean, my vision is that maybe, I'll be wearing I have to wear reading glasses and glasses for everything these days. So a pair of glasses that just connects to my iPhone is fine, giant screen and whatever. If all this becomes ultimately mobile, you can get on the train and go into a virtual world because you've got glasses and you've got an iPhone. Not the full VR thing, but just the idea that you can put your glasses on. If this technology gets smaller and more accessible, if a pair of VR type or AR type glasses becomes as commonplace as our headphones we play music on, what is, we then have a situation where things we're saying have not become ubiquitous might become ubiquitous because of the ease of use of the technology. Some people think technology should be invisible. The end product of the technology will work.
Oh, I know. And actually, there's a wonderful designer who actually believes all screens, even lightweight glasses, are just an insult to our human bandwidth because they confine us. But one last point on this, because you gave the use case that I think, while yes, the helmets are definitely not fun now. But I think it's beyond the fact, because this technology is definitely ready to pop now. The eyewear of all kinds is going to pop, absolutely, in the next few years. I know people have been saying this forever, but things change. When they change fast. But so let's assume that we are going to be able to have eyewear that is lightweight, comfortable, and can transition easily between augmented and VR. But you still have to ask your question in the virtual world is, because virtual worlds have kind of enjoyed their isolation, is, well, what is, what you see, that's interesting. We could even, come back to this term metaverse, right? That's another thing that's incredibly wrong, in my view, with using that term, because again, I'm a person that fundamentally, if you're not enabling people's relation to the real world and improving it and making it better and giving it more bandwidth, not less, because obviously a virtual world takes
I'm going to have to cut this off here. You can see in the chat here. Ready to wrap. 1 minute.
Oh dear, sorry, Mal, but that's the thing is that even though we've said helmet heads or whatever, and that's going to change soon too. And I think really what's really clear is an idea of a metaverse that isn't really strongly related to making, the real world and making, your life better in the real world probably is going to be very niche.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've got to continue this sometime, somewhere. Anyway.
Yeah, we do. Thank you, man. It's so awesome. It's so awesome to see this community flourishing. My best wishes for all the amazing work you've done, and I really hope that this moment in tech just brings a huge fruition to lots of people's vision and dreams and things they've worked on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone in OpenSim, Joyce who made my avatar, Lyra, everyone for making this happen. Thank you.
Wonderful. And thank you, Mal and Tish, for this great session. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 1:30 p.m. in this keynote region, and it is entitled the Open Metaverse Research Group. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to see accompanying information on the presentations and our speakers, and also the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and our crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to you, the audience.
Band is here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse playing with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of efficiency. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of efficiency. In this pixelated world where we're true.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 1:30 to 2 o'clock session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, the Open Metaverse Research Group. Our speaker is Mike Lorrey. Mike is currently a director of the International Spaceflight Museum with facilities in Second Life and Kitely, and he is founder of Galactic Systems and the Galactic Virtual World Grid. He co-founded the OMRG earlier this year. Please check out the website at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of his session, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session. Over to you, Mike.
Hi, everybody. Sorry we had some malfunctions on some slides here, so I'm going to be in the middle there. So yeah, as said, a group of us from the Spaceflight Museum and a few other organizations got together a little over a year ago to start the Open Metaverse Research Group because we were kind of getting frustrated with, there was a lot of, I don't know, kind of fractionating, I guess you could call it, in both this community as well as in other metaverse communities, and things seem to be just splitting off in many directions and not really working on what we felt were some of the core problems in really making the metaverse happen and be popular. And so, because really with the COVID lockdown, it really should have taken off a lot better, in our opinion, than it did. And so we started brainstorming on ideas. So we're meeting every Friday at 1 p.m. In a region in Kitely, and I'll put up a link to the to where to go if you want to participate, and as well as to our Discord. And so we there's some core areas that are important to us that we found. Were number one is, as we were talking about in the previous session about using blockchain. There's a huge problem with portability of assets across the hypergrid, not just in OpenSim across the hypergrid, but between different platforms, as well as persistence of identity. If you belong to one grid and that grid poofs, you lose your avatar name and everything in your inventory, and you've got to go someplace else and rebuild from scratch. And people wind up having to create avatars on a number of grids just because of the difficulty of transporting assets from one place to another, as well as getting around the hypergrid occasionally. And so the obvious solution from my experience is that what we need is an asset system that is common to all grids on the hypergrid, so that you have your whatever avatar name you have is your identity, and it's independent of any grid, and your inventory is independent of any grid. And so really the only way to do that in a secure manner that actually protects IP rights of creators while allowing that kind of portability is clearly a blockchain-based asset system. And so the way that works is that you have I'm trying to show the graphic for that, and it's not letting me show that, unfortunately. I had a great graphic to show it, but basically the idea is that the assets, whether they're images or objects or sounds or whatever, can be items that are the creator basically locks up in somewhere in the cloud, typically on the IPFS, and you then create a smart contract that on a blockchain that basically, if someone signs that smart contract, they have access to that asset that's out on the cloud, and they can then res it wherever the contract permits it. And so one good prototype example of that type of virtual world is Decentraland, which I talked about a few years ago here. And But it has its own problems because of some of the ideas that the founders of Decentraland had in creating that platform. But the core idea of having a blockchain-based asset system is really good. One problem that was an issue was dealing with really actually protecting creator rights, because of course, I create a cube, I put it on the blockchain, and then somebody else tries to come along and says, hey, I created this cube before you did, and even if you did, I got it in the blockchain first, so I have it protected. So there needs to be some sort of a dispute resolution system, and those are entirely possible. So the two ideas we have for creating that sort of an IP protection system is that when you want to upload something to a smart contract on the blockchain, that there are heuristics using an idea called perceptual hashes. No, blockchain size is not a problem. There is absolutely no problem with blockchain size. That's a fallacy that's promoted in the media. Sorry. And so the perceptual hashes are different from crypto hashes. So a crypto hash is that you used to see when you're doing downloads, like if one bit of an entire file is different, the whole hash is a totally different number, right? But a perceptual hash is different from that because it is only different in the hash number based upon the percent commonality of that object with something else. Okay, so you can generate a perceptual hash for one object, and then you can generate a perceptual hash for another similar object, and the difference between the two hashes will tell you how much commonality there is between those two objects. And so that's a very good tool that can be used to determine how common one upload is with another, and thus spot someone trying to upload something that may have been ripped off, or maybe they just didn't upload it to this platform before a ripper got it before them. And so the assets are stored, as I said earlier, on the IPFS. The Interplanetary File System is a cloud service that's available worldwide. So you can put your assets, and there can be cryptographically secured with a public key system. And so the smart contract then is connected to that secured asset that's on IPFS. So you don't have to worry about having a huge asset server on your grid if you have a blockchain-based asset system. So once you have the perceptual hashes being used to check uploads, let's say a ripper uploads my thing that he got from a platform I was using it on, and they get it into this blockchain before I do. Well, all you have to do is, if you are trying to upload it now and it says, hey, this is already registered, you then can start a dispute resolution system. And there are blockchain-based dispute resolution systems already in practice that can be adopted for this sort of thing. And it's a very simple fact-finding system that has been proven in a couple different applications already. So this is not a new technology. So, benefits of this sort of thing are not just protecting the IP rights of creators, but also the persistence of the avatar identity and inventory across grids. At the same time, because the grid owners would not be having to manage a ballooning asset server of their own grid, they would then turn, using the blockchain asset server, they would operate nodes that would process all the transactions of the blockchain and earn money from those transaction fees, and turn an asset system from a cost center on their grid operation to a profit center for their grid operation. And that makes operating an open sim grid a lot more economically feasible for people. And with new blockchain technologies, most people, when you think of blockchain, you're thinking of stuff like Bitcoin or Ethereum, where the transaction fees are rather high to do a single transaction. And for virtual worlds, we need really microtransactions and micro fees. And that's entirely possible with newer blockchain technologies like Hedera Hashgraph, like AVAX and other platforms that can handle, they have very fast throughput with very low transaction fees, less than a penny. And at the same time, they have very high transaction speeds, which means, instead of the 3 transactions per second of Bitcoin and the 7 transactions per second of Ethereum when it was on proof of work, now it's on proof of stake, and it can do tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. As Hedera and AVAX and some of the other technologies can easily do tens to hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. Now, the reason this transaction per second rate is important, if you have kept up with hypergrid business, several years ago, Elon Tochner of Kitely had an argument against using blockchain, where he argued that the second life economy size for if you're having that kind of an economy for a virtual world, you would need a transaction rate of 6,000 transactions per second. And at the time, there weren't any blockchain technologies that were in action back in 2017, 2018 that could do that, but now there are. So that's not really a counter argument against that proposal. Tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. Right. And so with that sort of thing, we've got a viable alternative to the very fractured asset system that makes it so hard really to make the hypergrid work effectively for people in OpenSim. And this can be applied not just to OpenSim, but to other platforms. And so there's one project that's been in operation for about a year. That's a startup started by Neil Stevenson, who authored Snow Crash, which was the novel that Philip Rosedale said was the inspiration for Second Life. And his blockchain project is specifically targeted for providing a blockchain backbone for virtual reality and virtual world projects. And that's called Lamina 1, and the 1 is a digit. So you can Google that and check them out. They have a Discord and so forth. And so we're keeping track of, yes, thank you. And so we're keeping track of that project, and I encourage people to look at that, because they seem to have a pretty good idea of what's going on. So that's one of the things that we've been talking about for the past year. In addition to that, we've been talking with Ada Radius, who's here, is another one of our members, and she's been working with Kayaker Magic and Owl Eyes on creating a new avatar system for the viewer that is, number one, allows you to have a much more improved system avatar, but also lets people create their own custom avatars with a Blender add-on that Owl Eyes created, and then install that customized avatar into the system avatar folder on Firestorm. And at present, what that does is it changes all the avatars in your viewer, but not of anybody else. And so this would be something where a grid that wants to have a custom avatar, let's say they want everybody to look like elves, or everyone to look like dwarves, or like centaurs or mermaids, they'd make a custom avatar for that type of appearance, and that would be the system avatar. And so they would basically distribute that, a version of Firestorm with that system avatar installed in the distribution, so that, or at least an add-on that would install it in there for them. So each grid that wants to have custom system avatars can do that. In the future, we'll have a much larger variety of possible system avatars that people will be able to use, and they'll all be much better, higher quality than the current system. So that's something that Ada is doing. She's going to be, she hasn't talked already about it. She'll be talking about it later. And then other things we're talking about is creating new asset classes, for instance, with physics-based rendering. We want to get to this. Okay, here we go. As many of you are aware of, Linden Lab has been working on adding some additional texture slots in the edit dialog so that we can go beyond just the diffuse and normal and specular, but have other features, because physics-based rendering is basically using a number of different textures that are, each one is dealing with a single type of optical property, like the specularity, the normals, the metallicity, the roughness, et cetera, and so in CGI for movies, or doing current cutting edge gaming, the newer file formats like GLTF are allowing for a lot more different slots for those different optical properties. And that's why we call it physics-based rendering, because each texture that you apply for a single slot deals with a different type of physics optics. And so that's why we call it PBR. And so the idea of having additional asset types, having a PBR material as a full asset type, so you could create a PBR material in World as an asset and plug in all the textures for that PBR material. So then that entire material could be distributed with all its textures as an individual asset. And there's ideas for other assets that are similar to that we've been working on. I encourage people to go to our wiki on our website to read that out, to check that out. So it provides a real good value add as a new type of asset class. And here's another important thing that we're suggesting, is that people should look seriously at reducing the maximum size of textures in order to maintain grid performance. Is that if you have a standard for your grid of a maximum texture size of 2048 by 2048, and you add more textures of that size for PBR, that means that you have to, for right now we have 3 possible textures for an object, a single mesh, to cover just the normal, diffuse, and specular. But if we add more, then that's more textures that may be that 2048 by 2048. But we can maintain grid performance by reducing the maximum image size. And because, as you can see here with this slide here, is if you drop it to, let's say, 1024 by 1024, then the same amount of memory and bandwidth that it requires to send one 2048 by 2048, you can send 4 different PBR textures in the same amount of time and same amount of memory. And so if you have 2 of those, and you can go to 8. And so with the current 3 slots of diffuse, normal, and specular, if you reduce the max size from 2048 down to 1024, you can allow for the same grid performance to have 12 different PBR slots for each material. And that, with that number of PBR slots, you can have real photorealism consistent with the best cutting edge video games, using, for instance, like Unreal Engine and things like that, because that's how they achieve a lot of their excellent optics. Beyond that, we've been looking at new viewer technologies. One of our participants is Animats. He's the creator of the SharpView viewer. He's been creating his SharpView viewer to produce much higher quality rendering with the same existing textures versus the regular Firestorm and the vanilla Second Life viewers. And another one is, of course, you probably heard of the Crystal Frost viewer, which is a Unity-based Second Life and OpenSim viewer that allows for using these platforms with a mobile device, and that's a big advance as well. So, we're looking forward to seeing viewers that can add more new features beyond just these graphics and the newer programming technologies. So that's all I've got for today. Here's info about where we are and how you can participate. We meet every Friday at 1 p.m. We want to invite everyone to participate. You can come to the CATS Autumn Castle region on Fridays at 1 p.m. You can go to our website. It's a wiki. We just had to upgrade it because there was a security weakness in the previous version. And so if you want to participate in the wiki, you can join our Discord, and we'll get you a editing account on the wiki, and we'd enjoy having you collaborate with us on creating these standards and proposals for improving not just OpenSim as an open metaverse, but to create these as standards for other metaverse platforms that seek to also have an open architecture. Do you have any other questions?
I'm not sure, Lear, if you're there, but we need to wrap.
Sounds good. And my apologies. I was fielding a comment from someone. So far, you handled all the questions beautifully, Mike, and we thank you for that presentation.
Great. Thanks for having me.
As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which begins at 2 p.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Max, the new free mesh bodies for OpenSim avatars. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 poster expos and the sponsor and crowdfunder booths. Thank you.
Balance here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2 o'clock to 2:30 session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation MAX, New Free Meshed Up Bodies for OpenSim Avatars. Our speakers are AI Austin and Judith Adele Ada Radius. AI Austin is the virtual world's avatar of Austin Tate, Emeritus Professor, AI, University of Edinburgh, and coordinator of the Virtual University of Edinburgh. Ada is a retired CPA, opera singer, fiber artist, and she is the founder of New Media Arts Incorporated, a 501c3 nonprofit charity whose mission is virtual community libraries, arts, and education. Please check out the website at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of this session, and the full schedule of events. The session's being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments, send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you, Lear, and thank you to Avicon for hosting this every year. It's a brilliant idea and still is, has been for years, and I've enjoyed participating. This project is part of the Ruth and Roth project, and Austin's going to go over the history of it in a little bit so you understand what the context is. I have been working with Kayaker Magic and Owl Eyes for the last couple of years on investigating the character folder XML data files. These are the files that the tables, and I should say XML because that's more of a tree than a table, that define our system avatars. They're closely connected to the way that mesh avatars work in world. Mike Lorrey mentioned in the last session that we were working on developing new ways of putting a different avatar into the viewer. And as sort of a branch of that, I decided to start working on making a new mesh avatar. And this is a draft of it. It's got huge problems. The mission of this, there's several missions. One is to make a free open source avatar so that people don't have to steal things. The second one is teaching. I want to be able to have a tool to show other people how to make mesh bodies, or to use this one. And the third one is make this a template. So you could take this avatar and it'll work technically with whatever parameters we end up deciding on, but specifically to the OpenSim Second Life armature, which is very specific, not like any of the other games, and have it also work with the appearance sliders, which is the booger. So, sorry, I shouldn't have said booger. But anyway, it's that's it. And I'm gonna let Austin talk for a while. And yes, we will get the, oh, someone already did. Thank you very much, Jupiter. Anyway, Austin's gonna talk.
No, we're gonna have Siri on now. We're gonna.
Oh, I have
talk
Siri on now.
about
Sorry.
The GitHub side, yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, much like if you're familiar with the Ruth and Roth project at all, you'll know that we have an organization called, oddly enough, Ruth and Roth on GitHub that hosts a number of repos that host the avatars themselves. And we've got a couple of side repos I'll talk about real quick. There's an extras one that has things that are common originally to just Ruth and Roth. I imagine some of those will be useful with Max. The reference repo is probably going to be interesting to archaeologists at some point. We've got a collection of a lot of the files, and most of this is stuff that Ada's collected, files that may have been hard to find or thought lost or whatever in terms of history. There's a huge directory of files from Lyndon defining, all of this stuff that she's needed to sort out what's been going on. We've also got some of the UV templates and things like that in there. The third repository that's there that is interesting is specifically collection of skins. Including some of the old Linda Kelly skins, Elo Elliott's, and Robin Wood's.
Most importantly here, though, is a relatively new repo that's containing all of the Max work. We're just getting started with the structure of this. It's going to be very similar to the way we built the Ruth and Roth repos, in that there's a contrib directory. Underneath that, those of us who are pushing things up into the repo will have a directory, and that's pretty much your workspace. The files in the main area of the the top level, such as textures and mesh and whatnot, those are what we're going to consider the release files. There's not much there right now. The drafts that Ada's working with, for example, the one she's wearing now, is under contrib Ada Radius. And at some point when she's happy to tell the world, hey, look at this, we'll move it. As far as other GitHub-y sorts of things that we do, we are using the issues to track things. We have used the wiki. There's not a whole lot in the Max wiki yet, but I think some of our intent is for that to collect more of the documentation sorts of stuff. And PRs, we don't require PRs for people with push access to the repo. Obviously, if you don't have that, that's the only way to get something in. But I think it's something that I wouldn't mind seeing us use more of, particularly in large things. You know, if we're going to do a large restructuring of stuff, that's when we've done those in the past. I don't anticipate a lot of restructuring with this stuff, but let's see. Oh, and Discord. We're doing the interactive discussion now. The Ruth and Roth Discord has a specific Max channel, and that's where, you know, Discord-y type things are happening. And I believe that pretty much covers the structure, what's going on with GitHub. Ada, Austin, and I are administrators for this organization. So if you have any questions or anything, I'm sure Ada probably doesn't want to answer GitHub questions, so Austin and I are available for that.
No one wants me to answer GitHub questions.
if you need it. So anyway, that's it. Take it away, Austin.
Thank you. So as Ada and Seri have explained, we're using the Ruth and Roth GitHub organization as a kind of a basis for this, because we've already got a community there. People who've been working on the previous open source mesh avatars, the female Ruth 2 and the male Roth 2. So I'm just going to very quickly run through a couple of things that we've got in that organization and the way it's operating, because we're wanting to use that as the model for how we expect to release and support Max in future. So let me just go through it, but I'm going to do it quite quickly. And there's quite a lot of detail on the slides deliberately, but we put all this information into a couple of blog posts, and the URL is on the screen now, and I'm going to mention it again when we get to the end. So first of all, let me just say a little bit about the timeline. We've been going at this for quite a while, right back to 2017 when Shininjin produced the original body that we're now using for Ruth 2, and then shortly afterwards for the male Roth 2. Fred Beckosen, some of you will know him as Ferd in World, Ferd Fredericks. He's been really very supportive of this whole thing, and he initially created the GitHub organization that we're now using as a way of making sure that we had longevity and it wasn't in individuals' own repositories. They're welcome to take clones of the repository, but we wanted one that could be run by administrators, where the administrator could change over time as people's interests comes and goes, and as people come in and out of the organization. We'll say something right at the end about the contributors. You'll see it's quite a list. So as Seri mentioned, we've already set up the Max repository there, although it's pretty outline at the moment. It's meant to give us the framework for anybody to be able to put contributions in and discuss those contributions and let people take the bodies, take the HUD that Seri's already created now. Some of us have got the avatar in world just like you can see Ada's version 1.9 there with the hood, and we can use it, and we can, you know, change the skins, animate it in various ways. So it's worth starting to look at it now, because the feedback is what's driving the issues that Ada in particular at the moment, because she's working on the body model, is been able to use. As well as that, we've got quite a bit of organization within the group for the resources we have and the social media we use. So Sarah's already mentioned that, so I'm not going to go over the social media on Discord in particular and the issues in GitHub. We also have groups within Second Life and within OpenSim that you can join and watch what's going on there and get announcements. And we have facilities within Second Life on the SL Marketplace and in OpenSim on a region that currently is run by Seri on one of the servers there, that lets us put out the boxes and make sure people can take pre-prepared versions in world as well as uploading them themselves. We have a testing region. It's on OS Grid, and it's called Ruth and Roth. And this region, as well as the boxes and facilities for landmarks and so on for various places where clothing can be found, it has a particular testing area. And you can see that in the bottom right of the image. It's got a whole load of pose stands and animation facilities that we can use to test all the ways in which the avatars respond to various animations, various mouth movements, and so on. So that gives Ada and others who are working on the shapes and the models some of the feedback that's needed to get these right in some cases quite demanding circumstances where the bodies are put into contorted but still legitimate human shapes. I mentioned that we have facilities in Second Life for box distributions. So this is the Second Life one on the left, and the island, the Ruth and Roth Island on the right. Okay, so I'm going to hand back to Ada now, and she can take over and explain a little bit about what we're doing technically with the mesh and with the testing she's doing.
Well, thank you. One huge difference between Max and Ruth and Roth is that Shin's beautiful models were designed in ZBrush, and they were not designed toward the Second Life OpenSim UV maps or the armature. So the team of us, and there were quite a few of us working on it, pretty much mushed it into what it needed to be to work in Second Life and OpenSim. And as many people have told us, it never quite perfectly worked and doesn't. So the difference that with Max is that I've started several drafts now. The draft I'm wearing is completely different than the one that Siri's wearing, and I'm saying maybe I should go back to that one. But anyway, are built specifically to our armature. If you look at my feet here, I have modeled toes, but the foot is quite, and there's a problem with the UV vertex weighting on the back of the heel. I know about that one. But one thing that's remarkable about it compared to most other mesh feet, especially the ones built for specific shoes, is that it's a lot smaller. And the reason for that is the structure of the armature. And we're stuck with that armature unless we want to make a specific armature for a specific grid. But pretty much, if everyone has to use the same character folder where the armature definitions are in order to see each other correctly. So that's what I'm working with, the default armature, and that has driven the size of my hands and the size of my feet. So I look like I've got bigger hands than my feet. And that's because that's the way the Linden Lab people designed that armature back then. And they've made a few changes to it since 2005, but not a lot, just added things mostly. What else can I say technically? We've talked a lot about it. If you go to the Discord group, Ruth and Roth, this is where I say, hey, I uploaded something. And then over at the GitHub under issues, you can see all the things that we found wrong with it, which right now is a huge list. And it and to answer Lisa's comment earlier, yes, one of the problems is that the original Second Life avatar is not particularly ethnically diverse. I've also gotten a lot of feedback from the trans community. They'd like to have an avatar that can be morphed into more androgynous kinds of shapes and viewpoints. What I'm building here, instead of two separate models, one for male and one for female, is one mesh that can morph into either one in the blend files. It won't be able to do it in world, but it will be able to in the blend files if I get my way. And so that's part of it. I think that's all I've got. And it's time for questions if anyone has any.
Yeah, we're just going to finish up, Ada, with a list of the people who've been involved here, and as folks will be able to see, it's quite a lot of people who've been involved with the Ruth and Roth side of things, and already coming in on the contributors to Max. And as we've all said, we really encourage you to join us, come and help. It's meant to be a community effort. We just happen to be taking the lead at the moment, but we want everybody to feel it's something that might be able to be useful in their projects.
Thank you. Yes. Project. No one person can do this. I could do anything with the avatars. I can pretty much build any armature needed. I've done work with Unreal and Unity and all the others. And there are changes we could make to the viewer, and it's not even that difficult to do it. We can change. I demoed this last year when I gave everybody pencil necks at the OSCC in my viewer only. So. Oh, Maxine's already in Unity, thank you. I didn't know that. Anyway, so if we could change the, at least the armature a little bit, that would help. One thing that we've got that nobody else has is the appearance sliders. And people like the appearance sliders to be able to customize and make a unique avatar for themselves. So that's very high on my list to make that possible. It is also the most difficult thing to make possible. And we did eventually get something we were mostly happy with Ruth. I'm trying to do better than that for Max. We'll see how that goes. Mouth movement with voice. Yes, we will be able to, if voice is still around, we will be able to make gestures that that can work with talk. It'll work okay. Yes, entirely with open source tools. Does it really? I haven't tried it yet. One of the reasons why I can't do this all by myself is I would never have time to do all the testing that that Austin does. Max is not as sexy as Ruth because Shin Injin is entirely male. I worked with him for a couple of years there. I know he spent months just on her hips, and yeah, the eyes have problems. And so I'm not trying to make a sexy avatar. I'm trying to make a template so that somebody else, if they want a sexy avatar, if you want boobs out to your elbows and all that, you can do it. I'll make that possible for you. One problem, this is a technical issue with the eyes, is that the position of the MI bones, for those of you who do any rigging, is fixed in the code. It's not defined in the XML data in the character folder. This is something that Tom Ernst discovered last year, or a couple of months ago. So those points in space where yeah, they're totally off now. And the reason for that is because it's been hard for me to predict. I know exactly what to do in Blender to get them to line up to the way it is expressed in the code. But when I get in World, the way that the default shape is on, anyways, I haven't solved that problem yet. On 1.1, I think it's working better, which Siri is wearing. Yeah, that is working better on that one. So what I did was when I had problems with the mouth, I said, well, I'll just start over on the whole head. And I don't think I should have done that. I'll probably go back and put the current mouth, the inside, it's called the mouth bag, the piece of mesh that stretches from the lips to the back of the throat around the teeth, is better in the one I'm wearing, and the eyes are better in the one that Siri is wearing. So, and this is typical for if we were all working on it, if we had a team of 10 people working on this, which we have done in the past, then someone would solve one problem and then we'd all add it to our version of it and move on. Replaceable feet for cross dressers. Why would I've talked to a lot of cross dressers. What do you mean by replace? I do want this working with the appearance sliders. Yes, it is. Because I'm distributing the blend files, you can take the blend files and rip them apart and see how they work. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, flat, medium, and high heel. Yes, the medium and high heel feet already exist on the Ruth avatar, and they were not designed by Shin, so we can use them for Max, and we'll use them. I might have to do a little adjusting at the ankle is all. And the foot that I'm wearing now and that Siri is wearing now, which you can't see it on the boots, is posable, and you can make a high heel pose from it. Be CC by 4.0 licensing, so people can use it pretty much for whatever you want. We would appreciate people contributing their developments back to the team, but you don't have to. Right. That's what I did with the Ruth 2 flat feet.
Thank you for such a great session and for such wonderful information.
Thank you, Lear.
As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 3:30 p.m.
No,
2:30 p.m. after a break. Yeah, I'm reading. And it is entitled, it is not entitled that. So the next session is going to be fantastic. Join us. It's going to be on this wonderful collection. And check out the OSCC 23 Poster Expo for more information. They have a fantastic booth with exhibits for you to enjoy. Thank you.
Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the future sea. New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse playing with emotion. It's a light speeding magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2:30 to 3 o'clock session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, A Home for Arcadia Asylum. Our speakers are Judith Adele, Ada Radius, and Mike Higgins, Kayaker Magic. Judith is a retired CPA, opera singer, fiber artist, and she is the founder of New Media Arts, Inc., a 501c3 nonprofit charity whose mission is virtual community libraries, the arts, and education. Kayaker has been scripting in virtual worlds since 2008. By taking apart items made by Arcadia Asylum, Kayaker learned a great deal about building vehicles in OpenSim, animating, and 3D modeling, UV mapping, texture mapping, and efficient mesh. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of this session, and full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, send your tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Welcome, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Is there anyone in the audience who's never heard of Arcadia Asylum? She had many alts in Second Life. For example, Laura Lemon, Ali Arai, Ali Ansar, Ali Resident, Adwar Allen, and a bunch of robot names. And if you haven't heard of her, you are in for a treat because she was a prolific creator in the between, I think, 2006 and 2004 in Second Life.
2014, yeah.
She made an amazing group of objects in several different modes. For example, we have a bunch of pirate stuff up here. Ada is flying in a Mir vehicle. She made a whole space set of spaceships and space stations and things. And everything that she made was often amusing and amazing to look at. And everything that she made was free. So it was a huge body of things for people to decorate their land with. But to me, the most amazing thing is that everything that she made was open source, and she invited everyone to take it apart. And I hear that she was an educator in Second Life, helping people learn how to texture map. And I am sad that I never got to meet her, because I would love to thank her for all the things that I learned from her. And she did have several discussions with people like Ada, and invited them to bring her stuff out to OpenSim. But as far as we know, she never made it to OpenSim. I hear stories occasionally of people saying they met her.
There was
But-
someone pretending to be her in OpenSim, and I talked to that person. Clearly not her. She was polite and a nice person, and Arcadia was not.
So out here in OpenSim, a lot of people have taken her items and ported them out here, and you can find them all over the place. You may even recognize some of these items here. And there are several different groups have set up libraries of her material for you to get copies of. The most recent one that I'm aware of is the one in Kitely at the Region Cookie 2. And that one apparently had some problems recently, and Ada was having to clean it up. And she complained that there wasn't a good place to have a home for Arcadia's stuff. And it occurred to me that I was spinning up little grids, and I said, "Oh, I have a spare server. I'll just set one up now." And it kind of ran away from us. It's been a tremendous amount of very rewarding work. Oh, somebody found the cannon.
Here, look, if you click on my crossbow, it goes like this. Pew, pew.
So New Media Arts found out about the project, and they have they're going to fund it so that even if Ada and I check out of real life the way Arcadia already has, that this body of work will not just disappear, because I think in the normal course of events, when somebody stops showing up in Second Life, their material will show up in fewer and fewer inventories over time, and it'll be lost forever. And so we're going to preserve it in a little grid that will survive all of us, I hope, so that other people will be able to learn all those wonderful lessons about 3D modeling that I learned. And the biggest advantage of this grid, in my opinion, is that we can create a user with her name in OpenSim, and then when we put items up to let people grab them and take them out everywhere else in our OpenSim metaverse, it's going to those items will have her name on them. Because when people have brought her items out of Second Life, of course, the creator name ends up being the person who originally created these items in their own grids. And now we can put her name on them and give her proper credit. And so that grid is up. You could jump into it right now if you wanted to. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we're going to do a guided tour of one or two of the regions, where Ada is trying to set up a couple of the grids that the way she had them set up. For example, there's going to be a pirate town and a mermaid town, and there's the famous slum city, and then the space region. And at any rate, with a small grid, we have lots of room to create a region just for one of her original installations. So there's going to be a tour tomorrow morning, but you can go there anytime you want. We have a booth at the Presentation Expo 3 that has a Blam gate that will take you to the Arcadia Asylum grid, and we have some of her items set up there from the underwater world. There's a what is it called? It's an underwater circus tent. Actually, the tent is full of water.
Yeah. There's one of Ailey's projects was a mermaid steampunk sea view boardwalk park, kind of Victorian arcade, a Victorian arcade of stuff. And there's a circus tent with aquatic animals in it and bleachers to sit on and stuff like that. And so I had to convert it to mesh to fix the LOD issues. Thank you. And I had to, and there are a lot of conversion issues to bring her stuff into a world now that has different lighting, different scripting requirements and different LOD requirements. Everything has changed in the server and viewer software since she made this stuff. And we have, I was fortunately around when she was in there, so I remember what it looked like. And so we are trying to restore it to its original condition as it can be seen now, which is something that'll probably have to be done a few more times.
Yeah, so when you build a grid, there's also a web page. So we're setting up a wiki there and eventually a GitHub, I suppose. And we hope to have a download page where you can download items in 3D model form or download texture packs. And as a matter of fact, textures are interesting because Arcadia did borrow textures from a lot of different locations. And so one of the projects that we'd like to see is to find out which of these textures she actually made and which she got from other people. Some of the sculpts in this crab, we are pretty sure were made not by her, but were used with permission. And so it'd be really nice to track those people down, see if they're still around, and say, do you still give your permission? And make sure that everything that we're giving away on this grid is in fact open source, like Ali intended them to be.
Yes, and she didn't intend to cut people out of provenance. She didn't even change the creator name if it was in the root prim, so that it would look like it was made by someone else. And then as I investigated, I'd find out, well, yeah, this sculpt map may have come from Cell Edmund, but she used it in an entirely different way than he ever intended. And we know he gave her full permission because he said so. And so it's complicated. As with any art restoration project, it's complicated. And
now, if you go to the webpage, there is a bunch of links, and one of the links is to a spreadsheet, which you can. I'm going to paste that into.
Oh yeah, the spreadsheet.
Yeah, so
I've been working on that for a long time.
Yeah, Ada has a huge spreadsheet where she's trying to track down where everything was used, what name Arcadia used when she was the creator of it, and if and then what other pieces were contributed by other people. So there's a bunch of projects. There seem to be so many people out there that have worked on bringing her wonderful stuff out here, that if you want to come and help with this project, we have a lot of things that could be done. There are people right now working on cleaning up the scripts for the sailboats so that the boats work in this new grid. And I've been working on some of the weapons like the cannons. And if somebody, well, here you
really got to get on the steam crab and show them how it works. We're
we're going to have to do that. However, whoever was playing with the cannon, you didn't spend enough time because the goal is eventually to make everything in Pirate Town explodable. So that
there you go. He's holding a blunderbuss that we just brought in, and he rescripted.
Yeah, another project is that many of her items. Well, she was a genius at making sculpt maps, and so many of them have very poor LOD, and so we've converted several different people like me and Ada have converted several of her sculpt map items into mesh that's more efficient and has a
we can control the LOD.
We can control the LOD.
Yeah. For those who don't know, LOD stands for level of detail, and it has to do with how if you look at the teeth of my flying kraken here, you'll see that as you move your camera away, the image degrades. And when I convert that to mesh, I can keep that from happening. For the things that will be seen outside. For indoor stuff, it's not so critical.
What is the project? This is the project to preserve the works of Arcadia Asylum.
Arcadia.
Oh, because it
Asylum.
had so many A's in it already, I called it the archive, asset archive as well, so that it was AAAAAA.
Anyway, but even though most of the stuff was actually made by Ailey, which is one of her many alts, all the stuff that's on stage here was built by the Ailey alt. Well, except for a little bit of Laura Lemon on my Kraken here. I am wearing the Mer battle gear. I'll show you. Actually, I'm supposed to be a fish while I'm wearing this, or a mermaid. There are a series of sculpt maps and quite efficient texturing, although the sculpt map isn't. And she just did this, but it was meant for a mermaid, and I haven't found the mermaid yet to bring that in. I'm not sure it exists there anymore. I've seen a photograph of it, so I know what it looks like, but I haven't found the object itself. And the steam crab is a fearsome and ferocious weapon. This is one of our favorites. Capable of wreaking destruction on a pirate town. Or no, this one actually is supposed to blow up the Navy ships.
Yeah, we do have a list on the webpage. There's a couple pages of things like a list of volunteers, a list of the known names that she had in Second Life, and if you know of any other names, you should let us know.
I keep finding new ones. It's amazing. I'll find another one, and then.
So she also made a lot of different clothing. So I'm wearing a beard that she designed, and as Ada said, she's wearing a Mer outfit. So are there any questions?
No, we're and ask questions later.
Well, we're not talking about SL here. We're talking about someone who was a prolific creator in SL, and we have, and many people have brought her works out, and we're trying to make a definitive collection. Yes.
Someone had asked, let me repeat it for the camera. Will everything be available to pick up for free from your collection? And what's your site?
Well, the site is, I had here's a page with some links. I also pasted those links in text earlier. It's arcadiaasylum.org with the port :8002 if you wanted to hypergrid there. And the goal is for everything that's there, you will be able to grab it, put it in your suitcase, and take it home with you and use it any way you want, as long as you obey her restriction, which is you can never sell it for even one linden. We've been tempted to bring in other steampunky looking things that we find that kind of look like Arcadia, but the goal of this grid is to just be a place for her stuff.
This is an art conservation project. We're trying to establish, and we're getting pretty good at it, trying to establish which stuff is hers and which stuff is not. And we're getting really good at that because we can see the pattern. I can look at a texture now and say, she definitely made this. Or another one and say, she definitely made this, but she based it on this other one. Or she didn't make this, but she had permission to. And we have come across a collection of her source images that she kept in a huge compilation on one of those gizmos in Second Life where you could store images. And she didn't actually use any of those images in the works. But now that I've gone through them, I can see that she borrowed them, took them into a graphics program, and changed them, and then brought them in and used them in her stuff. Almost none of the textures were used as is. A few of them. For example, you can see that the poles supporting the Napoleon Bonaparte shop there came from the Atoll collection of images by Linden Lab. that should be familiar to a lot of people from Second Life. And she used that one a lot in the pirate stuff. Are we out of time? Almost, not quite. We got 2 more minutes.
Yeah, I thought I saw some other questions up there. No, I don't see any questions that I don't recognize.
You saw that M had asked if you're going to expand the project beyond her collection to include other open source content.
There's no plan for that.
Yeah, a couple people have asked me in Second Life about that. Brian Lander has some collections, and this is going to take about 2 years, this project. I'm pretty sure that's completely accurate. It might be less. We're getting faster. You just did some programming that will speed stuff up. So
there are people like us who are still in Second Life, who also loved Arcadia and her works, and so there is a store in the Second Life marketplace called the Alley Store. Yeah. And it has many of her items as well. So that's totally unrelated to us out here. That's a Second Life effort. And of course, everything in that store is also free.
There are quite a few things in people's inventories that Ailey or Arcadia gave them personally. I had a spaceship, and I think she eventually did publish it separately. But at the time, I was asking her for permission to use Slum City as a theater set, and when she heard one of our actors' voices, she thought that was a good idea, so she handed me a spaceship. A friend of mine in Second Life got given a space hover scooter for tinies, for example, and nobody else has a copy of that. So there are still things coming out of people's inventories. Oh yeah, she gave this to me just for me, and I think I have everything that was published, but I don't think I have everything.
Well, thank you for such a great presentation, Ada and Kayaker. Did you have a last thought to add?
Just please come to our event tomorrow morning, and we'll talk some more there about what we've been doing on the new grid.
And what time is that tomorrow, Kayaker?
That's at 10 o'clock, and you can meet us at the presenter booth number 5. Where we have a blam gate, but everybody should have the link now. You could just hypergrid in there anytime between 10 and 11 and track us down.
Yeah, we don't actually have a lot to show you. I've got everything out that exists in OpenSim is out there strewn around. I have templates and layouts for most of the stuff. I know where most of the stuff is going to go, but for now we were doing pretty well just to get everything that we know about out there, and now we're continuing to sort it out and bring stuff in. One big problem is corrupt textures that came through in an OAR, or there's a object called Box of Everything, and some of the stuff in that was corrupted. And Kayaker's in the database on the grid saying, Ada, this is corrupted, and I'm going, uh-oh. And then I go over to Second Life and get another copy and fix it, but that's going to take a while.
Yeah, ask me on the tour about techno nerdy stuff like hacking the database and searching for corrupted textures and changing the UUID of a texture so that it works the same as it did in Second Life.
Well, thank you for that. And as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org for a listing of the event tomorrow and other items on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss the next session that begins at 3:30 p.m. after the break in this keynote region, and it's entitled, Help, I'm Lost in the Metaverse. And also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo and come to booth number 5 for samples of their work and additional content from our speakers. Also, look throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions to see the sponsor and crowdfunder booths. Thank you again, Kayaker and Ada and the audience.
Thank you, Lear.
New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a night speeding magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the headset echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speeding magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, the melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. Bits and lights beating a magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, the melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. Bits and lights beating a magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse playing with emotion. It's a light speed, magical potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world, where we're truly free.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 3:30 to 4:30 p.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Help, I'm Lost in the Metaverse. And our panel is Becky Adams, Ellie Pinion, Bruce Gross, who is Cooper Swizzle, Shannon Broden, who is Kriatia Shannon, and Valerie Hill, who's Val Librarian Greg. Becky is an online higher education educator and the coordinator of the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium. Bruce ran a 5-year 3D-based training program before retiring. He brings a broad spectrum of experience in training and is the VWEC Kitely Ambassador. Shannon is a Master's of Library Science and Information Science student at San Jose State University. She volunteers helping the VWEC with the Metaverse Database Project. Dr. Valerie Hill is a library and information science educator. She is a co-coordinator of the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium and director of the Community Virtual Library. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of this session, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you, Lear. And welcome everyone to Help, I'm Lost in the Metaverse. My colleagues and I will share what the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium has accomplished to help network and collaborate across virtual worlds. And you might notice that they look a bit lost. It can be very confusing when you are trying to navigate across the metaverse. Now, we hope that you will have questions for us. We hope that you will have some feedback, and we'd like to ask for you to hold those questions until the end. Here we are in OpenSim. We hope you're enjoying the OSCC 2023 conference. Some of you have hypergrid jumped from other grids. I'd like to ask you to type in the local chat an estimate of the number of virtual worlds where you have created an avatar. I'm going to estimate I've created at least 15 across the metaverse. In the hypergrid worlds, in some of the VR worlds, type an estimate of your avatar number. Some of us go on monthly events to different virtual worlds with or without headsets to explore the metaverse for education. I'm noticing some numbers. Ellie says maybe 10 avatars. Kayaker, 12. I see 2, 9. I have more than 25, says Lear, and at least 8 Lear Lobos. So often we bump into our avatars in other virtual worlds. We may even forget that we have one in a particular world across the metaverse. Often, this question arises. Where is everyone? It can be really empty. Educators and subject experts have been exploring virtual environments for 20 years and more, but many are unaware of the high-quality simulations and the projects that have been accomplished. Have you ever explored a beautiful landscape in a virtual world and it feels completely empty? It happens. It's like a ghost town, a beautiful simulation, and people have moved on. People can create amazing places and then they move on and create something else. Or they may have trouble getting others to come and visit what it is they've created. Type a Y in the local chat if you have ever encountered similar projects across worlds that appear to be striving to recreate the wheel. And they don't realize someone else has already accomplished this. Exactly, I'm seeing that. It's either empty, nobody has come, or it's something that many people have created and they don't realize someone has already paved this way before. We've found many communities who have collected landmarks to help and share with others, not realizing that other people were striving to do that very same thing, creating spreadsheets, note cards with landmark lists, lists on websites, and they're very difficult to maintain because often landmarks change, or people move to other grids, or they leave that particular project, or due to lack of funding, it suddenly disappears. So organizing the metaverse is a daunting task. Archiving the great immersive builds to share what other people have done is a daunting job, and librarians like myself are considering ways to help. After 15 years researching how to be a librarian in a virtual environment, the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium has become the perfect opportunity to work together across worlds. We want to help learners and digital citizens of all ages find the best simulations and the best communities to help build them. So I'm going to hand the mic to Ellie Pinion so she can tell us more about VWEC.
Thank you, Val. Many of you have heard about VWEC already. We appreciate the opportunity to be here at OSCC and to share more about the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium with you, especially if you haven't heard of us. My first experience in virtual worlds was in Second Life through the New Media Consortium in 2007. I met Lear at one of their conferences and was amazed at all that she was doing with her students in a virtual world. Anyone else attend the New Media Consortium NMC conferences? Just say why if you have, because I bump into people all the time who have. Yes. Unfortunately, they no longer exist. They were a great support to online education in its infancy. Honestly, I thought Second Life was very strange, but I was fascinated by the opportunities it offers for students. As I explored, a friend and I got stuck in a bush. We had no idea what a teepee was. I couldn't cam over. I didn't know if I could sit nearby, if that would work. I also dropped my hair and had no idea how to pick it up as it laid on the ground in front of my Abby. I bumped around things and avatars. I imagine that's similar to what you guys have experienced. I eventually got better at navigating and decided there was potential and I should see how my students would use it. I've been teaching in virtual worlds ever since. Then I joined every group I could find, but at first I was a bit lost, pretty alone, and just taught and taught and taught my classes, using the great environment and meeting great people, and then inviting them to talk to my class, which they were so kind to do. Everyone was so kind and were happy to come and share their approaches. Many have become close friends and colleagues. As I heard other educators' stories, they were varied and really interesting. But it was clear that even with the amazing groups that are successful in virtual worlds, we often had no idea what others were doing, and were often redundant in our needs and work. It has been aptly pointed out that many of us work harder than needed if we could share our resources, experiences, and knowledge. We also believe that we are more likely to get challenges solved if we work together. After some initial conversations, we invited key educational groups to meet to talk about how we could collaborate without making more work and more meetings for everyone. And it was important to us to try not to replace all the great work that was already happening. After a couple of conversations, it was clear there was a need for our groups to come together to collaborate and connect so that we are not isolated and reinventing the wheel. Thus, VWEC began in January of 2021. Because we want to be supportive but not add more work to everyone, we have 4 meetings a year. Each quarterly session focuses on a topic or theme, always with the goal of supporting this purpose through collaboration. We agreed on 3 ideas: a collaborative venture open to all virtual world educators. Number 2, to help all kinds of educators and educational communities, academic, higher ed, K-12 teachers, lifelong learners, etc., who utilize any or all virtual environments. And lastly, to support sharing successes, resources, and addressing challenges. In that, VWEC is the Virtual Worlds, with a capital S, Education Consortium. All this is wonderful conference highlights. There is so much going on in many diverse worlds. We all learn from each other, and we are excited about the great work that is happening around the metaverse. And we are so pleased to be able to work together to promote teaching and learning through these amazing and very supportive platforms. In that, I do want to thank OSCC for this wonderful conference as you bring us all together as well. Because we know that we cannot be in every world effectively, it became clear that we needed to find ambassadors with similar passions to support all the educators doing great work in the individual virtual worlds around the metaverse. We are so fortunate to have Cooper Swizzle step up for us in Kitely. I'd like to turn it over to Cooper, our very first VWEC ambassador, who is doing a wonderful job in Kitely. He will share our recent accomplishments. Over to you, Cooper.
Good afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you're all at. I am Cooper Swizzle, and today I'm really excited to share with you the updates from the VWEC Kitely world. We actively participated at promoting us and Second Life at the OS Fest in 2023. I'm trying to get my footing here. Sorry, folks. Because we wanted to make sure people knew about us. We also joined a boat flotilla where we created a boat that represented VWEC for Open Sims. The Kitely VWEC Education Consortium started approximately April 2023, and I'm proudly serving as the VWEC Kitely Ambassador. Starting this January, we'll be hosting our quarterly meetings like they do in Second Life at 9 o'clock, Second Life time, but to better accommodate diverse time zones, we've also included a 5 o'clock one. We're looking ahead to 2024, and we have two exciting projects in the works. First, we're planning, excuse me, a VWEC Kitely conference where individuals will showcase their contributions to OpenSim, similar to this OSCC that we're doing right now. And our aim is to generate momentum in Kitely and attract others. Additionally, our second project involves organizing monthly or bi-monthly tours for residents in Kitely, OpenSim, Second Life, so that we can get more people coming and hopping everywhere to see what everyone is doing and sharing with each other. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kriyata. Oh, no.
Hello, I'm Shannon Broden, known in virtual worlds as Kriyacha Shannon. I assist VWEC with maintaining the Metaverse database. The VWEC Metaverse database is an effort to collect, document, and share information about educated-oriented virtual world communities throughout the Metaverse. Cataloging virtual worlds is important because there's a lack of in-world tools for searching simulations and communities across various virtual worlds in the metaverse that are vetted locations for people to visit. VWEC's goal is that the database will inspire partnerships, increase virtual world participation in educational communities, and contribute to the documentation of all the virtual worlds that are out there. Documenting virtual worlds is so important so that both current and future generations know what informational professionals, as well as educators and others, have accomplished with virtual worlds. Recording this information now, in the present, is so important because virtual worlds are ever changing. And once a simulation disappears, it is difficult, if not impossible, to find traces of it. As already talked about today, there have been mentions made of the lack of permanence in virtual worlds. If you have a community and want to know how to contribute to our Metaverse database, there is a Google form that's available. I believe it will be in the speakeasy, or you can visit the VWEC website or get more information at the booth in the expo area as well. We would love to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kriyatya. And next, we're going to talk about K-12, the kindergarten of the metaverse. In my opinion, just might be Minecraft, a sandbox virtual world that we are exploring is very similar to Minecraft, and it's called Minetest. Here, VWEC has a free grid, no cost to educators or children or learners, for anyone who wants to try a Minecraft-like world without any cost. K-12 teachers should certainly be aware of the creativity and the creative thinking that takes place in Minecraft and in Mindtest. Learning how to code, how to use your inventory, how to build, all of that is a great way to start learning about the metaverse. Our VWEC Mindtest ambassador, similar to Cooper in Kitely, is Olive Tree Lighthouse, who many of you know. And Olive Tree has helped us find space there, and we have a VWEC outpost for K-12 teachers to learn, as well as bring in their students. Currently, we're meeting in Mindtest to explore ways to help K-12 teachers introduce the metaverse for teaching and learning. You can contact me later if you're interested in exploring Mindtest. If you've heard of Minecraft and you've never had the opportunity to see how it works for kids and really for all age brackets. You can contact me or Olive Tree later for more information. And we'll talk about the privacy of that. There is a question about Mindtest being moderated to keep predators out. Yes, we are in a very family-friendly space, and we have people who do watch out for that. We also have a keychain so that someone cannot just go in without being on the list. So we're addressing privacy for K-12 while we're learning how to introduce this to educators. And the main reason we're doing that is educators do not want to purchase the program and download it if they're not even sure how they're going to use it in their classrooms. So you can see that the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium is making strides across the metaverse to help both lifelong learners like many of us, as well as the next generation of learners. But we need more ambassadors to represent other evolving worlds. As Ellie was saying, you can't be in all of these worlds. Of course, we mentioned some of us have 15 avatars, but it's really difficult to go to all the events, to go and see the wonderful simulations as the metaverse evolves. So we need ambassadors in particular worlds to help navigate them and share them with others. Now, this is a win-win for everyone because VWEC shares the landmarks, curates the group calendars and events, curates all the communities that are educational, and helps us all promote the best practices for teaching and learning, both now and in the future. So all of you can share your world, your work, and your communities and builds, as Kriyatyo is showing, through our databases. And there are links over at our exhibit booth number 9 later that you can see. You can also notice our website links are growing, and the calendars for various worlds across the metaverse are on our website, and they're growing as well. We have this OSCC conference is right there on our calendars. If you click on our VWEconsortium.org website, go to calendars, you'll see OSCC, you'll see the Dickens Project, which is currently up and running. You'll see other conferences when VWBPE comes along, for example, or any of the conferences across the metaverse. We will strive to put them on the VWEC website. So I know I've seen a couple of questions in the local chat, so we'll go and find those, and we'll use, I'll speak those questions in voice so my panelists can help address them.
Well, the first one I think you addressed, it was from Lisa Laxton, and it was, do you need more contributors of data? And you gave her your contact information and for olive trees. The next one you talked about, which was how you handle predators and a safe learning environment. And the third's really important for educators. It's how we control FERPA. And I gave a little answer for that one. I don't hold FERPA related conversations in world I've taught 60 classes, and we focus on creativity and project construction. But the FERPA-related part of the conversation, which is usually about evaluation, grades, and the kinds of data that's controlled under those and under that law, we do in the formal course tool. Over to you, Val.
Yes, absolutely. Understanding how to introduce the metaverse to children while maintaining their privacy and helping families understand this is critical to the future. And personally, my passion is digital citizenship, which starts really at birth, if not before birth, as parents are uploading sonogram pictures. We live in a culture where privacy is very fragile. And so we want to help teachers and families understand that, learn how to be good digital citizens. So, but we also work with the teachers to help them understand that. So that's a really good question. And let's see if there are any other questions. And I'd like my colleagues here to be able to answer them as well as we go along. I also wanted to ask you, what you think of this project. Is it necessary that we have formed a consortium? Do you like this idea? Do you think this could help people navigate the metaverse? So not only questions, but we'd also like to hear what you think about the idea and hear your suggestions for helping connect the open sim communities.
Val, I don't know if you saw that question, but it's from Lisa Laxton. It says, are you preventing students from posting personally identifiable information, PII?
That is really up to each individual teacher. Right now, we're not bringing in any student without teacher supervision. So it's up to the teacher to make sure they understand, that's part of digital citizenship, is that they understand that. And as we grow, we may come up with some policies where they have to actually sign a form of what their technological use is, and that they perhaps even have a digital citizenship quiz. I worked with that with my 5th graders in a Minecraft club. They built a digital citizenship game so that they could share for younger students how to maintain their privacy, not to share anything personal online. All of that was embedded in the Minecraft game. And yes, absolutely. I see that anything that they are posting, it is essential that we help kids realize that it's their responsibility, because data mining is all around us. Privacy is a huge problem for all age brackets. So very, very good topic, identity and digital citizenship, and understanding that and introducing it. And this is the perfect way to introduce it, because if you're in a world that is fairly locked down and you can discuss these issues there at a young age, that's a great way to help promote digital citizenship. Other questions? And while you're thinking of your questions, I'd like to put up our contact information. All 4 of us are open to you contacting us later, whether it's about our databases, whether it's about the Open Sims. Contact Cooper about Kitely. Kayaker also is very active and involved in Kitely and with our databases. I'll move over to the couch area and see if anyone else has another question. Let's watch the local chat.
While you're waiting for questions, Lisa's questions are very important. When I served on a teen grid with 800 13-year-old students over a 2-year period, before I was permitted to do that, I had to have an investigation in the last 15 years of my life to make sure that I hadn't committed any crimes and especially sex crimes. And of course, they had to go into everywhere you'd lived, and it was a pretty thorough little investigation, and I got to pay for it. So you have to be very committed when you're an educator in these worlds, because we often have to pay for those kinds of investigations. But because of that screening, I was able to work with children.
Yes. And I saw in the local chat this, if voice was used, and that's another, we use Discord for our back channeling and for voice because that too can be private and we don't bump into people that we don't know. It's a great way to teach about strangers in the metaverse when we're in a small community that we can really watch, and that has a keychain for those that have access. So it's, so many of the kids are on all kinds of games and their parents don't even understand that they are meeting strangers. So it's important that if we have the opportunity to introduce this and let them understand that it is their responsibility. The teacher and the parent won't always be with them. We need to teach them that at a very young age. Is there another question that we missed in local chat? I will point out on our website, we have an info center. We're striving to have 24/7 coverage so that people across the globe who want to understand the metaverse for education can find a real person to talk to, because they all come in with different needs, different questions, different skill sets. Kayaker and Cooper are interested in doing that same thing in Kitely. So if we could have a group, a network that helps share this across grids, it would really help education in the future.
So Val, Art has asked if the teacher in Mind Test does not use voice either. And Art, that is correct.
Yes,
we don't have.
Yes.
Go ahead, Val.
There is no voice capability in Mind Test. So we need Discord open to be able to do that. So we've created a private Discord voice channel so that we can be doing that while we're learning the Mind Test platform. And it's important also, depending on what the curriculum is for educators, that they can learn a bit about how to use, and navigate the interface before they allow the students. Because the first thing that every child wants to do in Mind Test is build a house and wait for the zombies to come out. And for years I've been saying the metaverse it's got a lot more potential than just slaying zombies, so the world that we take them in doesn't even have the zombies and the monsters. We go into a survival mode, not a survival mode, but a creative mode, an educational mode. They can slay zombies on their own time.
Hey Val, this is Kayaker again. I can't remember who said it. It was way, way upstream, but there's something I really want to clarify. We've spent a lot of time talking about two particular virtual worlds, and that's because a lot of the educators that we work with happen to be there. This is for the audience, one of the biggest places we really would like more data and more input is about communities that exist outside of those two for the database that I was talking about earlier. So we really want to know about what's out there on OpenSim, what's out there on the hypergrid. You would submit it, and then behind the scenes, we look at it, we check out and find out more about the world, see if it meets the criteria of what our list is looking for. And if it does, and if it meets any of the things that I talked about earlier for lifelong learners, for education, then we list it. We really want to hear from you.
Someone you should reach out to is at University of Hawaii at Manoa, Dr. Peter Leong. He was teaching on OSGrid, and he had asked us questions about how to support persons with disabilities, and in particular sighted students, students who cannot see. And he had all these objects that talked and announced their characteristics to give this person a more visual experience of the region. So you might want to check with him.
Sure, jotting that name down, and that's advocating and sharing what VWEC has been doing for the last couple of years and how we're growing, we're coming up with an advocacy packet that will be very professional that we can share both to actual, higher educational institutions, K-12 schools, but also just to communities that are learning communities. We're open to lifelong learners, as we said. You do not have to be a formal educator to be a part of VWEC. Many of you build wonderful educational resources, and you are not academics or formal educators. You're welcome to join us.
Wisdom Seeker just spoke up, and she's at the forefront of cognitive health with the Whole Brain Health Institute and the programs that they offer to help as we get older, to keep cognitively crisp. Which is harder to do late in the day, by the way. Go right ahead, Val.
Right. I did see the question about how do you get the word out to other schools about Mind Test. Well, we've moved slowly on this. We don't want to get tons and tons of teachers and students in here until we've understood the best way to introduce it to teachers. So we're moving slowly, but it is on our website. And and that's what we plan to do, is use the VWE Consortium website and then have different tabs for all the different ambassadors and what it is that they offer in particular grids. And so as we get that word out and Mind Test grows and we get more volunteers, we may have to expand that, and it'll be on the website. But for now, how to get there, you can find that on the website. We're currently meeting in Mind Test on Saturday mornings at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time. And people just come and explore, and either I'll be there or some of the Mind Test ambassadors. Olive Tree, extremely helpful with our Mind Test outpost.
And if you don't mind, I'd like to also interject that this semester I'm teaching pre-service teachers, which means K-12 teachers in the making. And Val was kind enough to let me bring them into Mind Test, and she shared with them her expertise. There is a lot of materials out there. And then when we went and looked at the potential districts that they may work in, many of the districts offer Minecraft as an option. So them being able to get a sense of good ways to teach using virtual worlds, including Mind Test and Minecraft, is a very important piece of what we're trying to do.
Yes, and her students coming into Mind Test it really helped us learn how to introduce it to teachers. They were very successful. Some of them were out there already building a boat and going out on the water and going deep down into the caves. So, a lot of children are already familiar with Minecraft. It's helping the educators understand how to use it for serious learning that we want to help with. Great question about disabilities. And we just finished the VWEC Student Challenge in Second Life, which we may bring to other worlds as well. And we had Gentle Heron from Virtual Ability come and talk to the students about embedding better content in their builds that would help people with disabilities. And they did a wonderful job showing how important that is. So we would like to share that to other worlds across the metaverse as well. And did any of my colleagues have anything else to say about the importance of learning about disabilities in virtual environments?
Oh, it's hugely, critically important, absolutely. And it also, as you guys know, as you deal with your life virtually, it also helps them in real life as well. So it's a critical component for sure. Thank you, Val. And then I just put in the chat, Beck Carver asked, do you all have YouTube contacts, or is that info on your website as well? Do you want to talk about that, Val?
Sure. And I put in the local chat the link tree for VWEC. And what that link tree is, it's all of our links to like YouTube and links to, all our different social media. I'll drop that in again if you don't see it. And some of us have our own YouTube channel. My own is full of all kinds of virtual world material as well, but I decided it needs to all channel into VWEC. So most of our machinima that's about education, we're putting on our VWEC YouTube channel and archiving it in playlists. Like the student challenge that we just had, we also bring other playlists in that are important across the metaverse, like the nonprofit commons and all of the interviews we've been doing there, or other people like Jan Loria in Japan, who does monthly tours, and he has the Japan grid in the OS grids. We're archiving those YouTube channels because if people don't see that, they don't know what's been accomplished. Machinima is a great way to archive the metaverse. And if you have a YouTube channel you think we should, subscribe to and maybe put on our playlists, you can contact me. You see my email on the screen. And I see that it talks about Peggy doing Minecraft in school grant. When I worked in Minecraft with my students, I did a research article on using Minecraft for digital citizenship. And so I'm making a list of research on Minecraft for education. So I can try to grab that link for you as well.
Well, I haven't used Radagast here, and I was using Metabolt, and I was using it in both Second Life and on the teen grid because I was on both sides. As far as here, I haven't had a need on this grid to log into it, but I suppose I could. I certainly have the client. What I do is I log in and test all kinds of game designs to see what the user experience is when it's not graphical.
And the question about maintaining modesty standards, we bring this up as well. We bring up all of these digital citizenship criteria, how to represent yourself in your identity online, as well as historical accuracy. And Ada here has been great in sharing, costumes and historical design. We partner with Historical Sims. Not that we want to be the costume cops or anything like that, but it's a teachable moment to point out, they didn't wear sneakers in the 16th century, just those kinds of teachable moments about authenticity and accuracy across the metaverse in simulations. Exactly. It's fun when you and Bethany, I think, is right here, who did one about women getting dressed in the time period of Dickens in the Victorian era. What were they wearing? How long did it take them to put all that on? It makes learning fun when you enter the historical era rather than just read about it or look at a picture. Yes, Ada's saying standards vary a lot across the world. We've run into that. There are cultural differences in what people consider appropriate behavior. And so we learn that as we go, and we have conversations about that most definitely. And we're learning that at the VWEC, just, behind the scenes, making sure that people are private and safe and they're being appropriate and, and coming up with the best policies and procedures. Because a lot of this, even though some of us have been here over 15 years, teaching others how to do it with best practices isn't super easy. We still are pioneers in the rapidly evolving virtual environments. I'm looking at the chat to see if there's any other questions that we have missed. And I am interested in, as you've been wrapping your mind around how we can better connect across the metaverse in the future, I'm hoping that you're thinking that this is a necessary goal, that we strive to better organize the worlds and the communities, particularly for teaching and learning. Oh, there's a huge question. How do you obtain digital citizenship? Well, this is really important. I do many talks on this, and if you're interested in having me come and do a talk on it, it's my passion. It's very important that people understand that it's not just one thing. It's an ongoing huge list of criteria that covers cybersecurity, privacy, your online digital footprints that you're leaving from the time you're born. Most content today is born digital. It's not born print. And so we live in digital culture, and we have to learn what that means. That's digital citizenship. So you don't just obtain it and get a certificate. You learn it as you go the rest of your life. But understanding that it's your responsibility is the bottom line. There are some great sites that do give kids, little digital citizenship passports or badges and things like that, but it doesn't mean they're done. It doesn't mean they've achieved it. It's going to continue to change. And with data mining and now with AI, understanding best use of AI and best use, how to deal with AI, that's going to be part of digital citizenship as well.
To chime in on that, Val, since you have a minute, Dr. Constance Steinkuhler, who ran a MOOC on games and game design back in the day, her doctoral research was in the use of games and digital literacy. She ran a study on the World of Warcraft and how students communicate. And she looked at a priest forum, and she looked at 80 threads on how they shared information on combat and strategy and tactics. And she did a formal assessment. It's a really beautiful study. And if anyone wants the slides from it, I have a version of it. I got permission from her to give a keynote on for ISTE, and with a lot of stats in them. And it was a wonderful quantitative study, but she noticed the students were reading 11 grades above their level. And they were so excited about the content that they just kept pursuing. And I know that's beyond digital literacy. That's also reading literacy. But she looked at all these formal ways to assess this, and she showed how model-based reasoning, how all of these different pop culture and literacies, how they really strengthen learning and reinforce it. And so if anyone would like a copy of that, reach out to me and I'd be happy to share that. I'll get you a link also.
Yes, and digital literacy, media literacy, all these different types of literacy are part of digital citizenship. They are part of it because, as I said, most content is born digital. Reading is totally different. Literacy is completely different than it was when many of us were growing up. So, and there's a lot of research on that, and so we could do a whole program on changing literacy. I think that topic of digital citizenship and changing literacy and the metaverse being a place the metaverse is an actual place. It's not an app. I like to say that we're not on an app here. We're in a place. And in order to understand this place and be literate, we need to understand what it means to be a good digital citizen. Did we miss any questions in chat? Does anyone have anything else that they wanted to ask us? Any of us in particular? I do encourage you to check out our booth number 9 and see the 2 databases / directories that we have. We have a member directory of all the members who joined BWEC, and then the database of all the communities and simulations across the metaverse.
Well, if there are no additional, I was going to say.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead and finish, and then I'll close the session.
Okay, I just wanted to thank everyone, and their input and comments are so very helpful. We really appreciate your time today.
Well, I want to thank the panelists for this informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which is at 4:30 p.m. and it's called Using Generative AI to Create Content for 3D Immersive Virtual Worlds. Also, check out the OSCC 23 Poster Expo and come to their booth. They have an amazing booth with all kinds of content in it for you. Also, check out the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our panelists and to you, the audience.
Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. Band is here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. Bits and lights being a magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation using generative AI to create content for 3D immersive virtual worlds. Our speaker is Sally Cherry. Sally is a medical laboratory scientist specializing in STI laboratory methods training and consulting. Please check out the website at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of this session, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Greetings, greetings, greetings. Greetings, I'm Sally Cherry, aka Sally S. Cherry, MLS ASCP. As Leah said, I'm a medical laboratory scientist who specializes in STI laboratory methods training and consulting. I am also an unapologetic tech geek. As a 3D immersive virtual world evangelist and virtual content creator, I am passionate about creating content for my 3D virtual worlds for the purpose of sharing special interest information, conducting laboratory training, promoting public health messages, raising public awareness about medical laboratory science, and fostering collaborative networks. I am. My physical world, which is some people call the RL or real life, and the virtual world projects and activities are inspired by my personal and professional vision. Real to virtual, virtual to real. I must note that I've started using the term physical world rather than real life because a cherished virtual world OG once noted that the virtual world is as real as the physical world. So after 15 years as a virtual explorer, resident, creator, and network weaver, I totally respectfully agree. Now note, if you're unfamiliar with the term OG, it's short for original gangster. It's a general term used to praise someone who's an expert and who's exceptional, authentic, and old school. And this person is truly an authentic and an expert within our community. Well, anyway, I am delighted to share my most recent experience using generative artificial intelligence, AI, to conduct research on various aspects of the blues and jazz era, and to create time period content for my OpenSim Fest 2023 exhibit entitled Jamming Reflections on the Juke Joint. And it should be juke joint, but it's actually Jamming Reflections on the Juke Chain. I changed the joint to chain because of the work I'm doing on the blockchains. I'm still staying within the work integrating AI, art, NFTs, not so much anymore, and proof of stake blockchains. So this is where the term chain came in there. While my virtual-based AI experience started with my tightly hosted world, ShareNet Creative HQ, which reflects the integration of AI, ARC, NFTs, and POS blockchains in the 3D virtual worlds, my experience has evolved beyond the creation of artistic images. As you see on the cover, this is a picture of my OpenSim Fest exhibit. And I use generative AI tools to create it, to create quite a bit of the content. So for me, once again, the virtual world experience has directly reflected my vision, real to virtual, virtual to real. Bringing a physical world experience into the virtual world. That's the real to virtual part of it. Since 2008, I have focused on the integration of special interests from the physical world, such as my medical laboratory science work, as well as tools and resources into my 3D virtual worlds community. As I embrace my vision and the action of a bi-directional integration has been a key factor in all of my work centered around the virtual worlds. I define integration as bringing together relevant content, productive processes, and innovative ideas to accomplish a task. Hence, real to virtual, virtual to real. Sharing physical world content in 3D virtual worlds. That's the real to virtual. Maintaining 3D virtual connections in the physical world. That's the virtual to real. My mission has continued throughout all of my work. And for me, the tasks indicated in the integration is accomplishing my mission, which is to provide capacity building, public awareness, and content through the integration of digital media, such as social media, websites, photographs, videos, and etc., and 3D virtual worlds. One of the chosen paths, or in other words, my objectives, is to fulfill my mission, is to provide a bi-directional linkage to the special interests, information, tools, and resources between my physical world and my virtual world communities. While it was a physical process that brought me into the 3D virtual world community, the ongoing adventure of creating content and discovering innovative ideas keeps me here in our amazing 3D virtual world community. As it is widely known, 3D virtual worlds hold significant importance due to their ability to provide interactive, engaging, and often realistic experiences from entertainment, education, and professional training and research. Their ability to stimulate realistic experiences and foster collaborations, creativity, and explorations makes them a valuable technology in numerous ways. Let's go back one. So needless to say, I'm sure you find one area on the chart that you're involved in, one application that you're involved in. If there's some application that you see there that your project is involved in, feel free to note it in the chat. Again, we know how valuable virtual worlds are, and it's hopefully our mission, and we keep it going to let other people explore our world and come in and see the value of our world. But I am not going to list, I'm just not going to name them out. They have the list there. But I think I covered pretty much a lot of the applications that's already in existence. Now, I must note that the list I can share there, you see the notation, and I always do full disclosure. At the bottom of the chart, I have noted this chart was created with the assistance of ChatGPT and GPT-4. And that's one thing I hope and feel that should go on. If you're using generative AI, it should be disclosed when you're doing your presentations. That's my opinion. And that's what I try to do. It's great. Okay, I see training to stimulate simulation, communication. So we all are very important people here because we're doing important work in the 3D virtual worlds. So let's get into the nuts and bolts of the generative AI. Now, since 2008, my greatest passion as a virtual world resident and builder has been and is still researching and curating content, as well as sharing that special content within the physical world and my 3D virtual world. Now, one of the things I find it to be very important in the physical world as well as the virtual world is to have a strong toolbox. In the virtual world, I refer to as my virtual world toolbox. So this passion, my passion fuels my ongoing search for tools for the toolbox. And these tools enhance the user and the creator experience of the 3D virtual worlds. So in order to find a place in my toolbox, I look for assortment of tools to assist in the task of enhancing the understanding of a particular process, elevating its use through engagement, educating others about its use. That's one of the things I'm doing today. Basic information sharing. That's it right there. That's my passion. That's my heart. And of course, as the scientist in me has me doing, evaluating the results. I like to see how it's going to benefit, how it's going to impact the task at hand. And this is how I try to achieve that in my evaluations. After using generative artificial intelligence AI to enhance and create content for my Open Sims Fest 2023 exhibit entitled Jamming Reflections on the Juke Chain, it has been included, that's generative AI tools has been included in my virtual world toolbox. It is my hope that the sharing of my generative AI experience may encourage the use or a closer look at generative artificial intelligence as a research or creative tool. I call them my assistants. It goes without saying that creating compelling and realistic content for 3D virtual worlds is essential for providing an engaging user experience. As it has been reported, generative AI has become a powerful tool for creating diverse and high quality content for 3D virtual worlds. So you ask, okay, we hear all this talk about the generative artificial. So what is it? Basic. If I say simple, but it's a subgroup, a subset rather, of artificial intelligence. And it's under the category of machine learn. And it's focused on developing algorithms and models to generate new content. That's it. And now I'll refer to as Gen AI because it's generative artificial intelligence referred to as Gen AI or generative AI. I like Gen AI. It learns the underlying patterns and structures of the provided training data and then generate new content results. Now, one of the things some people may say, well, how is it different from the other AI technologies we're having here? Well, take a note. Generative AI is a little different from our standard technologies. And I think I have that here. And I noted here on the chart wherein our standard technologies, let me go back one. I want to make sure I get this into the chat so you'll have it. And if that's a repeat, forgive me. With the traditional AI, their focus is on producing a result, an output. So their focus is on receiving a preset input to produce an predetermined output, and this output is based on predetermined rules and algorithms. And it's widely used throughout industry, science, and government, and some of the applications you're familiar with. Voice assistants, your good old Alexa, your good old Google assistants, and various web search engines, such as Google search and strategy games. Where on the other hand, generative AI focus on the creation of new content, such as images, videos, audio, and 3D virtual worlds. Now, taking note, your typical AI's technologies, they're not creating here. Your generative AI are your creators. So you ask, as in the physical world, the potential use of generative AI are increasing within 3D immersive virtual worlds. And the growing number of physical world and virtual-based creators, educators, and artists are using generative AI to create and share artistic, educational, cultural, and historical content for the purpose of storytelling, educating, entertaining, gaming, training, and amplifying voices from unknown communities, unseen communities, seen communities, and known communities. But I call it it's an awesome amplifier because you can definitely use it to get your message out and to build a content to help get that message out. And as I noted on the chart, my nice little illustration there, it shows some of the applications of Gen AI. As you see there, I think that someone asked, well, can it write script? Can it do this? Can it do that? I say it's yours. It can serve as a nice assistance. Gen AI is used in diverse applications across industries, entertainment, healthcare, and manufacturing, as well as it continues to drive innovation in content creation, simulation, and creativity. Within the 3D virtual world, Gen AI may be employed, which I do, to enhance the process of creating 3D virtual content. It may serve as, and I refer to it as this, it may serve as your research assistant or even your creative assistant while sharing special interest information, storytelling, and visualizing an idea or data, writing script, generating virtual environments, and designing custom training data. Yes, you can train your AI.
Thank you, Sally. I'm so sorry to cut in. Did you have a final slide you wanted to share with the audience? We're out of time and need to wrap, but we want to make sure that they can reach out to you for more information on this topic.
Yes, be sure to come by my booth, and come by the booth, and what we can do, we can put up some of the slides, the rest of the slides on the booth, So you'll see how we used it in our 3D Open Sim Fest exhibit.
Wonderful. And thank you, Sally, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org website, not only for the schedule, but also for more information on this talk and the next talk, which is Making Classic Clothing in Open Simulator Worlds at 5 o'clock. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo Zone 3 region, where Sally's booth is and the booths from our other speakers. Also check out the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you, Sally, and thank you to our audience.
Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the latter verse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5 o'clock p.m. and 5:30 session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Making Classic Clothing in Open Simulator Worlds. Our speaker is Beth Ghostraven. Beth started designing system and prim clothing for educators and other professionals. Her clothing is available free at the Ghostraven Professional Attire Shop at OSCC in Region 5. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everybody, and let's begin the session. Beth?
Hi, I'm Beth Ghostraven. I'm a retired middle school teacher librarian in the physical world. In Second Life, I own the Book and Tankard Pub in Victoria City, Caledon, and Ghostraven Professional Attire, classic clothing for educators. I'm Communications Chair for the VWBP conference, an unofficial liaison between education groups in Second Life. There's a giver box on the table right to my left. Please take a copy. You can buy a copy free. It includes a note card with sources, a background screen, a pose animation, some sample textures, sample clothing, UV layers, a UV outfit, shading aids, and there might be some more stuff in there too. The slides and the speakeasy text are also in there. Fine, thank you. Part of the learning curve for teaching and learning in Second Life and Open Simulator is the need to personalize one's avatar. Teachers need their appearance to enhance and not detract from their instruction. Students need to feel immersed in order to learn effectively, and personalizing their avatars contribute to this, in my opinion. This presentation will help you to explore some possibilities for creating your own clothing. Here's what we'll learn about today. Wearing safely classic clothing and attachments, editing the clothing you already have, finding and adapting free textures, making system clothing using the Firestorm viewer tools, making and saving outfits briefly, using Photoshop to make system clothing very briefly. We'll see how our time goes. I had originally planned to do this workshop style, but 20 minutes isn't really long enough for a workshop. But feel free to follow along with anything if you want to. This presentation shows how I got started, but there are lots of different ways to do the same things. System clothing has the following characteristics. The texture is applied to the shape as if painted on, layered over the skin. It may be customized using sliders. It may be worn by mesh avatars with fakes on mesh. It has extremely low complexity. The icons on the right of this slide, except for the alpha layer, show system items in your inventory. If you filter it to show only clothing, these will be the only things that show up. Wearing safely clothing, just classic clothing and attachments. Have you ever, just slide 5, how to put on clothing so you don't appear naked. Have you ever teleported somewhere and it appears that most of the people there are not wearing clothes? It's kind of disconcerting. Often they're not wearing parts of their bodies either. Even though it's an avatar, you probably don't want to look naked inadvertently. If you want to avoid that, and that's what I mean by safely wearing clothes, follow these 2 rules. Oops. Right-click and add clothing and attachments, and always wear a system shirt and pants under your mesh outfits. So while your clothes are rezzing for others, you don't appear naked. Editing classic clothing and attachments. Permissions, also called perms. M equals modifiable. C equals copyable. T equals transferable. Something that's full perm is modifiable, copyable, and transferable. Most items, though, are either copy or transferable. Permissions are one of the trickiest parts of virtual worlds. Something might say no modify when it's actually only the script inside that can't be changed. If the item doesn't have any permissions after it in your inventory, it's full perm. However, if it's something that you made yourself, it will not show permissions because, of course, it's full perm for you. You can see them by editing or by right-clicking and selecting properties. Usually these are older freebies. Hang on. I think that's something I left in from before. When modifying, make a copy first. It's really easy to totally mess something up when you're trying to customize. If that happens and the item is not copyable, Check with the designer to see if they'll give you another copy of the item. Many designers are easy to work with and willing to help. Slide 9, editing system clothing. To edit a system clothing item, you wear it, right or add it, right-click it in your inventory and click Edit. The appearance window will open. That's what you're seeing on the left-hand side of the slide. Or no, the right-hand side of the slide, sorry. In this jacket layer, the upper fabric above the waist is a template created in Photoshop which cannot be altered in World. Because it is grayscale, though, it can be recolored by clicking the color/tint box, which opens the color picker. That's what you see on the left side of the slide. Make sure you click OK before you close the color picker to save the color you chose. You can also shorten the sleeves or pants legs or change the waistline if it's modifiable. Classic clothing, trim clothing and hair. These are attached to the avatar. They may be customized if modifiable. They may show natural looking movement, especially if flexy. Flexy skirts look great while you're dancing. The cube or object icons in the screenshot on the right side of the slide show the prim clothing here. Except for the AO, the animation overrider, you can wear or res the object and edit it. By the way, AOs are key to having a professional looking avatar. The way an avatar moves without one is very jerky and looks kind of weird. There are male and female AOs available at the OSCC shopping zone to start with. Make a copy and pose. Before you edit objects attached to your avatar, make sure your avatar will hold still while you work. Here are 4 ways to do that. A pose stand can be resed. When you stand on it, it holds your avatar still so you can edit attachments without slipping. If you use the Firestorm viewer, there's a button you can use for poses. In your toolkit, there's a T-pose animation. Look for GPA Toolbox Clothing Building tools in your inventory. If you haven't opened it yet, right-click, add, and touch it to get the folder. Double-click the T-pose animation and click Play in World or Play Locally, and that will put you in a T-pose. Actually, the default Firestorm preferences make your avatar pose when you edit clothing. I took that off in my preferences because I don't want to pose every time I'm editing clothing. Sometimes I do it on the fly. If you do not want to have your T-pose automatically come on when you're editing system clothing, go to Avatar, Preferences, Move and View, where it says automatically pose avatar during whatever. Uncheck Appearance. Editing wearable prim objects. In the Wearing or Worn tab of Inventory or Appearance, you can right-click on an object and choose Edit. Oh, sorry. I keep clicking. Hang on a second. I keep clicking the slides when I mean to click my speakeasy.
It's okay, Beth.
Okay, here we go. Moving worn objects. Even if an object doesn't have modify perms, you can still move it around, unless it's rigged mesh. Because my avatar is shorter than most, I almost always have to lower my necklaces. Some items have resize scripts in them. If that's the case, do not edit, but click on the object to open the resize menu. Be sure to make a copy before you make any changes if possible. Can you tell I've messed up a lot trying to edit my clothing? Okay, the next part of making your own clothing is making fabric textures. Almost all of the textures that I buy in Second Life are only licensed for that grid. So far, I haven't found a texture merchant for OpenSim, so if I want to use textures in OpenSim, I need to make them myself. I find and adapt textures that I find on the internet, being careful to respect intellectual property rights. I almost always use textures licensed for Creative Commons CC0, which means it's public domain, free for use for any purpose without attribution. Creative Commons does not mean it's public domain. There are many different kinds of Creative Commons licenses, but the CC0 one means you can. I like acknowledging artists, but it's not practical to do when I'm making clothing. Okay, that's my 5-minute warning. I'm going to scoot through this. All of these slides are in the toolkit, so you can see what to do. And the text from the chat is in there too. Let's see.
And if they want to find this, it's on which sim as well? I know you have the box out front here, but you said that you have a place as well.
France says it's rezzed on at every landing point, I think. And then it's in my speaker booth, which is booth number 8 in region 3.
Okay, great.
Thanks. To make system clothing from scratch, you can create it. Here's how you do it in the Firestorm OS viewer. You add new clothes. There's a plus sign at the bottom left of your inventory. If you click that and then click new clothes. Thank you, Franz. I don't even need a pose stand because it's included in the viewer. In inventory, you click the plus sign at the bottom, then new clothes, then new socks. The socks appear in my clothing folder where I can right click and add them. Once I'm wearing the socks, I can right click and edit them. So I'm going to upload a texture. You click the plus sign at the bottom again and upload image. Let's see. In edit, you drag the texture onto the texture box. When I drag a texture onto the fabric panel, I have no control over what the texture looks like on that clothing. This one is sort of acceptable, but I need to use a texture manipulation program like Photoshop. And I'm not going to talk about that in the next section because time does not allow, but you can look at it yourself. It works better on a shirt. You can use the color picker to change the color. You can tint your clothing whether you've used a texture or not. And even if the clothing has a tint to it, you can add a tint. Like say it's a blue shirt, you can add a red tint and make it purple. Make sure you click OK before you close the color picker. Just like with any computer file, you can save as a different name to preserve the original piece of clothing. I use a naming system that works alphabetically, but use whatever works for you. Son, are there any questions coming up yet?
I didn't see anything in the local chat. I saw a comment on YouTube. Lorraine was saying we've all done that before, Beth, when you were mentioning one of the things. But that's all so far. Are there any questions from the audience tonight? Give you one more shot at it.
I just want to talk briefly about making outfits. I love making outfits. Once you have put together the clothing that you want to wear, like for instance, I forgot to model my my UV outfit for you. This is some clothing that I made using the UV textures that Robin Wood made. UV is just, it's not for ultraviolet or anything like that. It's just for letters in the alphabet after ST, I think, or before XY, I don't know. But you can see what this likes here. I'll turn around so you can see the back of it. But that shows you how the textures are mapped onto the body. Sally, I don't have classes that are scheduled, but I would be happy to schedule something if you would like. And I think Rhiannon suggested I should have something made like this for myself in real life. That would be fun. Oh, this slide is something I made that I haven't seen anywhere else. These are the bakes-on mesh or system layers in the order in which they appear on your avatar. Starting from bottom with the shape to the top with the alpha layers. So whatever is on top of something appears on top of it. If you have more than one thing that is the same type, like say you're wearing 3 shirts, you can edit the outfit, and this little breakout thing on the left part of the slide shows you how to do that. Let's see, I'm going to go through here. There's my questions file. And you can contact me at that email, or of course you can contact me in World, either here or in Second Life. And I have the same avatar name everywhere. If you would like to friend me, that's fine too.
Well, thank you, Beth, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 5:30 p.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Developing Virtual Simulations to Support Retention of Skills in Essential Newborn Care. Also, we encourage you to visit our OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the latter verse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse playing with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free. New boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the latter verse, with sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse playing with emotion. It's a light speed, magic potion. We're surfing the waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5:30 p.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Developing Virtual Simulations to Support Retention of Skills in Essential Newborn Care. Our speakers are Matt Cook and Rachel Umoren. Matt is a research engineer at the University of Washington and lead developer for the Virtual ENC project. Dr. Umoren is an associate professor of pediatrics and an adjunct associate professor of healthcare simulation science and global health at the University of Washington. Please check the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of this session, and the full schedule of events. The session's being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions, send your tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, and we're so pleased to be here amongst friends to share progress that we've made over the past year with some additional more technical details that Matt's going to share about our thinking around the development of virtual simulations with our case study, as always, being essential newborn care because we care about babies. So if you could go to the next slide, Matt. So there are lots of reasons to be concerned about the general high newborn mortality rate. Over the years, we've seen declines in the mortality rate, but primarily in countries that are higher resourced, like the United States, United Kingdom, other European countries. We have not seen the same level of decline in sub-Saharan Africa and South America and Asia, other places. And in more recent times, these declines have actually reversed. So we've seen an uptick in maternal and newborn mortality, which makes projects like this even more important. Next slide. So there are a range of ways that educators have been trying to address this issue. Over the last couple of years in particular, there have been new curricula and novel tools developed for use in low resource settings. And the goal has really been to maximize learner access and retention. But as we all know, just talking at people through a lecture or even giving them a video to watch is very passive learning, and we want our learners to be actively engaged. And the best way to do that is through virtual simulations. Next. Or one of the best. So Matt's going to share a little bit more about the work that we've done specifically on developing virtual simulations for essential newborn care. Over to you, Matt.
So the nature of this work is it's based off an existing curriculum. There is an established correct way of doing things. There are correct actions that need to be taken, a correct order in which to do them, and a correct way they need to be portrayed. And if we do anything other than what that established correctness is, we are teaching incorrect principles. We also decided we wanted to avoid being able to let our players run down rabbit holes, not only to simplify things for ourselves, but we made the decision we didn't want the possibility of them doing an action and then having a appropriate reaction that leads to negative consequences for the baby, such as dying. We wanted things to stay positive and productive for our users. So with that in mind, what we did to start this project was we mapped essential newborn care, all of the steps that need to be done under any number of different conditions of if this then that. If the baby is in this condition, how do you respond? So the positive there are pros and cons to this approach. The positives are with this mapping, we can go expand this into any number of simulations. So we started with 12 levels, where that include several of the learning objectives that these providers need to be able to, for conditions these providers need to be able to respond to. The downside is that there is a rigid sequence of actions that these users must perform, which is kind of different from the flexibility and creativity someone might want from a different kind of educational experience. So since we're dealing with low resource settings, we decided to develop our VR application for the cardboard. So based on running off of a mobile phone. Other higher end VR devices, such as the Vive or the Oculus Quest, would be ideal for the level of interaction we want. That's good for learning, but obviously in these settings, that's not an option. They don't have access to those tools. But everyone does have a phone in their pocket. So, but this comes with a big problem for interaction and mechanics for doing this stuff, because there are no controllers, no clickers, no buttons. We can't even count on the possibility of being able to reach the phone in order to tap the screen. So that limited our interactions to exclusively gaze-based, meaning they have to stare at an item or an object for X amount of time in order to click on it. So there are all kinds of interactions they need to be able to perform, such as testing equipment, giving injections, talking to the mother. And it was really important to us that this experience be as immersive and interactive and hands-on as possible. So that led to a major challenge. So we decided that the players would be able to interface with the world through three basic means: clickables, grabbables, so where you can pick up an object and then drop it elsewhere, and then just extended staring. And then the actions would be animated appropriately, depending on the item and at what point in the simulation we are, and that those actions sometimes might change. We also elected to give feedback in real time, as opposed to waiting till the very end to tell the users what they did wrong. Especially, it's easy to do this since there is an established right and wrong at every step of the way. So we did this with correct dings if they did the right thing, and buzzes and with error messages if they do the wrong thing. If they get stuck, we had the option for hints available. They could pull those up manually at any time, but if they had, say 30 seconds of inactivity, insinuating they didn't know what to do, then the hints would pop up automatically so that they could keep perpetually moving forward. We tried a whole bunch of we tried to figure out ways to gamify this experience. We really wanted to increase the inherent interest in playing these simulations. Unfortunately, given the rigid nature of it, it was hard to come up with too many solutions. But one thing we did do is we scored each level by their percentage accuracy for correct actions versus incorrect actions, with minus minimal points for hints to encourage them to not use them, but also encourage hints over just randomly trying things if they get stuck. And then if they got perfect scores, we would reward them with just fun, silly wall art that we created with generative AI. So our users are not very experienced with VR or video games, or may not necessarily have the most access to technology, period. Yet being a educational experience, we needed to design this to be as intuitive and easy as possible for the lowest common denominator in terms of our users' ability. Now, this created major challenges for us, being technological natives. What seemed intuitive to us oftentimes proved to be very, very wrong in practice. And so here are some of the lessons we learned. Right off the bat, not every user, in fact, not most users, but enough users had trouble with even the core concept of holding a reticle over an object to interact with it. I don't know if you can read that picture, but it says hold the orange dot over start button to select. We thought that was going to be our intro, the first step of a tutorial to teach them that basic thing. Thought that'd be good enough, right? No, definitely not. So what we wound up having to do was draw a animated line between the reticle and the object we wanted them to click on as just that initial step, and then it would change color from like a warmer, colder type of system. So then once they got that idea of clicking, that didn't necessarily translate to interacting with objects in the actual game space. And then if they did for grabbables, if they didn't know how to click on an object, they could pick it up, but then they continued to be confused by the idea of how to drop it down. They didn't understand what these drop areas were. So we wound up having to introduce a full tutorial where we gave a simplified environment with a repeated exercises of just each of the different types of interactions they would have in this experience, where there's only one thing to do, one thing to click on, one thing to look at. There's no way to get it wrong. We had major problems with timing-based clicking. So for us, this took the form of ventilation. So this required rapid action, quick responses, and precision. It was very important to us that our users understand what the correct timing is for ventilation, and that they actually perform the actions themselves. So right off the bat, you can see the problem. For the given target rate, we have to pump once every 1.5 seconds with a 2-second gaze period. Yeah, that's not going to work. We experimented with a bunch of different things, including changing up the representation of the visual representation of the timing, changing up that gaze period, changing the fundamental pump mechanics were altogether, and nothing worked. Ultimately, what we had to resort to was just extended staring at the ventilator. And in order to get that requirement of understanding what the right rate was, we had different rates available, and we'd randomly initialize one, and then they would have to recognize either the correct or incorrect rate and then adjust accordingly. World navigation was a problem. For your educational experiences, honestly, if you can avoid having to navigate a world and just have everything directly in front of your users, I would do it. We tried to include some manual teleporting, so having to click on a teleport zone or teleport object, so to give our users a sense of control over their actions. But that proved not to work very well. It wasn't as clear as we'd hoped. So what we did was instead use a system of basically just teleport where you click. If you clicked on something far enough away, you will teleport over to it. Now, that worked well for our clickables, but for our grabbables, we sometimes introduce some intelligence for anticipating where they would want to go after they pick up an object. So for instance, if you grab a baby from the mother, we can probably assume you are looking to drop it over on the exam table. So we would teleport you over there so that you're interacting with it nearby rather than trying to set the baby down on a table from across the room. UI was one of the banes of our existence. We had 5 different kind of types of UI. And being VR, it all had to be exist in world space rather than being fixed on the screen. And so we had lots of conflicting requirements here. They all had to be visible without having to, go searching for it. They couldn't interfere with one another or obscure key objects on other key objects or be obscured, and different combinations of them might be open at different times. So the way we managed to get around this was some of the UI, such as dialogue, we fixed in space, like to act more sort of like speech bubbles. But others, we had to have follow gaze, and we introduced a distance threshold to trigger that follow, because it's annoying if the UI is just perpetually following where you're looking. And in order to prevent them from obscuring key things, we had to introduce some motion clamping, both vertically and horizontally. And that clamping had to change throughout the experience. So depending on what other UI was open, depending on what is important to be able to interact with at that time, or where you're standing in the room, those points where those angular regions that the UI cannot cross into might be different. I'll hand it back to Rachel.
Thank you, Matt. That was amazing. So once the technical team did all the things that they did, if you could go back one slide, as Matt described, we were ready for testing in the physical world. So we took the application, put it on mobile phones. It was a Unity-based app, and pilot tested it with 70 nurses and midwives from 23 facilities in Lagos, Nigeria. And the goal was really to test the feasibility and educational effect of using these simulations to see if they really help them learn and help them retain skills. So we started out with an in-person course to train them, so to develop a baseline, because the intention of using these simulations was for retention of skills. So we wanted to be sure everybody came in with the same basic knowledge. And we introduced virtual ENC to them after the initial training and after they had done all their baseline assessments. Next. And so this is a slide that has a lot of graphs on it, so I'm not going to walk you through every single one, but we had 7 measures, and these were all standardized measures. 2 of them were knowledge checks, that's the KC, and then the other 5 were skills assessments for the kinds of things that we were teaching them: how to give a baby ventilation with a bag mask ventilator with the breaths like Matt was talking about, how to recognize that a baby is sick, how to treat the baby if it needs treatment, how to refer the baby if it needs to be referred, and when to refer the baby. And what we found was that using this application with the VR actually improved their skills from the in-person class baseline. So their skills were at a low level to start with. They got better after the class, and then they improved subsequently with using the virtual ENC. So we're very excited about these findings. We think they continue to show us that using virtual simulation is a very viable way and may actually be a revolutionary way to teach these skills and will save lives. So I believe this is the last slide. If we can go to the next one. we will want to, oh, one more thing. So qualitative themes, so we actually asked them what they thought, and did focus groups with our nurses and midwives, and this was what we found when we analyzed the data from those focus groups. They felt that using this was very convenient. It can be done on their own time. They could do it anywhere, at home, on the road. They could do it at work. They liked the feedback. They liked the realism. They felt it gave them confidence and it made them more competent, and that they could remember what they needed to do step by step. And they had multiple stories of how they use these skills in real life, in their work when a baby needed resuscitation. So that there was impact, and they were very happy. Next slide. So I just want to thank all the team members. This is just acknowledging that this was the efforts of a large team spread across different continents and different groups, and everyone worked really, really hard to bring this project to this point. And we did get some funding from the National Institute of Health for this development as well. So I'm acknowledging that too. So thanks everyone. And if you have any questions, I'll put my email in the chat, and Matt can share his as well. Feel free to reach out to us. We're very excited about this work. So if you have any health professionals that you think might benefit from using this type of application for learning, we are very happy to share it. It's going to be freely available, particularly for folks that really care for babies and need to keep up their skills.
Now, Rachel, I have a question for you. I work for a university that's chiropractic that works on infants, right? And so it's a metaversity. So of course they're using VR and virtual worlds, et cetera, for a lot of their procedures. And we looked at a project we were designing using haptic interfaces. So the practitioners would wear gloves, right, and get force feedback as they were manipulating the objects, which would include patients and, the various pressures you might apply. I was wondering, have you thought of that for your simulation?
Yes, we've definitely thought about using, not in this particular circumstance and with this group, but just in general, thought about the potential utility of haptics. There are certain types of procedures in particular that would benefit from haptic feedback. I think we've been really cautious about introducing anything that might increase complexity, given the kind of environment that we're working in. Even having something working on a mobile phone in that space it can be challenging, because not all phones that are sold in low resource settings, because they get really cheap phones, even have the accelerometer or things like that can be required for VR. But I think haptics have a place in any type of skills training, and especially in the medical space. I'd love to chat with you more about.
Sure. Well, one of the things that comes to mind as we're wrapping, and we are wrapping, is the fact that your origins, you conducted research with 2 open simulator regions in which you had 25 bots and you had all these procedures to study disease in African countries. And did you remember that the virtual world, this software, at least at Second Life, was used for haptic testing that before it was ever repurposed to be an online virtual world. So our origins are kind of there. And I didn't know if you were aware of that.
I was not aware of that fact about Second Life, but yes, I've used I used OpenSim for prototyping for years before we moved to using Unity, but only because of the limitations of needing to have this work on mobile phones and offline.
We do a lot
because
of
that's it.
integration too, like that, to where we develop everything in the virtual world, and then we port content to Unity, and then develop a mobile app that we then use with the, military education. So yeah, that's a great blending of the technologies. Well, I want to thank you, Matt and Rachel, for an informative and wonderful presentation, and thank you for all your work to help save babies. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. Next, we have Joyce Betancourt, Rhiannon Chat Noir for the closing. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo Zone 3 region to find accompanying information from the presenters at their presenter booths, and Rachel and Matt have a booth, as well as to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and our crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again, Matt and Rachel, and to you, the audience.
Let's see if you hear me, and let's see if I'm not being doubled. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and we are ready to say goodbye to the conference.
Oops.
I'll come over by you.
Ah. Okay. No, yes. I'm going to go more to the middle. It's fine.
Okay, I'll follow. Where you go, I will follow.
It's funny being the audio stream. I actually have to pull a whole different other mic, like a different way the audio is.
And thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Matt. We could have a seat. Be easy on the streamer.
Yeah, and I think friends, if you're around, you could pull up the couches and stuff. I know Lear said, that I'm gonna say thank you. I mean, both of us are very thankful at this point. We still have, for those who are here this whole weekend, and maybe leading up to it with the other events that we've had, the tours and stuff like that. We still have more things on the schedule that are community events. We can also, our policy usually is like, we'll continue to post up community events for the, that could be scheduled the next couple of weeks, and they would then just still be on the conference.opensimulator.org calendar, the schedule there. And but otherwise, before we get into it, and I wanted to say thank you, of course, to all of our presenters. This kind of wraps up the formal presentations of the whole 2 weeks. We've had 2 full packed days from 7 a.m. to what is it now, 6 p.m.
Yeah.
I know, like, what time is it? But either way, long days. And so, thank you for all the presenters who, have come up and like shared their expertise and the amazing cool things they've worked on, and, maybe thrown, cannon fire at us, flown things over our heads. All that's amazing. And I also wanted to thank the several sponsors and then crowdfunders. So certainly there were quite a few crowdfunders. They're listed on the website on the homepage. You'll see the signs all up around us, for things like UC Irvine and their Institute for Virtual Environments and Computer Games, where Krista Lopes came and was one of the core dev, and she was here obviously for the opening with us. She graciously, and she even nodded to that she even helps pay for some of the hosting that we sit on here while we do these things. So, thank you to her and UC Irvine. Thank you to Virtual Outworlding, of course. Selby Evans, through the years, has been an amazing supporter of so many of us, and both in his time and his putting outreach and sharing what we do and everything else like that. And so he's a longtime supporter, and even just which goes beyond more than what just financial things, of course. And then Rockcliffe University Consortium and Kevin Feenan and that whole team that puts on VWBP as well. And Loud LLC, one of our humble DJs, James, as many of you know, probably from Melbourne's show and other things. Also, besides donating all his time, also helps, which is much given. And there are many of you that crowdfund too. I know Lear, I know, I think Bethany Winslow, but I'm going to just name a few off the top of my head, but everybody's listed on the website. So like, thank you for those who even chipped in a little bit like that. That helps support and, grid admin costs and other parts that are, other things that are part of the conference as well. And then Pure Power Streams, they're the streaming server that donates their audio hosting for us graciously. So, and then of course, Hypergrid Business, Maria is there as a media person, for media outreach sponsory person in that way, that she will post things for us. And we're always grateful that she will get the word out. And the other swath of people that are so important too, because it takes more than me and Lear, as much as neither of us sleep well. There are so many volunteers that help us during the events and leading up to the events. Several of them are here, and you guys can come take the stage. There's chairs out. Feel free to pop up on here if you're a volunteer or a greeter, or a volunteer, greeter, streamer, camera folks. I don't know, get your button chairs, and we're gonna sort of sort ourselves to take a picture. Yep. I'm gonna put that in chat too, because I know there's a delay. Just come up. And also the speakers too. If you're still in the audience and you presented, come up on the stage. And the crowdfunder folks, we can get them all in there. You might have to spread out those green chairs, friends, because even if I sit down, and probably, or if somebody sits behind me, I think I'm standing inside of a couch. And of course, another hearty thanks, and I'm going to kind of come over here. Another hearty thanks to like kind of my more immediate Avacon team, like James and Marcus, who are kind of our leads on the stream team, and Marcus is also the grid admin, and Franz, who is like everywhere all at once. So he's in World, he's wandering around doing things for you all, he's taking apart scripts and helping things. And also Dave, who puts in a lot of time. I mean, besides, helping to organize this. You're laughing at me? Oh.
No, these poses. I'm having fun back here. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Many thanks to everyone.
But
While Joyce is thanking
too.
everyone, this is Lear saying thank you to everyone who's made this a wonderful conference. We are so pleased, and what a great year. Thank you. Back to you, Joyce.
Yes, and now I'm good to sit down. But and thank you to Dave too. He also wrangles all the musical events, which is amazing. So thank you for what goes into that. And I think, Franz, you can drop. Are you dropping the permissions between the lockdown between the grids and the walls? So yeah, we lock the 4 regions down to kind of deal with load and security scenarios, but we're going to hopefully drop those, and you can come walk over or hop over, teleport over, whatever, and also grab a chair, because we also thank you, like everybody who shows up, whether you registered, whether you hypergridded in, because you're all amazing. This is sort of what makes Open Simulator, I think, its best, is that that everyone is engaged in this collective, open, cool tool that allows us to do so much between all of us. So, and thank you, developers, of course, core dev, wherever you are, Ubit. We're sending hugs out to you. Kisses.
He's right here in the center.
Oh, look at that! Well, that's fantastic. Hugs, Ubit.
Great, good.
And Lear, any other last or anything else you want to say? But other folks, come on up on stage. Somebody grab Pet Love, move a chair, bring her up here.
Well, let's just remind everyone, you rock.
Yes.
It's not a community without you, and we're so happy to be together. And now it's time to celebrate. We'll take our photos and then go dance.
Boundaries here in the virtual domain. We're breaking the chains, transcending the mundane. Through the hits and echoes, a melody profound. In the Metaverse, where sweet sounds abound. Musicians in the Metaverse play with emotion. Bits and lights beating a magic potion. The surfing waves of the digital sea. In this pixelated world where we're truly free.
That who couldn't be here, like Olive, and because their time zones are off. I think they were going to put out card outs. So, and then after this, there are two things that community events that were submitted. Obviously, one that is at the Bayou Grid, and then another ceramic zipper, which if he was here earlier, is he on the couch? I don't know. Will also be hosting his usual pop rave, and that will go later too. So you could certainly head to one, then head to the other. Well, there'll be time. And do people have cutouts for? Let me ask in chat. And by all means, you can obviously stop. Yeah, if you could put those, are you putting those out? Yeah, put them off to the side so they're not in our pictures, please. Yep. Off further out beyond the chairs, Franz. And yes, yeah, we can set that. So I don't know if there was a photo that was supposed to go out with Olive. Did it go out? You gave them away? Who did you give them away to? You gave away your friends, Buffy. Okay. All right.